Triple XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at, never fall back. No lies, no facts, we gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Been way down, never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah, no lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, you know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah, you know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah, you know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always season through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so high.
hitting with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me. Can never stop what's building up inside of me. strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my words, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh.
So stick around. Just
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of the SEA Closed Qualifiers for ESL 1 Birmingham. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John Expire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back. So I can see you've got that particular shirt on today, which I'm not going to call out where you've got it from, John, but it's pretty damn obvious every time I see it. But how the hell are you doing, sir? You're looking fantastic.
Thank you, Mike. You're looking great as well. Doing great. Feeling great. We've got some great matches lined up here on the Storm stream, of course. We're starting off with Neon versus Bleed. Neon making it through after their match up against Aurora. And Aurora, of course, dropped into the lower bracket and then getting eliminated by Execration. Already quite the crazy storyline here in our closed qualifiers for the road to Birmingham. And it's going to be an interesting one. Now, I've talked about Bleed a lot. I've watched some of their open qualifier games when I could, when the Dota TV was not letting me watch, but I have seen what they've played. They played a lot of Mikato Arc Warden. Very, very strong pick for the side of Bleed. Mind you, it's mainly been Mikato playing it, but I recall an old moment with Jackie playing 70-minute games with that Arc Warden on good old Motivated Trust, so this should be exciting. I'm looking forward to see whether or not Neon bans it. There you go. See?
Thank God.
They know. They don't want to deal with it. They're smart.
Oh, man. You turned me off this series so much when you brought up Arcward, and I was like, oh, no. It's like
It's
Makoto
exciting.
and Jackie.
Seconds remaining.
It's exciting when Mikato
it's
plays
not-
it. When Jackie plays it, it's farming for
5
70
seconds
minutes.
remaining.
Just
Oh,
the way he
when
is.
Jackie plays it, I still remember that game. Like,
Radiant
I
to
wish I
the
knew the
back.
replay number, just because I'd love to meme about that game, but we can't. I could probably never find that game again. But it was.
You're- Do you remember
10
that he had the
seconds
Ags when it gave
Oh,
power
that's-
runes?
That's
and
exactly what I remember.
yeah.
5 seconds
Ags with power
remaining.
runes, and then he also had the ballista, if I recall right.
Radiant team back.
Like,
Yeah, and he
he had
got a double damage rune and an arcane rune
team
at
back.
once. Yeah, I remember. Don't worry.
the good old days, Mikey. Won't have
It was
that,
amazing.
unfortunately.
No, well,
10
thankfully no
seconds
Arcward in this
remaining.
game, Jonathan. But talk to me about the teams. I mean, you already said to me Neon, obviously
5
pulling off a bit of an
seconds
upset up
remaining.
against Aurora yesterday, but I must admit Neon looked fantastic. Against Bleed Esports. John, I hate
team
doing this to teams, but Bleed Esports
Radiant
theoretically
team pick.
should be the favorites going into this series, no?
You've cursed them. Why are you doing
Well, but-
Bleed dirty? Why are you doing Hades
I-
dirty like that, man?
I'm just saying. That is
You
reality,
said
is it not?
It is, but we said that about Aurora yesterday. Look what happened.
well-
Every single time, it's just not panning out. Except for Geek Fam. I think Geek Fam was the one thing that on paper. Although to be fair, with Geek Fam and Talon, we called it even. This case, I would also call it even, although I would agree, Bleed is probably the favorites coming in. I mean, you see how Neon performed. Both of these teams, look at the stats, Mike. Both teams went through open qualifiers, okay?
Yeah.
In fact, out of all the teams in our upper bracket, 3 of the teams came from open qualifiers. Only Blacklist, the invited team, to stay in the upper bracket. The rest of the invited teams dropping down. So
Yeah.
it's been a good run for the open qualifier teams. But again, on paper, both of these teams had to go through opens. Bleed did go through open qualifier 1. Neon had to go through open qualifier 2.
I refuse to accept that. I apologize. I refuse to accept that this is an even matchup between these two teams. I really do. Just look at the play. Look at the roster of Bleed. Are you telling? If you were if you hadn't watched Dota for a year, who are you gonna know more about? Neon Esports or Bleed?
Bleed, for sure.
Yeah. Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
but alright, so if you haven't watched Dota in 10 years and you see Nigma,
Yes.
what do you think?
Well, that's
Up
10
against
years,
literally
John.
anyone.
That's 10 years, John. To be fair, if it was 10 years ago, they might actually be good. But we're here now in the present.
I mean, but it's the same kind of concept. It's I think at this point, no one can look at Neon and underestimate the stack, considering what they've done yesterday, considering how big the improvement has been. I think the addition of Castaway has been a huge part in
He's great.
kind of tying in Neon. Granted, his hero pool has felt a little bit limited, like his Crystal Maiden experimentation didn't quite pan out, so I'm keen to see what they adjust here. I do like the opening for Bleed. The Kunkka comes out, and that should just be our Mikado hero very early on for Bleed. There is some flex, you and I know Masaros plays the weirdest stuff off lane, and Paulson plays some weird pause 5s as well, but likely not seeing that shift outside of the core role. More than likely, again, Mikado. Respect ban from Neon for the Winter Wyvern. Paulson does play Winter Wyvern as well. It's something that he played a lot of when a lot of people weren't touching that hero. So I guess Neon, understanding how strong it is, they don't have the first pick in the next phase, don't want to have to deal with it either.
Yeah, I've got to say, I must assume now that it's going to be a position 5 Nature's Prophet we're seeing for Castaway, right? Because I thought his Wyvern was absolutely fantastic. I feel like Neon Esports just take it every time they get a chance to. But I assume it should be a +5 profit for Castaway, is what we're probably looking at if they do ban it out. Still, I could be wrong. We'll have to wait and see. There is one more ban to go from Bleed Esports before we can continue with the drafts. For now, they only have themselves a Kunkka, which is, again, very kind of versatile because you can just hand it over to Masaros, you can hand it over to Makoto. Ironically enough, I'd say it's more of a Masaros hero than a Makoto hero, if I'm completely honest, but, you never know.
That's fair. Mikado does play it a lot mid, and I think it's within, his top 5 played heroes in pubs, maybe top 10. So, should still be leaning towards Mikado. I am curious why, out of all the games you've seen yesterday, no one has adjusted to take care of the Magnus. I think that's the surprising thing for me coming into day 2. Magnus is just ignored in the first phase, ignored in the second phase of bans, and Neon, considering how JG performed, could pick up the Magnus himself. They could go into this Hoodwink pickup as well with Hoodwink and P support duo, which is a really great synergy between the two easy bushwhack setups. The follow-up from the Sprout. Bleed do go into the Bounty Hunter. Again, leaving it open, they could still run like a DJ Bounty. They could run a Mikato Bounty mid. Depending on the matchups, you can kind of figure out what you want here for Bleed. So it is fairly open. It's rather interesting to go for the Bounty. I don't see any easy ways of tying into that outside of just like playing with a long-range X from track. Neon will prioritize the Luna first. So going for that early pickup for CDR, this is something that we've seen him perform on a pretty high level, but we've seen the counter action to the Lunas as well, right? Like the big one has been something like the Morphling has been really effective against the Luna, simply because the Conda build feels a lot better on the Morph in comparison to the Luna, who tends to go for the Conda as well, but it takes like a few more items before Luna gets into Conda. Like we look at the very least Manta, Mask of Madness, and maybe a Dragonlance before the Conda, so there's a lot of filler before you hit that point where you're spamming the Lucent Beam, whereas a Morphling answer is like one defensive item into Conda and you're pretty happy. You can turn to Luna as well for additional Conda value if that's something to consider. They'll go for the
I-
techies instead of the hoodwink here as well. Rather interesting.
I appreciate the techies pickup. Like, I think Bombi adjusted very well with the new techies. Obviously, Bombi, one of the players that has probably played techies the most in the pro scene. I thought he wouldn't adjust that well when techies got changed, but he seems to enjoy it based off the fact that they are constantly picking it up for him. And I thought he played a really damn good techies yesterday. I think the hero's still very annoying as well, right? Because you hit a mid to late game timing, right? On this techies where you could just place mines everywhere. And there's just no way they can smoke at you anymore. Like, you're always going to know that they're coming based off the sound cue of the mines. I just think that the hero inherently just has so much value, even with the nerfs that did happen.
That it does. Even just trading right clicks in lane can be hellish for a lot of range supports to deal with, just because it's still universal. You start with a few branches. You've still got this really good range. It's hard to dissuade the techies from just chipping away at you. So that is something Bleed will have to consider. I am still curious where Bleed decides to plant these two heroes in the Kunkka bounty. Tends to be mid, could be flexed onto support or off lane, of course, as well. But it's this Kunkka first pick is really a big gambit to me. Like, they don't see a mid matchup. Neon are pocketing this for as long as they can, so Bleed will have to start to cement their draft. Going into the Chen, which we've seen first phase banned quite often, for good reason. This does up the tempo for Bleed. There's a ton of sustain now for Bleed with that boat and the Hand of God. So going for the burst play on Neon is not going to be as straightforward unless they get a good jump in. Your clear on Neon is mainly on the Luna as well. I mean, there is enough on the Luna to just blaze around and clear out the Chen army, but early on, the pressure that the Chen can bring in a rotation is going to be massive onto these towers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic. They even follow up with a Weaver now as well, so a very annoying style of draft to have to go up against when you look at this Chen, this Bounty, this Weaver. And speaking of, where is this Bounty Weaver going? Is this a support Weaver we're looking at? Is it a support Bounty Hunter perhaps we're looking at? Is it the mid Bounty Hunter we saw the other day? Like, well, what the hell's going on?
Again, I think Bleed are trying to keep their draft as open as possible. It's really flexible. The only hard lock-in is really the Chen as support. I'm not sure where I'd want to see any of these heroes. When it comes down to just the cohesiveness of Bleed's draft, it is really hard to kill off this lineup now. Weaver with time-lapse, your lockdown on Neon's not the most reliable. Yeah, again, you have Hand of God, you have the boat buff to carry you through on the Weaver as well. So there's a lot to play with. I do like the answer in Neon going for the Mars. So you've got the JG here on the offlane. We've seen him play this Mars quite a fair bit in the open qualifiers as well. It ties in pretty nicely with the NP and the techies. There's a lot of good setup here and a lot of good laning pressure for the Mars in combination with the techies in particular can make it a little bit hellish for the side of Bleed to play into that lane. This is also really nice as a preemptive answer to a potential safe lane Weaver, as you should be able to cut him off down the line in the middle of these team fights with the arena, force something like a BKB if that's a nuisance to the Weaver, which isn't ideal for a Weaver in most games. So I like this answer, but Bleed, again, as you mentioned, they could still shift all of these heroes around. They could just go with a Weaver support with Chen, go for a Kunkka mid, Bounty Hunter off, or Bounty Hunter mid, Kunkka off. It's very, very flexible. It's maybe a little bit too flexible, but they do have last pick overall to support this.
5 seconds remaining.
Final banouts to come. The puck being removed here from Bleed, and Enigma being removed by Neon Esports. Obviously, Bleed Esports still trying to focus on these mid heroes for Neon.
Dire team ban.
They'll get rid of the Storm Spirit as well. There wasn't really much in the way of countering the Storm this game, so definitely get rid of that. Neon Esports, of course, still focused, it appears, on the offlane for Massaros. It's with an open draft, though, it is very hard to tell exactly what you should be banning out. Especially with a player like Massa. You never know what that man's got up his sleeve.
5
Neon Esports.
seconds remaining.
They'll dive into the reserve time, still thinking about it, but they'll go for the Centaur banner, which has been relatively popular as of late. In fact, we have seen Centaur do quite well against the Luna pickup, so I appreciate the Centaur ban coming out. Luna still does feel like one of those squishier position ones that doesn't have the greatest range, so it's quite easy to hit with a new hoof stomp.
Remaining.
What do you want to finish off with, though?
5
What
seconds
do you
remaining.
want in that mid lane here?
A lot of the Ken specials are kind of gone. Like Spirit Brothers are all banned out. TA doesn't feel great into a Kunkka lane. There is some ways of dealing with that as a Kunkka for sure, especially if you can get your level 3 111. Just try to torrent her off. Becomes relatively easy to just land some good Tidebringer harassment afterwards, and you always have
Radiant
consistent
team
burn.
pick.
They'll go with Void Fist Spirit.
Wow.
This is a Spirit Brother that I was thinking could work because the lockdown for Bleed still isn't that great outside of X. But the mid matchups for Void Spirit in this case is not particularly amazing either. You're going up either against the Kunkka or the Bounty Hunter,
10
and
seconds
the Kunkka is
remaining.
probably the worst one for the Void Spirit, but the Bounty Hunter is also pretty good,
5
especially
seconds
with
remaining.
the Shuriken Toss build that we've seen. So it's not going to be the comfiest time for Ken, but there is really good tempo. Like, he just has to weather the storm early on in whatever lane matchup he's in. Try not to bleed out too much to bleed, and just maintain, farm, get his EXP. Level 6 is a priority. Once you have that 6, you have good lanes to rotate into. Rotating into the Mars lane feels really good, or just having the NP and the techies just jump on mid. They've got a lot of mobility for that.
Choose
Can
your
be real
hero.
nice as well. They'll go with a Lifestealer on Bleed, so just doubling down on how durable they are here. And your hold for Jackie with your Rage Up is not going to be too comfy, and we will get the Masa Weaver instead. DJ will be playing the Bounty Hunter, so rather interesting draft from Bleed. But again, this team has been doing interesting stuff in their drafts since Open Qualifiers. Like, they played a lot of Arc Warden. And I'm just glad, Mike, that we're getting a game, or at least for now, a game without a Pangolier in sight. Tired of that. Thank you, Bleed and Neon.
Yeah, we appreciate the Pango ban out. This hero it's got to disappear at some point. Ice Rock's just got to delete the hero at this stage. I feel like it's so tiresome to watch over and over again. What else is tiresome, by the way, John, is that Chen set. That is atrocious. That is horrible.
I feel like
What is that?
I have no clue. I feel like a lot of Chen sets are just abominations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about Chen that I just do not enjoy.
It's terrible.
It's I don't know. It's strange. But the draft isn't. I like this one from Bleed. It snowballs really hard if they can start to play off this track. You've got Jackie, who's highly durable. He's got some good vehicles, especially in the Weaver, or even DJ if he felt a little bit adventurous going into the Bounty Hunter and just feeding off track himself. Pinning down the Lifestealer with the heroes you have, not going to be amazing, especially with Rage again on hand. For Jackie, you have nothing that pierces through. Spell immunity, so it does feel like you're going to need, a fast Orchid on, probably not Castaway, maybe on Ken on his initial jump in, or something like the Ags on Void Spirit to really start to lock that Jackie Lifestealer down. Gonna be a fun match, though. I think there's some good pacing from both sides. There's some good tempo. We've got great push potential on both ends as well. So this one should be a much faster game. Like, maybe not in laning phase, not necessarily, but certainly in objectives, both sides will be able to at least not stall out and should be able to contest like tier 2s into high
Prepare
ground
for
fairly
battle.
nicely.
I feel like you're just taking shots at Aurora there, John. Sure, that's what it feels like to me.
No
go-
need to
oh.
take shots when they're gone.
I mean,
No.
I'm not going to lie to you, John. I agree with everything you just said. It was yesterday was a real interesting time with those games we were watching. Nevertheless, Neon Esports versus Bleed. This is the matchup we're here for today, John. Don't worry about yesterday. Yesterday's gone now. It's a thing of the past.
So many good things happening today, Mike. We've got
It
these
certainly
matches.
is.
We've got VTubers streaming Dota 2, so we're gonna get more players in because they're watching their favorite streamers. This is
Who's
great
that,
news.
John? How do you know these VTubers, John? I thought you had a few standards. It's just every time I talk to you, it gets worse and worse.
I just saw it on Reddit and I was like, oh sheesh, I didn't know these VTubers were gonna do
seconds to
Dota.
battle.
That's great. It's great.
It sounded like you knew exactly who it was. Like you watched
Nah,
them
I
as
have
a, as
no
a
clue.
fan.
I was
Okay.
watching the stream. I have no clue who any of them are, but it's pretty cool.
I believe
You know,
it, John.
get those players in. More players with anime profile pictures. Let's go. Says the guy with an anime profile picture.
Not me, that is you. Just to ensure everyone understands what you're trying to say, John. That is not me with an anime
Battle
profile picture.
begins.
So
Yeah, you weren't
Bobby,
speaking, Mike. I'm speaking, right?
You are, John. 3 for 1 on the bounty rune trades here, so Bleed already getting off to a pretty damn good start, as we are going to have to look at that atrocious Jensen. My god. That's a Wild Wing Ripper he's taken over, John. My goodness.
I know it looks like a mistake.
It is a
looks
mistake.
like a biological mistake. It looks like
This is from Full Metal Alchemist, John. That's Chimera Nina, I want to say. And I know you haven't watched the anime, John.
I think I know the reference. That's quite the reference for that one. But
Shout out
yes,
to Blue if he's watching.
it's something else. At the very least, the mid lane's not as disgusting. You've got Ken up against Mikado. Again, the Kunkka should have a pretty good time here playing with Tidebringer, but Ken isn't completely out of play with Resonant Pulse. It's just much more efficient for Mikado to trade blows. Although once the shield comes out a little bit more, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Mikado to trade. But this one's down to positioning. Ken's just going to have to watch every single time Tidebringer's ready. Mikado will just basically win out. And it's just going to set to get worse. Once you have level 2 Tidebringer, it's going to be even rougher for Ken here.
It certainly will be. Already both heroes quite low, but Makoto just waiting for that level 3 mark to really get started with the damage output. Of course, in the side lanes, bottom lane, we do have Polison and Jackie against Bombi and JG. I don't really see too many kills happening here, really, right? Like, maybe you kill Polison if you do catch him off guard with a spear, but ultimately it does feel like a very kind of farm-orientated lane, and I really can't see Jackie dying, right, on the Lifestealer. It's going to be quite challenging to take him out.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. He is durable enough. He is going to... You don't tend to see the early rage points, so there's an opportunity to try to jump, but even then, way too much HP, not quite enough burst on the side of Neon. Maybe if you literally land all your techie spells at level 3, like say Blast Off plus Sticky Bomb, connecting directly onto Jackie, and he goes greedy without rage, but otherwise, you're just going to be satisfied farming up here. Should be some good harassment coming out from JG though, as the Lifestealer won't enjoy getting God's Rebuked every few seconds. Still having the chance to look up top, you have Chidori and Castaway laning up against DJ and Masa. And this lane's fairly straightforward for the Luna. You've got a really good right-click support that benefits off of the Lunar Blessing quite nicely. You've got decent enough hold with a Sprout, although you do have the early calling from Masa to hold off on that. Good snipe from DJ, already being really annoying on the Bounty Hunter, and is trying to maintain the blocks on the camps, so you're not going to have easy access for Castaway to fix lanes, which means Masa's going to be happy enough to just Shikuchi around and find that stable form he'd want, find the EXP to start building up. This is a little bit more passive from Bleed, which you don't mind too much on the side of Neon, as you kind of want to farm up as well.
Even attempt here on the CDR, but DJ's going to take a hell of a lot of damage on the way out. Nice little sentry placement there from Castaway to ensure that DJ cannot do whatever the hell he wants in this Bounty Hunter. I know we saw Bounty Hunter core yesterday. I want to say support Bounty Hunter, in my opinion, does feel pretty damn strong at the moment. It's one of those heroes that just allows you to snowball out of control. And as a Bounty player, John, it does feel very strong in this current meta.
It is. It's because of the emphasis on laning and early mid-game fights. Crack can snowball you pretty hard. In its presence in lane is pretty nice. The stun being tied to Shadow Walk kind of changes its utility as well. So you have a lot to play with on Bleed. The one thing is that you have 2 Invis heroes, so there is a lot of economy that has to be brought out from Neon, but it's highly valuable. Like every Sentry and Dust you buy potentially catches you 2 heroes, so it doesn't feel as bad. Bombi going pretty far.
He certainly goes quite deep to try and catch Polison with a blast off. Obviously no real kill potential there. He was just trying to get the creeps of Polison. Still trying. Jackie's going to just kind of force him away. Is Polison just going to really harass the crap out of Bombi? Bombi actually trying to rush through the tree line to juke them out. Let's go for another sticky bomb, but is going to be okay. It is a relatively challenging lane for a techies. Like, all the damage you're dealing just does nothing by the looks of this mid lane. Nice torrent dodge here from Ken. It's going to be fine for now, though Makoto is still trying to go in for some more damage. But is going to have to eventually let him go. But this is the stage now where Makoto is going to be just super annoying on this Kunk.
Yeah, you've got the level 3 Tidebringer, you've got the X set up for your Torrent. You do have a little bit more durability with the level 3 Resonant Pulse as well, but again, the uptime for Makoto is a lot better. Still, Ken is not too far behind in CS, which is some good news, and his level 6 isn't going to be too far behind from Mikado, so he's going to have some play here.
Probably desperately trying to get in range for a blast-off attempt here onto Makoto, but just could never really get there. bit too obvious as well, because he did fill up the bottle of Ken, of course. Oh, nice Aether Remnant. He's going to land, but the blast off is off the mark. Bobby, he tried to go for the sticky bomb throw first, and it does cost him.
You always have that self top up for Mikato now with the XTP. So he's going to be perfectly fine heading back into that lane without even needing a support rotation. They can hold steady, and with that movement out, with JG left solo, I mean, he's just forced to try to pull the wave back, grab what he can. But Paulson's presence has just been a nuisance.
So annoying. He's got the Harpy Stormcrafter plus the Satyr Mind Stealer, so it's just the most annoying creeps he's got available to him now, and it's to sit in the lane as a Mars against these creeps is not going to be very fun. That's for sure. Again, he's not having very much fun right now. DJ rotating over, though. DJ dropping low himself, gets a nice Aether Remnant, but the Torrent is going to land perfectly from Makoto. Still, they do get first blood. Castaway able to secure the life of DJ before he loses his mid. I suppose in some sense you could call that kind of worth for Neon, but overall I'd say it's still pretty bad losing your mid lane.
Definitely so. Pretty nice pickup for Bleed to find in exchange. The EXP trade, though, is the bigger part. Like, DJ dying first does mean that, again, he's not soaking into that 6 as fast as he'd want to, which is not the worst bit of news, but also not ideal for the bounty hunter who does need those levels up. You've got 6 up on Ken now as well. Does have his steps ready. Did use 1 step a while ago, couldn't quite fully step away from the X Torrent, but is going to be a lot harder to lock in now. So you have that thing for yourself here. Starting to gather around top.
Yeah, the try from Masaros, though Paulson does show up. Keep in mind the 7-minute Wisdom Rune is about to respawn. Or about to spawn, rather. Castaway does have teleport ready to go, so it seems like DJ is going to make it there anyway. But the teleportation will come in, and I believe DJ, he has missed time. Castaway playing very well here, and DJ, he's got no way to stun him.
Feed the tree.
He will just TP away, and that's a huge loss here for the side of Bleed, as the supports of Neon going to be feeling very good about all that extra XP.
Admirable.
Yeah, I mean, just denying this level 6 timing for both Paulson and DJ is massive. Like, Paulson has more EXP than DJ with how often DJ is sneaking away on the map. So, 6 timing's going to be stalled. The connections for Mikato not going to be as clear just yet, although they are rotating bot here with Mikato. JG doesn't quite have Arena up yet. Still a relatively tanky target to try and jump. And Tower is fairly close by here, but...
Torrent, oh, it's barely off the mark. Right on the edge for JG. He turned around for a spear and almost walked right into it. DJ's going to keep up the vision for his team. Bleed are going to try and capitalize with this position by going for the bottom tier 1 tower instead. Neon trying to slow this down as best as possible, but it's going to be rather tough against this many heroes. JG continues just throwing spears out. DJ will continue giving the vision over on this Mars and Tech. He says now Makoto is going to rotate in, looking for an X-Back but can't find it. Instead he will go onto Bombi. They'll have to accept the simpler kill in the Techies. They will miss out on JG. Now Ken's rotated right onto Jackie, and Jackie's gone. Oh, that is not good news. Ken just completely blows up the Lifestealer. They'll be able to get Makoto out of there, I think. But Bleed, they lose a huge target in the Lifestealer, and well, they don't even find the bottom tier 1 tower.
I mean, it's really good positioning out from DJ. It's just level 1X is hard to set up for on Mikato, who can't quite get the reach he'd want to start that fight off in the same way. I do also really like that Chidori sees this opportunity to leave top, heads down bot, get some activity out for his team, utilize the Lunar Blessing to get a lot more in the right-click trades as well, and just kind of move around the map. You know, this is a big change from how Chidori used to play when he was on SMG. It was much more camp a lane, and his team would rotate onto him, but he's looking for a little bit more. JG
Does get hit by Jackie, so the slow is going to kick in. Castaway, though, going to get a nice body block off onto Jackie. Ensuring JG does survive as Ken's going to rotate once again, forcing the infest onto DJ. Ken, though, he's not done. He wants Paulson. Did have an Astral Step available, but just not confident in using it up against 3. But he does ensure that JG and Castaway both remain alive here against Jackie.
This is still a ton of space being bought out by Bleedo. Masaros has free reign up top with Chidori leaving that lane. Level 7 on the Weaver, has the urn ready if he just gets the connection and starts to melt some heroes. Diffusal not too far off as well. Like, all these movements from Neon down bot, while it does save them from losing heroes, it is a lot of space to give onto Masaros, who's ending up being like almost like a secondary carry here.
Radiant's middle
That he
tower
certainly will
is
be.
under
It's classic
attack.
Masteros off-lane gameplay, just, having that secondary position 1. They do take the top tier 1 tower. Kodo will rotate back into the mid lane to ensure that does remain defended, as Ken is going to get hit by a torrent, and no, the boat doesn't quite land. Ken unable, rather able to get the dissimilate off in time.
Did you think it was yours?
With that, I mean, Neon still doing a pretty damn good job, but the net worth certainly going the way of Bleed Esports right now, as all 3 cores of Bleed at the top of the net worth graph, and doesn't seem like it's going to slow down anytime soon either.
Now, it's going to take some time for Chidori to start to hit that point where he is a threat in front, so he's just going to have to sit back and farm. JG as well does manage to finally hit his level 6, is going for the Vlads. Again, just stacking up the auras to buff everyone up, but that means your blink is going to be delayed. You won't have that easy initiation to follow through on Ken. Ken's the only one that can playmake right now, but he has no connections with any other cores. You could try with the supports. You've got the burst on Bombi with the prox mines. It's just risky with how durable the side of Bleed is. Like, even making this move onto Mikado doesn't seem feasible with 1.4k HP with just the one bracer. More than enough to sit through most of that damage here.
They try again, but there was no Aether Remnant to lock him down, so Bombi's not going to land with the blast off, and DJ is around to help out anyway. Makoto, though, he is dropping very, very low and might just go down to Ken, and he is gone. Ken, able to secure 1. He wants another, though. He'll chase down DJ, but he doesn't have any Astral Step charges. He has to look the old-fashioned way with an Aether Remnant, but it will not land. Now Masaros rotating, going in onto the Void Spirit, though Ken's still trying to fight this one out. We'll go back on a DJ, hoping for another kill. We'll try, but won't have enough damage. Still will be able to TP away. I appreciate Ken really playing on the edge, and he does buy enough space for his team to take down the T1 mid tower. So even DJ is not out of the woods yet. Bombi almost finding a kill with the sticky bomb, but it wasn't quite enough. Still Neon, with that mid-tier 1 tower going down, I'd say they're going to be very happy.
Yeah, they would be. They open up space to start to invade a little bit more. They feel comfier just playing around. Your triangle access points are kind of cut off. They've got some good stacks built up here as well. That's for JG to clear out, try to hit this timing into the Vlads or the Blink. I'm a little bit surprised that the response from Bleed wasn't quite there. Like, there's no TP in Paulson. You can show up mid, try to just get some buffs up, get some debuffs to try to buy some space for Mikado. Masaros coming in is nice, but he doesn't quite have his items fully up. He does get the mails from out now, but not even having the earn charge as well means that his presence doesn't do much to dissuade the side of Neon. And Neon, well, we've seen this from them yesterday. They just take these opportunities every single time. They see action come out, Ken comes in, and then Castaway TP's on top. Everyone starts to connect to that area. Trying again.
You're trying with the DJ. Kodo's going to spot out Castaway though on the tree line. Still DJ is still being hunted. Boat will fly to help out. That's a big boat from Makoto. Landing on 2. They'll take down Castaway. They'll protect DJ. Ken, probably going to regret his choice to try and move in for that kill as he's going to go down. Even Jackie rotating to ensure they secure the kill. Now Bleed Esports, they can look to trade the mid-tier 1 tower. And it seems as though Neon cannot do too much about it. It's gone.
And that's where you see the durability of Bleed kick in. The boat, the Hand of God coming through for these tanky heroes. It's not enough for you to try to burst them down here on Neon. And Bleed, this was the kind of response we were looking for in that tier 1 defense. Comes out a little bit later. They do have their TPs ready this time. And it does work out. They even up map control, taking out that mid-tier 1. They already took top earlier with how often Masa was left alone. And bot cleared out as well. They can start to invade really nicely on Bleed. Start to try to spot out some of these stacks and take away the farm.
Seems like Castaway. I mean, it's worth his life. He does get the Wisdom Rune steal again. So 2 Wisdom Runes again going the way of Neon Esports. And maybe he could get a deny. It'll be even more worth it. He goes for the Sprout and the Torrent, but no. He is down. Makoto will be able to secure the kill. Still, I mean, you found all 4 Wisdom Runes so far in this game number 1, so I dare say it's pretty well worth it, him dying there.
Yeah, you don't mind. Again, you're cutting off the EXP timings for DJ. He is level 6, but even Castaway's level 8 right now. Bombi's level 9 off the back of all of the action and the Wisdom Runes going off, so you're more than happy with the trades. Ken just jumping onto Jackie, playing poke a little bit. Jackie starting to hit really hard with just the Javelin, Armlet, and the Orb Corrosion up. And this Lifestealer is going to be your main issue. The Lifestealer and the Kunkka are really just heroes that you don't have clear answers for in terms of burst. And you're not going to have any answers for a long time until you have stronger initiation outside of just Ken. We aren't going to be seeing that blink on JG anytime soon. Bleed with a wraparound up top here.
Yeah, sadly they're only going to find Bombi, so actually JG's going to TP in. Try and help out, but Bombi is as good as dead by the seams of it. He'll drop the arena. Bombi's good, trying to survive. Does get the blast off up in time, and Ken is going to rotate as well. Trying on Makoto. The Kunkka's dropping extremely low now and should go down, and does. That's a great trade for Neon. Masros coming back in, but he's gone. Oh, CDR with the Eclipse. Right on the edge. Takes down Masros, takes down DJ. Oh, what a terrible fight for Bleed. Even Jackie's been left behind. He'll try for the Rage TP away, and it seems like he's going to be fine. But a 3-for-1 trade. I thought the rotation from JG was terrible, but it all ends up working out.
It's the reads from Neon. They see this opportunity around the tier 2. Kind of very forced fight from Bleed. Just literally diving the tower with a creep wave, trying to find a kill onto a Techies, and cost them everything. Great recognition as well from CDR to just come in with the Eclipse. He does have the maxed out Lucent Beams, so a lot more damage coming out there, and Paulson just gets run down by the mines, as you would expect on the good old Chen.
It's kind of the nice thing about this Techies, right? Like, if you land the initial blast off, and you're really quick with your fingers on the proximity mines, you just guaranteed kill the support. Like, there's no way they can survive it. They can't get the mines in time.
And you also have a lot of protection for Bombi, as well to guarantee that he can get that initial volley off. Got the Pavis going for his Solar Crest coming up soon. Neon, off the back of all of these kills, have managed to equalize a little bit. 6-7, 2K lead still stands for Bleed. And most of the net worth equalizing on Neon is just on CDR, but Ken and JG are starting to get some work done. Vlad's up on JG, Blink coming up next. That initiation starts to become easier and easier for Neon. Ken, he's got his Echo Saber ready. A little bit more damage being pumped up by that Void Spirit. They're still hanging around that top area here on Bleed. And Ken is scouting around.
Ken is having a look around. Castaway going to TP in as well, but will not find anyone quite yet. They're having a look around for Massaros, who does show up now taking the Watcher. But Massaros, he's just going to be able to continuously Sakuchi away. Castaway's still chasing. He's eventually going to run right past him. Gets the dust off, and now Ken's going to jump in. Massaros in danger now. No, Jackie is going to show up to help out. Beltrana Ken. Can they get a stun off in time? No. DJ does not manage to get the hit off. I believe he was waiting for the Shadow Walk to kick in to actually go through with the hit. It just does not see the timing.
Rather unfortunate. Really deep dive. Well, not that deep of a dive from Neon, but good response out from Bleed. Does give them an opportunity now for the Roshan. With the damage they have on Jackie and the minus armor they can get with the Swarm onto Roche, it's not going to take too long. Heck, they don't even need a Swarm. Neon, no vision in the area. Should know something's up with that big clump up, but the response time is just not going to be quick enough. And with a secondary light, Bleed can now start to consider the bigger team fights. Consider pressuring onto the tier 2s. They can take point with Jackie if they wish. They will play it conservatively for now. Mikado just opting to repair his lane on mid. But Neon, look at this. They know Roche was just taken. Only one TP showed. Could try to make something happen, but Mikado just plays it safe. Still, I do appreciate this kind of plump up from Neon, right? Like, they're instantly responding to an area where they see a hero on the map. Their map isn't the most well lit up map, but they'll try for a smoke anyway.
They certainly will. Through to the west, or rather the east they go. They're going to find DJ on the Bounty Hunter, who does break the smoke. Double dust being used just in case they miss out, and DJ will go down. Not quite the kill they wanted, but they will have to take it. I think Bleed will be pretty happy seeing DJ die for that big smoke. Everybody else on the side of Bleed just happily farming away, and that's the way they like to play it. You know, Masros farming, Jackie farming, Makoto farming. Mind you, you do have CDR at the top of the net worth board on the Luna, which I suppose is to be expected. They are going to find Collison now. Collison tries to survive through it, but cannot. Bombi take another kill for himself on the Techies. CDR, he might be starting to get to a point where you start to get a little bit concerned if you are Bleed Esports.
Yeah, his output's definitely reaching up there. He's got the protection with the BKB up. The big tool for Bleed now is this Ags on Mikato. Really nice early Ags. A lot of teamfight control coming in with the Torn Storm if they find this opportunity. Still Neon, find Masaros.
Yeah, they certainly do. Masaros being chased down as well. Castaway still in a bit of danger in that mid lane. Will be able to back his way out. Bombi was rotating in case they needed to help him out anyway. Bleed, they are certainly very aggressive right now, having a look around, seeing if they can find themselves more targets. Up toward the top lane, they'll run right into Ken, but Ken already backing his way out. Should be just fine, though Makoto will get the X off. Ken does have to simulate, so oh, he barely avoids it. That was a little bit too close for comfort there for Ken. But he is alright.
Yeah, forces out at least one ultimate. Not the longest cooldown for Makoto to care about. Again, they've still got this clump up, ready for a little bit of a shove in with a siege creep. Not going to make the same mistake as last time for fully committing, but they do have the forward vision to watch this backline. Although the sentry should be spotting that ward. Ken should be able to take care of it now. But no one from Neon actually moving in just yet, waiting for that commitment. Tower is still set to fall. Lots of time in the Aegis for Jackie. And Neon just using what they can on the map while that's happening. They recognize the threat of the clump up with Aegis, and they did spot out the Ags of Mikato. So at this point, Torrent Storm shouldn't be a major surprise. Still a smoke angle here by JG and Bombi.
Masaros getting caught in the arena, but a nice juke on the spear will be just fine for now. Castaway will rotate it as well, but Masaros, he's actually a pretty tanky target. He'll go for the time walk. Meanwhile, DJ in danger. So is Jackie, dropping really low. He's out of range now. Jackie's gone. That is the first life. Can they get him a second time? EJ does drop. They want that life stealer though. Jackie just getting annihilated. CDR takes him out. Makoto's up next to the chopping block. Neon going for a bit more. Would love the Kunkka. They'll miss out on Masaros, but it won't matter if they can find Makoto. And they will. Makoto's gone. Oh boy, Bleed losing 3 heroes, 2 of which were cores. And Neon Esports, they lost nothing.
That is just a ridiculous fight for Neon to find an angle into. You know, right before that fight broke out, there were like 4 or 5 heroes clumped around that tier 2. All of a sudden, they split off one by one, and that's when Neon comes in with a smoke. Isolate Masaros first, then cut off Jackie. They 2-on-1 CDR, but he has that BKB. He doesn't care either. When he is being jumped, and he has that durability from the Moonglaves on the Shard. So just running up as a lifestealer isn't the easiest solution, or is it a safe solution for Jackie in a vacuum here? And Bleed, they just dropped that good position they had. They dropped their clumped up position, which could have been a lot better. Like if Makoto was closer to that fight and got Torrent Storm off earlier, maybe it wouldn't have ended up that way, but the response was just, again, a little bit delayed from Bleed here.
Yeah, pretty rough affair. Bottom lane, Ken get caught. Again, does have Dissimulate. Does have Astral Step charges, though Jackie is going to find him. He does get one hit off on Ken. Ken trying for the TP play out. Oh, he's not going to make it. The Gleipnir from Masaros making it just in the nick of time. Lead Esports finding a very important kill there on the Void Spirit. Maybe even finding another very, very soon, because Bombi has been caught out here by DJ. Jackie will rush up for an easy kill, though Bombi will blast off towards the tier 2 tower. It seems as though he is going to be fine. Meanwhile, mid JG also being caught, but he will go for the TP play away. Masaros.
What?
Wow.
Torrent Storm didn't
Wow,
connect.
it just doesn't hit him.
That's unbelievable. What's the statistical probability of that?
Oh, JG, go buy a lottery ticket, mate. I think it's your lucky day, sir.
I mean, you know, you play a game against a Kunkka Ag, you're like, oh god, every torrent's hitting. And that one, right in the middle, just doesn't connect. GG.
All skill by JG. He knew. All skill.
Yeah, he calculated the probabilities of being torrented right there. And he knew.
It's just the core diff, John. Just the core diff. You do.
That core diff right now for Bleed and Neon, not too high. Again, most of this gold is just on Chidori. Everyone else on Bleed is still getting decent farm, but key timings coming out now for Neon. Ags fully done on Ken. That AoE silence is going to cause havoc. Jackie has no form of self-dispel on hand. They don't have anything like a Lotus Orb on hand as well to try to help him out. So this jump in from Ken is going to be the big way of opening up these engagements now for the side of Neon. You just need to be able to find some angles. I think the one shortcoming for Neon, as we've seen pretty much in all of their games, not just this game, their games yesterday as well, their vision isn't as impressive this time around. Again, they don't have too many forward wards to fully spot out these flanks onto Bleed. So the smoke's not going to pan out to too much, but sometimes they just catch one off guard from Bleed, and turns out right. This time around, not going to be there.
We are going to have a quick pause as well. Looks like DJ needs a second. Makoto, in fact, is the one to disconnect here. Still a very close game. I mean, it's currently 71% chance of a win here against, or at least for Neon. We're going to see this again, are we? The Chen with his buddy. What is that?
No, I don't know. I don't want to know. It's an abomination. And then you have the troll priest right in front as well. The hill troll right there.
That's a priest, is it? I mean, that's a kind of priest that makes you go against religion, Jonathan. I feel like it's an interesting priest.
Is it a priest? I don't know. I just assume. Yeah, it's the hill troll berserker.
It's a berserker.
It's the berserker. Okay. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
But he hang around with a priest. I guess that's the kind of company the priest keeps, Mike.
Yeah,
a berserker.
Yeah, well, that's it. Sounds about right. So 7-12. Again, 1k net worth lead the way of Neon. They are about 71% chance win probability here against Bleed Esports, so it is their game to currently lose. The Bleed do not look weak by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's mostly the fact that CDR is just kind of farming out of control now. But once you get the butterfly up on the Luna, it does start to feel quite ugly for Jack. Because he's nowhere near having an MKB yet. He wants a BKB first, in fact.
He has to have a BKB. He needs that self-dispel up against the Ags of Ken. There's just no two ways about it. No one's close enough to buy out the Lotus Orb as well. So he needs to be able to sustain through. And just be able to run around, cast his spells, rage up afterwards as well. That prolonged spell immunity, or debuff immunity, could cause some issues here for Neon. Again, the drawn-out fight is where Bleed is strongest. They've got that boat buff. They've got a lot of sustain on the Lifestealer. They've got the Hand of God to play with. They can win out on longer fights, but I think the big issue is that CDR can last long as well. It's just these Moonglaive shards with some lifesteal. Like, this hero is so hard to kill, especially for melee cores like that Lifestealer. Honestly, almost feels like Masaros has to be able to somehow get his damage in too to compensate for how much these Moonglaives are going to be giving. Because last time Chidori got jumped, it was both DJ and Jackie on top. It's two heroes. You're giving him free lifesteal, free damage coming out with his Moonglaives active.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for Massa as well, because he's trying to just get the backlines. He's trying to find Castaway. He's trying to find Bombi with the Gleipnir out. Even Ken just trying to lock him down to the Void Spirit, but it's just... It really does start to feel as though you do need both these guys hitting CDR on the Luna to really give enough damage to finish off this Luna. But even then, I don't know if it's enough. Like, with the amount of lifesteal she's got, it is pretty challenging to imagine that you're going to have enough damage to actually burst her down with the rest of the team behind her. But we shall see. It's about 26 minutes into the game. Seems as though Bleed Esports are going to be looking for the next Roshan attempt. Neon Esports, on the other hand, more than happy to just keep the farm game going. They are not in any kind of rush to try for Roshan.
They can just kind of hold on here. Good read on the ward being dropped down on their jungle area. Should be able to get a D ward down the line with the pings coming out there. Bull Butterfly that we were talking about is up and running on CDR. So his damage output is just insane right now. I love this. He's just going for full on. Just the basic right click Luna with emphasis on the Lucent Beam, so it could lead into the Conda build still. And Conda just gives way too much. You know, free crit on the same slot with the nice amp on your single target spell. Luna has a really good spammable 4-second spell and Lucent Beam. And again, you don't have to worry about morphling this game, so Conda build up would feel pretty nice here.
Gonna find DJ. Nice pick up there from Ken. Vision around that area to ensure they do see the bounty, and Ken just very well aware that DJ was hanging about that position. Well, CDR in the meantime, he'll just take the top tier 2 tower. There's just not much in the way of stopping him. Bleed Esports not interested whatsoever in trying to stop this. Neon, they'll just continue casually taking over this Radiant Triangle as Bleed. trying to find a way to fight back as JG does get caught for a second but just drops the arena and walks away. They can't do much about it. Just a nice defensive arena and that's it.
It's not the longest spell to commit here on Neon, considering that they're not really looking for these bigger fights anyway. Just trying to build that farm up. Bleed, I think with this kind of lineup, does feel like you haven't gotten enough from your bounty hunter, and I think this is one thing when you are playing bounty. It's that you really need to snowball off these track kills. They found a couple. It's just not enough to really get ahead for sure. DJ
kind of baiting in for the Wisdom Rune. CDR though going to go for the Eclipse onto Masaros. Masaros forced to back away as Jackie now trying to go onto the Luna, but she's fine.
The X? The
X is there, but it's not going to be enough. This Bombi does go down, so they do find something for that huge rotation, but as for CDR, he is okay.
He does manage to bail out a little, like only a second before the X was going to expire, like maybe a second, half a second. That's the one risky thing now with TP outs and BKBs in the middle, because it doesn't make you untargetable from magic spells. With the debuff lingering, it is pretty scary in some situations like that. They don't lose as much as they'd expect on Neon. Bleed trying to capitalize with the smoke into this Roshan here.
They really started though. They're going to kind of wait for Neon to start this Roshan, I feel. He's going to lock down Ken. Ken's pretty fine here. He's just happy to kind of dance around the side of Bleed Esports. They will commit the actual step charge now. Catching Masaros with an Aether Remnant. The Massa wants to keep going. CDR now. He does get caught by a boat. This could be a big one. The Luna is gone. Oh, Bleed. They actually find CDR. He was not able to get any hits in. And now Castaway's been caught out as well. Castaway trying for the TP play out, but will not make it. Jackie will take him down. CDR, he was just perma-stunned. They couldn't do anything about it.
It goes back to that BKB TP play. I'm surprised he opted to join his team in that precise moment. Up front as well, very far forward on that Luna. Right beside Ken. He gets punished for not having that spell immunity. Second Roche going the way of Bleed. Nice big take for them once more to take control of this game. And with that, they can start to threaten these other outer towers. Instant TPs away, repairing the lanes where they can. But these tier 2s are not safe in this window. Even the Cheese being up in Masa makes him an even tougher target to pin down. Already have to worry about the time lapse. With the Cheese on hand, not an easy target. Neon, they have to coordinate a little bit better. Again, that was a good read on that opportunity. They got a good read that Roche was going to happen, but they need to be a little bit more patient, wait for the BKB. They rush in with Ken, and sure, he cops quite a few of the initial spells, but when Ken jumped back, he jumped right into CDR. Again, without the BKB, this Luna still a little bit of a sitting duck, despite that Moonglave's active.
Absolutely, CDR just definitely needs the BKB to be able to play very aggressively as Ken. Jumping in on Masaros. He is X'd up. Will get hit by a torrent. Ken still has an astral step charge. Should be okay. And Jackie's going to show up now. Ken still playing on edge. Meanwhile, towards the south, Castaway has been caught here by DJ and Paulison. He's still trying to go for a run himself. Meanwhile, Ken jumps back in, but Ken, he's dropping very low. He'll be able to dissimulate away for now, though. Meanwhile, CDR also caught out. Still has the BKB available. He'll drop the Eclipse on Jackie. Jackie, though, happy to just kind of tank through it for now, but not for long. Jackie, he's gone. That's the Aegis down. Makoto, in the meantime, he will drop to boot. And it's Jackie against the world now, but he's just got not enough. He'll go for the run for the Infest play, but it is not going to be it. Neon Esports able to punish in a very prolonged team fight. And Bleed, it feels as though if they can't get the jump on this Luna, it's not worth the fight.
That's off the back of JG finding that arena to split off that fight. JG and Castaway dragging that attention away from that secret shop area, splitting up the fight quite nicely and forcing the Hand of God a lot earlier than you'd want here on Bleed, so the sustain doesn't come in for the big cores that need it. They're trying to heal more so DJ and whoever else was caught in that arena, which wasn't the ideal circumstance. With that win over the Aegis, I mean, high ground with Luna. And we've seen this all day yesterday. It doesn't take too long to melt these objectives now.
Oh, it absolutely does not. That tier 3 tower, it is going down. Neon Esports really proving that they might just be a powerhouse here in this new year of Dota 2. Without the DP Siege on, there's nothing holding them back apparently. And this is what they wanted. They want the close qualifiers.
Radiant's middle barracks
That,
has fallen.
I mean, that's where we used to see Neon shine.
Oh,
See,
JG!
JG.
What an arena! He found a double spear out of that!
Oh
Oh,
my God.
JG! What a stun out! They only take down Makoto, but with that, they can go for another Rax.
Nothing holding them back. It's the threat of Torn Storm, the boat durability gone. Nothing to worry about. Open access here for CDR. He has his BKB off cooldown as well, and he has a Daedalus flying in. Jackie.
Gonna jump in, Ken. Ken's a big target, Jackie. He's trying desperately to protect that tier 3 tower. Keep in mind, BKB's up on CDR, so it's very hard to deal with the Luna, which he's got that available. As they jump in again, Jackie force the BKB up. Not feeling safe. Eclipse will be dropped. They'll go after DJ instead. Jackie's still manning up, trying to deal with JG, but JG's perfectly fine. He can just walk away. Jackie, I think he's gone too far. He might just be gone, and he is. He is down, but he might buy back. He does have it available. They are 2 Raxes down. Neon, in the meantime, looking to retreat. CDR. Are they going to really leave him behind? I don't know about this. CDR dropping quite low.
Radiant's
Massaros
middle
on the
tower
chase.
is under attack.
They seem like they may not have enough as buyback is going to be out JG. Just in case they need it. Does TP back towards his team. They're even going to find a damage amp rune here for CDR now. And only 1 Rax is left standing. All Bleed Esports and Neon. Yes, they have to deal with the tier 2 bottom tower. But once they've dealt with that, the Rax is open for them.
And you really have to appreciate that aggression on Neon. Every single time you give a small opening, they will jump on it. JG, proving time and time again
this guy's so
what a
good.
beast he is in the offlane. Like, it's his
He's
Mars
so
today, it was his Magnus yesterday. Just insane. Insane player. And it's funny, you know, when you think about that classic Neon you were mentioning with Yopaj Scam, it also had Play Hard Zhao, and guess what? JG was in that roster as well, all the way back.
He certainly was. Yeah, this is what I've always appreciated about Neon Esports. They get a roster, they trust the players will get better, and they stick with it. Even if it means a couple years of just being non-existent in the city, right? And you're starting to see that slowly pay off now with this roster of theirs and the players they have tried to kind of scale up over time. And I'll tell you what, John, these players look fantastic, but the shining kind of light here for Neon Esports, if they were to win close qualifiers today, has to be JG. I mean, this guy, he's just been popping off every game we see.
And he has. It's just been that stable foundation, stable rock. Him and Ken, I want to say, and Bombi. It's like this trio. But JG definitely has had so many moments in these matches. They're going to be able to find this tier 2 bleed. And they lost that fight with Aegis earlier on. They're going to be stuck on a high ground defense. The one shining light is high ground defense with Torrent Storm and Ghost Ship, and proper usage is devastating. So they just have to find that angle here. But Neon aren't relenting.
Well, they are certainly not. You get a tidal wave drag back on Ken. Ken's a tanky boy. Jackie's going to be so careful. They just drop the Eclipse immediately onto the Lifestealer. CDR, he just wants the Rax. He does not care for the team fight nor the kills. He'll find at least 1 barracks and he finds a second. Now the arena down. JG, he found Polison already. Meanwhile, Jackie's gone. Jackie is down another time. No buyback available. It is time to call it, I think. So they will continue trying to defend. They do find Bombi, but the tier 4 towers. The tier 4 towers just melt to the damage of CDR. Torrent Storm out. They'll try to lag this out a little bit more. But Neon, they are just relentless onto this Ancient. They are not stopping. Makoto's been jumped. Ken will take him out. And that's it. GG well played his call. Neon Esports. Another Game 1 victory here in the upper bracket of the ESL 1 Birmingham qualifiers for SCA. John, it can't be my fault. These guys they're meant to be the underdogs, John. And I'll tell you what, in my defense, I looked up the odds just before the game started. They were 3-1 odds against Neon Esports. 3-1, Jonathan. Right? And they make it look like, what the hell happened? The DPC, they were holding Neon back the whole time.
Yeah, and you know, they've had a couple of changes in the backline as well, I believe. I'm not entirely sure if it's worth mentioning on the stream, but I do believe that a lot of control is now on Castaway, so he's able to guide the team as he sees fit.
He's doing a good job.
Again, the improvements is really showing. He really is. And Castaway, I know a lot of people aren't fully familiar, but he is a veteran. He's been there since 2018. You know, you and I watched him on Entity in like ESL India, which was a long time ago, a different life almost. But Neon again showing how strong they are. An open qualifier team. Mind you, I told you Bleed's also an open qualifier team. And Neon, even though they had to go through OQs too, I feel like for a team like this, it just gives them a lot of room to improve, a lot of room to read into what went wrong and adjust. And they're adjusting so damn well. Bleed, not the kind of team to falter after a Game 1 loss though. Should lead to a very interesting Game 2 here.
We shall see, John. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Bleed Esports and Neon Esports. See you then.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who was the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'ma keep. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Look, I don't really see God as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
This my game won't stop. No, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's demolish shop. Froze, set the scene, no plot. Hoes, whoa, please don't play me. Cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' phase me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we come in, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in, never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock, I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to our game 2 here between Bleed Esports and, of course, Neon Esports, and it's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, a bit of a surprising result, at least for me and you. So Bleed Esports do end up dropping Game 1 here up against Neon Esports. Game 2, John, what do you think they need to change up to try and give themselves a chance at Game 3 here for Bleed?
It felt like the impact of DJ's Bounty Hunter wasn't really felt. I think the laning was also not the best coming out there. I think you had enough distance on Neon to just play back and harass back. Castaway was doing a fantastic job of just constantly sprouting, trading blows with a bounty, with a range advantage he had. So I think that's the one aspect from Bleed directly on the draft that should be changed out, like this bounty hunter.
10
DJ needs something a little bit more active. They couldn't snowball off the bounty hunter's tracks either. Beyond that, I think everything else for Bleed was actually pretty well oiled. Like, it's a really good
10
draft. Like,
seconds
Masaros was
remaining.
having some good impact. Maybe not enough activity coming out from him as well. It did feel
5
like
seconds
all the
remaining.
team fights were basically down to how well could Mikado land this X boat into the Torrent and Torrent Storm follow-up. Beyond that, the control
Radiant
did feel
team
lacking.
pick.
So a little bit more control
Enchantress.
should help the cause. See Bleed start off with the Enchantress pick up themselves. And bolsters their side lanes, gives them a good amount of sustain, maybe even a little bit of push. And this is a hero that we've seen Paulson play quite a fair bit of, although DJ has picked up this Inch a couple times as well. And
10
a DJ
seconds
Inch
remaining.
on Dara's side, it's a little bit harder to do what he loves to do on Radiant, which is
seconds
like
remaining.
block camps with his creeps, but still something that he could consider if he wanted to go that route. It's just maybe not as easy this time around. Still, again, this is stronger laning presence coming out, which does help the cause, and
Dire team
I
ban.
want to see just more to follow through with that. Hoodwink does come out for Neon. The hero that was ignored last game gets picked up again this time. Not going to be surprised if we see more of that Hoodwink throughout the day, but we've seen Neon use this one quite well, especially with Bombi. So I don't mind this at all. Gives you a nice break as well on
10
top of that to
seconds remaining.
maybe help burst down this Ench if it does become an issue.
Oh, it absolutely does, and I
5
think
seconds
Bombi is one of the
remaining.
better Hoodwink players that I've seen so far throughout these close qualifiers, so happy to see the man picking this hero up once again. Just fits his nature, you know, he likes those annoying pos fours. He's kind of like me, John, you know, we take pleasure in just ruining somebody else's game, and I can respect that he wants to Hoodwink this game around to try and
Dire team
ruin
ban.
Jackie's game again here in this game number 2. Neon Esports are again one game away from proceeding through the upper bracket to the upper bracket final, which again is to me is kind of crazy considering
Radiant
I would have
team
never guessed
ban.
this team would have gotten this far already. But here we are, props to them. Final ban to go, by the way, before the drafts can continue. I suppose this is the one kind of good thing about not having a DPC, right? Is you're going to see a lot of different teams popping up.
Yeah, it does happen. I will say
10
Neon did make it
seconds
to upper
remaining.
bracket finals last time as well, but in that case they were knocked
5
down by
seconds
Aurora.
remaining.
So
Sure.
without Aurora to block them off, I don't know if there's anything that can stop them, considering, again, they've already done this kind of run for Dream League qualifiers. Let's see if they can continue that momentum. So far, have been keeping up quite nicely. A little bit surprised they banned that NP themselves, but they prioritized that Magnus of JG. You know, we've been raving on about JG in the last game. He played Mars. Yesterday, he played so much Magnus, and every single time it just looked amazing. Love this Magnus pickup for Neon. It does feel like no matter what matchup you
10
get on the
seconds
Magnus,
remaining.
you're usually not gonna lose out. Like in
5 seconds
meta
remaining.
range carries are what? Luna, and that's basically it. Like maybe a Lina from a few odd teams, but Luna's very manageable for Magnus. You can just go for Empower build. You'll still cleave onto the Luna, getting free harass. You've got the Magnus Hoodwink lane once more, so the skewer backs are a big possibility for JG in the early game. And again, the team fight, the kidnap potential, JG's proven time and time again why Magnus should be banned out, but I don't think we've seen Magnus banned out at all, outside of like Aurora banning it out after their first series yesterday. They started banning it.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus has not been banned that often, which, you know, to be fair, you can't really blame them, right? Like, because Mag's not exactly the be-all, end-all of the patch, but it has felt very potent in the right hands. And like you said, JG has been fantastic on this hero from what we've seen so far. So I do get kind of worried for Bleed here, seeing that hero popping up again for Neon Esports. I'll see how Bleed do try and deal with this hero, as they're going to go for the Centaur pick early on for Masaros by the looks of it, so not allowing Neon to ban that one out. They'll also go ahead and pick up the Shadow Demon for DJ. So you've got some great setup now with the SD Centaur War Runner combination, which is a bit of a classic, right? Like having that disruption into the hoof stop, it goes way back. And it's something you can't really mess up.
10 seconds remaining.
Certainly not. You also have a pretty nice save down the line if someone does
5
get targeted
seconds
out
remaining.
by this Magnus, by JG. You have some way of preventing that callback and that instant kill from coming true. I like the stacking potential now for Bleed as well. DJ is going to be able to juggle in and out of the dire triangle and start to build up some resources for them to start to clear out here. Really great.
Oh, Neon Esports third pick for themselves here. have a bit of a think about it, see what kind of support they want to pick up as a secondary. We saw the Winter Wyvern being banned again, but this time Bleed Esports were the ones to ban it out. Fair enough, not wanting to hand that over. Neon Esports. They'll continue using the reserve time. Of course, I believe John has somewhat disconnected for a little bit. He'll be back in just a moment. So Neon. Really dragging out the reserve time for this third pick. I do still believe we are looking for a position 5 for Castaway. They do go for the Chen route. So it's one of those things. You choose Chen into Enchantress. It can be a little bit risky because it can be very annoying for the Chen to have to deal with this hero. Which is probably why Neon Esports were thinking about it so long. And they'll also go down the Alchemist route, which we saw a lot of yesterday. So they are playing this very mid-game orientated style of draft here on Neon. They want to hit their power spikes around the 15-20 minute mark and just kind of rush you. The thing is, we saw multiple Alchemists yesterday and they all looked terrible. None of them looked even close to winning the game as far as I remember. And I'm not sure how different Neon's going to be, I'll be honest with you guys. Alchemist has not looked very good, at least from yesterday. Lead Esports, they'll go right into the puck. So they're going to go ahead and pick up the Makoto hero here in the puck, and of course Makoto, it is one of his very famous kind of signature heroes. Very, very good at dragging out the game as well if they do tend to fall behind. I believe Makoto was doing a lot of on Talon last year.
10 seconds remaining.
They're going to leave Jackie's hero to last, which is fair enough. Jackie will have kind of
5
priority as to
seconds
what he wants to
remaining.
play against the Alchemist. But it's a matter of what you want to play now. Like, do you want to go back for perhaps the Lifestealer again? Just having that against the Alch does seem kind of nice. But it does get banned out by Neon Esports, so never mind that. Your heroes like Terrorblade have not been as popular as of late, so I highly doubt we'll see that coming out. PA has not felt popular either.
10 seconds remaining.
The Neon Esports final ban out to come.
Dire team ban.
They'll go for the Troll Warlord ban as well, so just ensuring all the better counters towards the Alchemist have been removed. Well, one more ban to come from Bleed. Still focused on the mid ban outs here for
10
Ken.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's a matter of whether Bleed are going to try and match the timing of Neon or whether they're going to try and play for the later stage of the game. You still have options like the Spectre, you have Slark, you have Dusa if you really wanted to. You have heroes like the Void available as well. God forbid we see an Arc Warden coming out, but luckily that was already banned by Neon Esports.
Dire team pick.
Bleed, they do get rid of the TA, so really ensuring there's not another snowbally hero from the mid lane coming in here for Neon Esports. And Bleed, now comes the question of what do you want to give Jackie against this Arc? He's also obviously got to think about the laning stage against this Magnus, and JG again has been absolutely fantastic
10
on this mag as of late.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, you could also look towards an Ursa. I don't think Ursa would be too bad here for Jackie either. Kind of hits the timing very nicely against the Arc through the mid-game to boot.
Faceless Void.
They're going to go for the Void. Fair enough, so they're going to play for the later stages of the game. They'll try to tank through the mid-game that Neon Esports will be looking to dominate. And Neon, on the other hand, one more mid pickup for Ken.
10 seconds remaining.
Obviously, he
5
knows he's going to be up
seconds
against
remaining.
Makoto's Puck, which is certainly not going to be the easiest of heroes to have to fight against. You do still have options like the Kunkka, if Ken wanted to take it for himself. I don't think Kunkka would be too bad here. He could go back for the Void Spirit as well, though I don't necessarily recommend it up against the Puck. I still just think you want something that can move in fast. Neon, they are going to go back for the Void Spirit. So, I mean, Ken did have a fantastic game last game around. Maybe just feeling confident he can kind of have a repeat performance here on this Void. You know what? Why the hell not? If it's not broken, you don't fix it. I think Neon Esports, the draft looks good. It's just a matter of whether they can execute here for this game number 2. Of course, Bleed, again, they are playing for the later stages of the game. At some point, the Alchemist is not going to feel like a great carry if the game does drag out long enough. And we shall see if Bleed can drag that game out long enough where the Arc is just going to feel pretty lackluster, or whether they can hit that mid-power spike and just move in for the high ground. We will be getting into game number 2. Of course, Neon Esports now 1 game away from getting through to the upper bracket final. Bleed Esports definitely fighting for their lives here in the upper bracket. You'd rather not go down to the lower bracket and have to fight through that if you can avoid it. Would not be very fun at all. We should head into game number 2 very, very soon. See how it all does pan out. I think laning stage is going to be extremely important for Bleed going to this game too. Because if you lose the lanes against a draft like Neon's, this game could be over in 25 minutes. It could be really damn bad. We'll get into it. Game number 2 is now officially underway. Here we go. We'll see if Bleed Esports can force us to a game 3 or not. Neon, again, looking for a very strong 2-0 victory if they can get it. Laning stage is going to be so important for them. Bad news, by the way. It seems like there's a power outage for John, so he might be gone for a couple hours. So you might have to kind of just listen to me for the next game at the least. So we are going to have a quick pause coming out here from Castaway. Always a Discord issue, apparently. Nobody knows how to use Discord anymore. See if we get a level 1 team fight as well. Like, plenty of lines being drawn out here from Bleed to kind of loop around through the Radiant jungle and try to go for an early team fight. They do have some decent level 1 team fight abilities here on their side of things with their own draft. We'll just wait out this pause from Neon Esports before we can get going again. Neon is obviously smoked up, trying to get some wards down. I mean, there's not really too much to talk about. These teams haven't really done too much yet. We're still just getting into game number 2. The go-ahead is there from Castaway, so Discord issues have been resolved. We'll get the game underway now. There is a bit of a group up here from Bleed, but I highly doubt they'll make the move in to try... Here we go again. CDR now needs a pause. There's no way these Discord issues can keep happening. Like, we're in 2024. There's no way that these players don't know how to use Discord. Well, Polison, I think, is saying something inappropriate. I'm not 100% sure. But I appreciate the fix your problem. Oh, I don't know what Polison's saying, but it doesn't look very appropriate. Perhaps we'll ask later on. It's nice to see both Polison and Castaway just kind of going at it here with each other. Nice little bit of banter here for this game number 2. The classic fix your problem is the call as Bleed Esports now. They do indeed smoke up. They are wrapping through that Radiant jungle, so perhaps still looking for that level 1 team fight.
30 seconds to battle.
CDR and Castaway, they are both going to show up. DJ, though, having his smoke broken, will still run into CDR. They are not prepared. It's a quick disruption out, but it was a bit preemptive as now. They do catch out DJ, and it seems as though DJ is going to be left behind. First Blood is going to go the way of Castaway, so at the very least, you don't hand it over to CDR. But it's still a great start for the Chen. Even as a POS 5, you'll be very happy with that kind of start, as Ken, chasing for a little bit more, is not really going to be able to find anyone else.
Oh, thank God.
So Bleed, they still end up getting themselves 3 bounty runes here, which is definitely great news for them. But First Blood going the way of the Chen is just going to mean he has even more sustain for the laning stage, which makes it even harder to actually deal with this bottom lane. But for now, of course, we'll start with the middle lane here against Makoto and Ken. Makoto, the signature puck against Ken on what appears to be his signature void based off his last performance. I mean, Makoto should obviously have some harass advantage, but Ken will have the CS advantage. As long as he can kind of sustain through the initial harassment coming in from Makoto. See if he can do so. Of course, he should have a quick bottle up anyway, so should be just fine. I don't really... In fact, I do kind of expect support rotations to come out, because you do have an Ench and a Chen. I think both mid laners will probably have to be somewhat careful about those rotations. Speaking of the devil, bottom lane, Castaway. It's going to be up, or rather, with CDR against DJ and Masaros. Speaking about this earlier during the drafting stage, but there is a lot of kill potential here from DJ and Massa. See, with the disruption set up into the hoof stop, you can get a guaranteed stun on practically anyone down to this bottom lane. We'll see when they get going. I mean, you probably want at least a few points in double edge before you really go for those kill attempts. And of course, top lane, speaking of kill potential, Pollison's in trouble now. Pollison goes down. JG and Bombi able to secure a pretty nice kill for themselves. JG already picking up his first kill of the game. And this is the guy I don't think you really want to be giving kills over to. This guy's mag is already extremely potent as it is. He tends not to lose the lane very often either on this Magnus. And then you hand over a kill like that onto the Ench, and that's going to mean that JD's life is even easier for this game too. So already a fantastic start for Neon coming into this game too. Bombi being harassed for a bit. He'll be okay though. It seems as though Pollison not really able to get as much harass as he would like. Kind of the thing as well, like as an Ench player, you never really want to lose the laning stage as an Enchantress, because you really should just be winning based off your skill set. Trying his best to harass Bombi away from this laning stage, but Bombi just finding value anyway. Even gets the Void's Courier. The Jackie's going to lose that Rage Band he wanted. And this is kind of what I was talking about during the drafting phase. Like, Bombi is just one of those position 4 players that is just ultra annoying to have to deal with, and he always picks these position 4s that nobody likes playing against, such as the techies or the hoodwinks. So it's one of those things you always got to keep an eye out for this guy, just as to what he's doing on the map, because he's always doing something a little bit cheeky. Looking back into the mid lane, Ken and Makoto. Ken still having a pretty damn good time, 15-4. Again, he does have the advantage when it comes to the CS. Makoto hasn't really done the best job in terms of harassing the Void Spirit, so Ken is still getting away with quite a lot by the looks of it, not really threatened whatsoever. Bottom lane, I mean, DJ Massa still having a relatively good time, but unable to slow down CDR that much. I think Masaros is still waiting for the level 3 mark to try and really go for the hoof stomp attempts here with DJ. Just wanting that maybe that level 2 double edge to get going. Perhaps even the level 2 hoof stomp might do. But now though, it seems as though they're more than happy just allowing the Centaur to farm, which is absolutely fair. It just seems as though that's the way you play position 3 these days. Masaros is going to find himself at the top of the CS board for now. CDR throw out a stun onto DJ. DJ being slowed up here by Castaway to boot, and Castaway again going to take the kill. I believe it was his creep, the ghost, that ends up hitting him for that last hit. But Castaway going to be very, very happy with the start he's had on the Chen. Even forcing Masaros to go for the level 1 retaliate is fair enough against the Chen, but it's not going to feel too good in terms of this combination for the offlane that you do have. Again, Neon Esports 3-0 currently in terms of kill score, so feeling extremely good for the start of this game too. Or even JG now top of the CS board on the Magnus, not really struggling whatsoever up against Jackie's Void. It's kind of the thing with Void as well. We have been seeing this hero pop up a lot, but it does need quite a bit of farm to actually feel like it can do some form of damage. Croto's nice to have at all stages of the game, but the damage output of the Void is just not going to be there for the first 20-25 minutes. You will need someone to back him up. JG, I mean, they're trying their absolute best to slow down the mag. It's just JG's not threatened whatsoever. He's already got double Wraith Band, so the armor is just plentiful. Stats are plentiful here for the mag, and Got to be a bit of a bad feeling here for Paulison because he does end up losing out the lane as the Eng. But it's just sometimes it's not much you can do about it. I mean, even Jackie now having to suffer a little bit when it comes to the CS department against this Magnus. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Disruption is going to ensure that CDR is unable to get a stun off onto DJ or Masaros. They'll still manage to get it off onto the illusions at the least, so it doesn't take too much damage. As now Polison's rotated. Paulison seeing no value in sticking around at the top lane, does rotate bottom through the Twin Gate. You do have a 5-minute siege creep timing here for Paulison, so he's trying to get as much as he can out of this 5-minute siege creep. With the full creep wave behind him, he might get away with this tower. If this keeps up, it'll be a pretty big loss for Neon Esports as Makoto, speaking of big losses, does go down to the mid lane to Ken. Now Ken, he just rotates into the bottom lane. I mean, sure, you lost a lot of damage or a lot of HP onto that tier 1 bottom tower, but it does still remain alive. So CDR will still be able to get at least a few more minutes of value out of that tower, and that's going to be more than enough, I think, for him. Had they gotten the bottom tier 1, it would have put CDR in a very awkward position, but with the tier 1 still standing, he's going to be perfectly fine with that. Poor old Paulson just looks lost as to what to do here. Like, he just rotates up top, gets scanned out, can't help Jackie anyway. Very, very rough kind of situation here for the side of Bleed, at least for the laning stage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
See, we did not get to see how Makoto died earlier, but I believe there was a rotation from Castaway to help him out, or it could have been even Bombi. Ken finding those pickoffs onto Makoto 2 games in a row is going to feel very, very good. Well, Paulison will get some deep wards down in that Radiant Triangle, just trying to scout out any stacks that are being made for the mag. Bobby has certainly been around that area stacking up those camps.
My friend rewarded.
He's coming out on Bombi. Bombi is going to be just fine. It feels like Neon are getting away with pretty much whatever they want. The Castaway's just freely farming the jungle. CDR's been left bottom alone, but he's perfectly safe. Mid lane, they could make the jump in on Makoto as Castaway has rotated. This is for the 8-minute power rune timing. Makoto, he's going to get lucky with the top power rune spawning up, and he does get a nice regen rune for himself. Ken. And they could try to jump the void, but he looks like he's a bit of a tanky target to deal with right now. Ken's looking around for some support here. He'll get a nice Aether Remnant. They'll find Paulison. Paulison, he'll have the Stampede to help him get away. That's going to be about it here for Bleed. They do not want the fight. Makoto is still being chased down by Ken, but there is no Aether Remnant to lock him down, so Makoto will be just fine. Masaros from the bottom lane will ensure that everyone remains alive for Bleed Esports. So that is kind of the story of the game so far, just Bleed not wanting to play any kind of aggressive game up against Neon, as they are going to find Paulison now top lane. Paulison skewered back into the tier 1 tower. Is okay for now, but the RP. Oh, JG just not messing about at all. That RP was super unnecessary, but I think JG was just sending a message. Just making sure that they secure the kill. And kind of just telling Bleed Esports, listen, I don't need this RP. You can have... What a message it was. Bleed Esports still yet to pick up a kill here in this game number 2. Very, very rough kind of game for them thus far. The one saving grace is the fact that Masaros is farming decently well here in the Centaur, but that's really about it. EJ, body blocks out from Castaway, a nice hurricane back. Castaway showing his prowess here on these micro heroes, and Ken's going to jump in for an easy pickup on a DJ by the seams of it. It's Ken picking up his 2nd kill of the game now. My goodness, Castaway in this channel has been just fantastic, setting up more and more kills as the game does continue and finding absolute value. They even look to perhaps rotate mid, secure a 10-minute power rune, and maybe go for that tier 1 mid tower. Makoto is able to outclick Ken. Let's get a nice damage amp rune for himself on the puck. There's going to be a bit of a group up down at bottom lane. 4 heroes, in fact, from Bleed Esports around this bottom area.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I
attack.
see Castaway's creeps, but Castaway will be okay to back everything off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Bleed Esports desperately want to just try and take that tier 1 bottom tower, but it's... I believe CDR's already gotten the value he wanted. He won't mind losing that tower anymore. In fact, Neon, they're going to start pressuring the mid tier 1 tower while all this is happening. They've got that 10-minute siege creep timing going, so Bleed Esports need to find a way to defend this, and they are going to TP more and more heroes in. Ken, threatening with the astral steps, but ultimately won't really find too much. Half the HP of the mid tier 1 tower is going to be lost here for Bleed. They will not protect the siege creep, though. Even with Castaway around with 3 creeps, it doesn't seem as though they're going to try for it. Instead, they'll head up top, see if they can pressure Jackie out of that top lane. It's good timing as well, because JG just picked up the Echo Saber, so you've got plenty of damage available, plus the RP available against the Void if they need it. Instead, though, Castaway.
Gotcha.
May spot out Polison in a moment. Bobby's going to see him as well. Polison will get hit by the bushwhack, and well, the sharpshooter's going to ensure that JG is able to find a very easy kill on the mag. And I hate to keep saying this, but there is still yet to be a kill for Bleed. It's 7-0 right now in the favor of Neon Esports. And this should be a very easy top tier 1 tower to take here for Castaway and the gang. Nothing that can really be done to slow this down if they don't TP the numbers in. Instead, Makoto's going to try and push in the mid tier 1 tower. Try to get that trade going for himself with the damage and proof that he does have. The TP is going to be incoming from Ken to ensure they do not lose the mid tier 1. And they'll still get the top tier 1 tower anyway. With the Chen creeps available from Castaway, it just takes no time. They don't need the heroes to be there. Yeah, Castaway can basically do it himself, assuming he's allowed to hit the tower. But things are just getting worse and worse for Bleed. There's just no farm coming in really from their end of things. Keep in mind, like with the start that Neon have had, this is an Alchemist draft with a Chen. They could take off so quickly. In roughly 10 minutes, things could escalate out of control for Bleed Esports if they don't get this game under control. Seems like for now, Bleed just kind of stuck playing the catch-up game. They don't really have too much of a choice in the matter. And slowing down CDR is no longer an option. He's going to have that Radiance up very soon. It's on the courier as we speak. We'll have it up in about 10 seconds. And his farm will just escalate out of control now. There it is. Radiance is up. Stampede is popped. They're going to try and go after Bombi. Bombi actually going to mess around here with the sharpshooter, but will still end up going down. Just gets his spells out before he does die. It's not really the big kill you've wanted here. Bombi won't mind dying too much. Gives a bit of information over as to where Bleed were as well. Castaway. We spotted out by Jackie, but Jackie does not seem very confident. There are a lot of creeps here from Castaway. He's got the shard golems available, so a lot of stuns and a lot of damage to be thrown out if he so wishes. But he will not yet. He'll hold out. He needs an extra body to come in. Ken is on his way. If you get the initial stuns off on Jackie, you can blow him up. Jackie will back off. Instead, Polison is looking to tank the gank here for his carry. Polison indeed will go down. Masaros, though, will show up. Ken in danger. Jackie holding onto the Chrono for now. The Dream Coil, it's off the mark. Jackie's still holding onto the Chrono. Ken, though, he looks to turn around now. Is Jackie and the gang. They are looking to back their way out. In comes JG. Masaros, he'll stun up the Magnus, but it looks like Massa in huge trouble and will be left behind to die. This Castaway will completely block him up. A third kill here for the Chen. Bleed, I mean, they just don't have gameplay. I mean, the Chrono, I guess, could have been committed. The problem is Jackie knows they don't have the damage. Like, Makoto wouldn't have had it, Jackie wouldn't have had it, and nobody else can really offer the damage apart from him and the puck. Maybe later on you could kind of trust that Polison will be able to throw a few impetus in there, but for now he hasn't even got it skilled up. The mid-tier 1 tower now going to be completely under siege here from Neon Esports. Again, if you're Bleed, you You have to avoid the fights right now. You have to avoid any kind of initiations.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just defend your towers and hope that you can catch up and keep up with CDR. Speaking of the Devil, CDR currently 3k ahead of the Void. In a prime position, now does have the blink up, so can initiate for his team. Speaking of his team, they are still pushing in that mid-tier 1 tower. They'll take care of it. No problems here for Neon. Another nice spike coming out as well, because Castaway does have the full mech completed. So even more challenging to deal with a big team fight here from Neon Esports. The Hand of God plus the mech is going to basically make it impossible for anyone to die in the chrono. Assuming Castaway does not get caught out, he will be perfectly fine. He just keep all his allies healed up. What are you really farming right now? Like, Jackie's trying to go for a Mjolnir, which is pretty standard for the Void. That's still going to be a while away, though. CDR, in the meantime, has not queued anything up. In fact, never mind, he'll queue up the BKB now. Neon Esports, 3-man smoke up. Heading through the bottom lane. Massa.
Dire are
Very
scanning.
careful here on the Centaur, but he will back off at the right moment. Just needs the recipe now to have the Shiver's Guard available to boot, so definitely does not want to die if he can avoid it at the moment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Woo! Masseros surviving on 30 HP. So there's Ancient Creeps, that was a very close call. Bottom tier 1 tower, very easy take for Neon.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Of course, the tier 2 tower is going to be a lot more challenging, I'd assume, but considering the 9k advantage that Neon have, maybe you just wait for the BKB to be up on CDR and you could just start pressuring those towers as well.
Dire's bottom
Well,
tower
once the
is under
BKB's up, I just don't know what you do about this Alchemist. They don't really have the control for him, that's for sure. Azeroth being pinged out again. Seems like Castaway wants to start on that bottom tier 2 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Masseros, he's probably the only guy that can successfully try and defend this, but it's going to be pretty challenging. Dakota will TP in to try and help out. Massa charging forward onto the Alchemist, has found the stun, but where's your follow-up damage? It's not there. Jackie will rotate. He's got Chrono available, but again, are you going to have the follow-up damage in that Chrono? Look at Castaway, and now the RP, JG! JG's found 3 of them! Jackie, he pops the Chrono! A Castaway with the perfect setup with the creeps! And JG! What a reaction! You're just waiting for Jackie to time walk in and the perfect RP to come out! Finding all 3 targets!
Bottom tower has
Oh, that is just a masterclass Magnus initiation!
Dire's
Oh,
bottom tower
bleed
is
easy. I mean, what do you do against that? What are you meant to do? It's just so rough. Like, at least you get Jackie out of there, but it's just so demoralizing if you are Bleed to just watch that happen to you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my. Now they're 12k behind. They're in tier 2 tower down. Neon Esports, they're smelling blood in the water. The Jackie is still desperately just trying to farm up the Mjolnir. At the very least, Ken is going to lose his Aghanim Scepter, so you've got that going for you. They'll get his courier. It'll be delayed by another 2 minutes, but it won't really matter too much, will it? Paulison, top lane, about to get caught out. And he's as good as dead.
Radiant's courier.
Eventually,
Radiant's
they will
top
find
tower
him.
has fallen.
So 12-1 is where the kill score stands. 11k advantage the way of Neon. And it's not getting any easier, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting much worse and worse. Just hard to know what they can do as the Stampede is now away from Masseros, trying to just move away from CDR. That should go to show you the state of the game right now. Just so challenging. It is all about the late game for Bleed. It is all about buying Jackie time to have damage in these chronos to actually be able to kill anyone. And this is something that they're well versed in, right? Like, this is something that Motivate Trust used to do all the time. It's just buy more and more time for Jackie to get to that point where he can fight back against the opposing team. But that was a very different squad. Mind you, again, Makoto might be used to dragging out games, but he's going to need to do a lot of that on this puck. There is going to need to be a lot of creep skipping this game from Makoto. That's for sure. Right now, they might need to be doing some Roshan fighting because Roshan has started from Neon. No contest so far from Bleed, and it seems as though there will be no contest. They may even have just no idea that it's happening. It's gone. Nice pick up here from Neon. Ages to go the way of Ken. He's also got his courier back up in 5 seconds, so he can now afford to just buy the point booster out and have the full Ags up. And with the Ags coming in, like, it's going to make it so much harder for the Puck and the Void to survive anything. Those double silences that are going to be available for Ken are going to make it nearly impossible for Makoto and Jackie to play around the Void. Speaking of Bleed, they are going to group up as 4. They see Ken at the top lane. They would love this guy as a target. Keep in mind, he does have a secondary life, so they're going to have to commit quite a bit to kill him once, but they have got the Dream Core to lock him down. Ken is gone. That is 1 life, but now his team are right behind him. Bleed Esports immediately just all TPing out, but Jackie! Oh, Jackie's been left behind! He's got a TP available, but he has been left behind! Everybody else just TP'd away! That's the one guy you cannot afford to lose. I mean, at least Makoto will creep skip the top lane. But it's not a great sign when you see the whole team TP away and just leave Jackie alone like that. It's just very, very concerning to say the least if you are Bleed. And Neon are maybe just pushing through the top tier 2 tower now. The Castaway can still just do this on his own if he's allowed to. And that he will. Meanwhile, mid lane, Bobby's going to get jumped here on the Hoodwink. Massa trying for something, does at least find Bobby. But they're going to lose Policy in the meantime to Ken. The tier 2 tower is going down to CDR. Masros at least might find himself the mid tier 1 tower. But in comes JG, a skewer back past the tier 1. DJ is going to be around to try and help out. And that he will. JG will be unable to slow down or stop the Centaur. But still, there's no real outer towers left standing for Bleed. It's only high ground left. And we are 23 minutes into this game number 2. And the thing is, like, you look at CDR, he's not done scaling yet. He's going to have an Assault Curious up very, very soon. So even less damage to come out from Bleed Esports with all that bonus armor available. This is with Castaway having double heals available. This is with Ken, who looks unkillable himself in the Void. Oh, it's such a tough comeback to expect here from Bleed. Currently, I mean, it's not the toughest, at least according to Dota Plus. They're looking for a 27% win chance for Bleed Esports this game too. CDR is going to have his courier die, so the AC is going to be delayed. Thanks to the Massaros. The tier 3 mid tower is gone once again. Meanwhile, Stampede pop from Massaros trying to creep skip the mid lane, but they do glyph up the creep wave, so the creep wave is going to be just fine. The mid racks, however, at least for the dire end, is not looking too good right now. CDR, he has not stopped. Taking this one down. CDR, they'll purge him up. Jackie gonna jump in. He'll force out the BKB from CDR. They'll go for the Chrono now. Hand of God is out. Can they get through the Alchemist? He's got no Chemical Rage available. CDR is gone. But in comes JG with the double RP out. He might have the damage output. He's found the Void, and Jackie, no, he'll barely survive. Jackie is out. The Time Walker's there in time. Meanwhile, Makoto trying desperately to capitalize off this team fight. We'll go after Castaway. The Chen for now is going to be okay. Will heal up with the mech, but does eventually go down. JG also being chased here by Makoto. May just drop to boot. Neon Esports, they will lose 4. And Bleed, they will literally lose nothing. It's a perfect initiation here from Bleed. You can tell Jackie, he was waiting a very long time to commit that Chrono. Finally seeing the opportunity while the Chemical Rage and BKB were committed. And it does certainly pay off. Neon, if you're Neon right now, you might be feeling a little... Ooh, Makoto! Makoto goes down. Ken picks him off solo. That's a pretty big deal here for Bleed, losing Makoto like that. At the very least, after that initial engagement we just saw, the win probability is around 50-50 again. Currently 55% the way of Neon Esports, but a much closer match now available between these two teams. Neon, I mean, maybe feeling a little bit silly, like they got the mid-tier 3 tower, but they did not claim the mid-racks, and the thing is, once that Chemical Rage is gone, CDR, he is a bit of a sitting duck. Keep in mind as well, CDR was baited that last fight with the BKB, so he really did not have to pop it. Not that it would have made the difference anyway without the Chemical Rage, but CDR certainly has to be a little bit more cautious next time around. Still plenty of time as well for the next Roshan to spawn up. Still another 2 minutes and 45 seconds till we find out when it is going to respawn. Well, Neon, they'll bide their time. Group up as 5. Smoke on smoke situation here between these two teams.
Dire are scanning.
I scan will find nothing.
Radiant
scan will also find nothing. So both sides have a negative idea as to where they are. However, CDR will reveal himself on the creep wave down to the bottom lane. Bleed Esports were looking for perhaps a single pick off, but not quite the 5v5 engagement, I don't think. They still look like the weaker team when it comes to the 5v5 team fights. Bottom tier 3 tower now under siege. CDR this time around will be very careful, I think, with the BKB usage though. Jackie just jumping right in. Wants the Alk, and he has it. Heals coming out. CDR still alive. The RP comes in. JG trying to survive CDR, but it's not enough. The Alk is down. Maybe they can take the 5v5. Lead will keep going. They want the Void Spirit now. Ken is gone. Another team fight where Jackie just sees the opening with the Chrono. And that was with the Chemical Rage. Castaway. Oh, Castaway's gone a boot. Alright, even with the Chemical Rage, they had enough damage with the Impetus flying in from Polison. It was a real close call, but the BKB, without that being activated, Polison was able to help out with the damage output. And my oh my, now Neon Esports. It's looking a lot more spicy here in this game too. I think they've missed their timing, and Bleed Esports have done a fantastic job of dragging this out long enough where they are now the favorites in this game too. 63% chance of win probability now for Bleed. It was all about just kind of getting through the timing, just waiting for Neon to make these small errors. I think at this stage, if you are Neon, you know you are in dire straits. The Alchemist, he may still feel strong, but not quite strong enough. Especially when you can just take him out like that with one solid Chrono.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Roshan, still a minute 20 away from respawning. Lead hanging around that top lane again. Chrono is not up for another 40 seconds though, so it could be a little bit of a risky fight, but they are going to jump in on Ken. Ken actually dropping very low. There is going to be a heal coming up from Castaway, but Ken is gone. Ken is down to start off the fight. This is not what Neon wanted. JD's going to try and save with a nice skewer, but it's not helping at all. CDR is down to boot. Bleeder just running all over them now in this game too. There's 4 are down. Bombi is the only survivor, but Bombi will drop to boot. And suddenly Bleed, look at the high ground. We'll go through the tier 2 top tower first. But Neon Esports, again, backs are against the wall now. They went from looking like the team to not looking like a team at all. That'll be the tier 2 top to go down. No saving it. Bleed, I don't believe will care to go high ground though. There's not quite enough time. They'll take the Tormentor instead here for Polison. You can see Bombi kind of claiming how much damage was dealt to the Alchemist just through this Enchantress. A 1k damage from Polison. Not going to feel very nice here for the Alch. Now he's got the full Hurricane Pike as well. Things become even more challenging here for the Alchemist. And this is kind of what we were talking about in the early stages of the game. Like, just having this inch to stand outside the Chrono and just deal all the damage you need is certainly going to help quite a lot here for Bleed. Assuming they can get through the timing that Neon was looking for. And Bleed, they're going to smoke up again. 5 heroes grouped up. They'll head down through the bottom lane. They know they're the much stronger team now. 8k net worth advantage to boot. And this next Roshan, of course, it does, next fight does lead to the next Roshan. Neon, they cannot afford to let this one go. CDR, he's been scattered out already. He'll pop his BKB early on, but there's nothing that's defensive with his BKB. As now the Chrono comes out, Jackie is there again with the damage output. CDR is just completely melting to the damage, and he is gone. As they are on to Ken. Ken will follow right after. They are falling apart. RP committed, but it's only on DJ. JG will drop straight after. Neon trying to get Castaway out. Castaway, he'll try to run with the penitence on Masaros, but it's not going to matter. Now, that was even a buyback committed by Ken, but Ken, all he can do is push out the top waves. Roshan is almost certainly just going the way of Bleed Esports here. And now with an Aegis to come, it just becomes even more challenging to really fight back here up against Bleed. Even the Roshan banner now available. Jackie will take the Aegis. Roshan banner is going to be placed down a bottom lane through Masaros. So it does seem like they want to go through the bottom lane if they can with these buffed up creeps. I'll be going to go down Makoto, able to find him by himself. Like Esports. Through the bottom tier 2 tower they go.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Quite desperate here for this high ground defense. Bombi is down for another 20 seconds though, which is going to make it pretty damn difficult.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Bleed. Still going through the tier 3 tower. That'll be the Glyph forced out from Neon. Meanwhile, who have they got there with the hoop stop? It is going to be JG on the mag. JG forced to BKB and just skewer away, and even Castaway forced to pop the Hand of God early with the mechanism.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bleed still going through the tier 3, do eventually find it.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Bottom racks, taking its time. Masaros is going to jump in, but JG with a nice skewer back into the tier 4 towers. Does force Masaros to pop the Stampede, and the PKB is Bombi. Just gets double-edged on the way out. Masaros just takes him with him. At least Bleed, they do not finish off the bottom lane of barracks. Makoto is forced to TP back to defend the racks. However, Jackie is still sticking around. So you've still got the issue of they are just sticking around waiting to go again. Here we go. Replay available. Jackie back onto the high ground. It's not the fastest process in the world with just the void hitting your buildings, but you will eventually get this done. There you go. Melee barracks is gone.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
And Neon, they are nowhere nearby the base, by the way. They are pushing out the top waves. They're trying to go for maybe a bit of a base race here up against Bleed Esports. And speaking of Bleed, Makoto will jump in for a moment. Let's jump right back out. The creep wave is forced into the top racks now, so Bleed can make the choice as to whether they want to defend that or not. It seems as though they want to try and fight. Mid racks they'll go. CDR going to show himself in the top wave, so they know it's a bit of a base race now, Bleed. You've got to make a choice as to what you want. They'll bring Paulison back to defend. The rest of the crew is still hanging around the mid-racks. Jackie will find the melee barracks now. Makoto still threading them with his own body. It seems though Paulison was able to defend that top racks on his own, by the way. It's Neon Esports. They did not commit for it. So 2 racks are still going to be lost here for Neon.
Dire's middle barracks are under
Bleed, they've not backed off yet. They might come in for the Megas. Jump is there. Bombi is gone. Dream Coil even being thrown out on JG as he skewers away. But there'll be no follow-up. Still Jackie onto the tier 3 top tower. He wants the final lane of barracks. And he might just have it. TPs are incoming. Neon, they've got to try and fight. There's no 2 ways about it. You cannot base race anymore. You've got to go for the big 5v5. JG will go for the skewer play on Jackie. They'll find the first life. The Aegis is down. Makoto in the meantime. He's been jumped by CDR, but Makoto is still finding back his way out as now Jackie. He'll jump onto the Alk. They'll get the Chrono off. Can CDR survive through the Chrono? It's not enough damage quite yet. Maybe he can, but eventually they will take him down. Makoto has died to boot, but does it really matter? I don't think it does. They'll lose Ken on the Void. And JG now. JG trying his best to survive a little bit longer. He will drop to boot. Leader onto the Ancient, and GG is called. Neon Esports. They fumble the ball mid-game. They lose a couple of fights on the high ground. And that's all Bleed needed. Just a couple of decent chronos out from Jackie to find CDR. And suddenly Bleed were back into this game number 2. And that does mean, ladies and gentlemen, we go to a game 3 here between Neon Esports and, of course, Bleed. And I'll tell you what, this is looking like a very good series now. I mean, Bleed Esports fighting back when it looked like game number 2 should have really just had no chance for him. They make it work. And Neon, they are looking so damn strong right now, but well, you don't want to lose games like this. And Neon might have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to the draft and figure out what they need to get done here for this game number 3. Still, we are going to head off to a very short break. And, of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game number 3 between Neon Esports and Bleed. We'll see you then.
Not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off. Prepare your conscience. Prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra. Wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor. Boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up. I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. 'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough. strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is MLP Dota, joined by absolutely nobody here for this third game between Neon Esports and, of course, Bleed Esports. Game 3 is officially upon us now. We do have a draft coming up, and I'll tell you what, it has been a fantastic series so far. Neon Esports looking like they should have gotten a 2-0 victory here over Bleed, but kind of fumbling the ball at the last moments here in
10
that game number
seconds
2.
remaining.
Bleed Esports were able to take over. Game 3,
5 seconds.
I wonder what drafts we go back to.
Radiant team
Like game
back.
2, you had this kind of mid-game orientated draft, and we saw
Dire
it fall
team
apart.
ban.
You just a couple of missed high ground attempts there from CDR, and it ends up completely falling apart. And it goes back to the Alchemist
10
thing we're
seconds
talking about
remaining.
over and over again. Like Alchemist does not feel that good. It's a
5 seconds
it's a hero that can
remaining.
win you the game in the mid 20 minutes, somewhere around 20-25 minutes. But it's
Radiant team
also a
ban.
hero that can flop very
Radiant
hard
team
if you
ban.
die once or twice in the
Dire
high
team
ground.
ban.
And that's exactly what happened to Neon Esports that game around. Now, Bleed Esports, though, props to them doing fantastic work, just dragging out the
10
game long
seconds
enough
remaining.
to give Jackie a chance to have the damage output through the Chronos
5
to end up
seconds
killing
remaining.
off CDR. Because now we do have a third game draft, of course. Pretty
Dire
standard
team pick.
banouts coming out, except
Radiant
Bleed.
team
They
pick.
do respect ban out their own Puck for Makoto, and that's because they wanted the Pango. So Pango does make its appearance for game number 3, as much as nobody wants to see it. Does end up coming out. Neon Esports obviously seeing this Pango over and over
10
again. I'm sure they've got
seconds
some
remaining.
sort of an answer towards it.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they do want to do. Like, do you want to just hold out, wait for your mid pickup later? Do you want to just pick up something right now, like say we go down the Conquer route, for example? Yeah, Ken has just played Void Spirit twice in a row.
Dire team ban.
Mind you, he has been
Enchantress.
absolutely fantastic on that Void Spirit, so I wouldn't quite blame them if they did want to go back for that. At least for now, though, they aren't going to reveal too much, Neon. They'll just go ahead and pick themselves up an Enchantress. That should be the Castaway Enchantress we're looking at.
10 seconds remaining.
But I do wonder, like, are they going to give Ken the Void Spirit again?
5 seconds
Against the Pangolier,
remaining.
I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but then again, I said the same thing against the Puck last game, and Ken was still popping off quite nicely. You do have many, many options, though, for Ken. They are still banning out those
Dire
classic
team ban.
Spirit Brother heroes that he does like to play, such as the Ember. We'll see the Luna get removed as well from Bleed, so it doesn't seem like they want to have to deal with that. Well, we saw in game number 1, the Luna can be a little bit frightening to try and deal with here for Bleed, and we'll
10
just go ahead and
seconds
remove it
remaining.
immediately.
5 seconds remaining.
Final ban for Bleed before we can see some more picks to come out.
Radiant team ban.
They will get rid of the Storm, so another Spirit Brother being removed. They do still allow Ken the option of the Void Spirit, if that's what he wants. Which again, I wouldn't necessarily blame him for picking up. I still think he's doing fantastic work on heroes like the Void.
10
But
seconds remaining.
sometimes you feel like seeing something a little bit different. See what he does.
5 seconds remaining.
And against the OD, I don't think the Void Spirit's exactly the best kind of pickup anyway. Neon Esports thinking about their final ban out. So much pressure on the line. Like, there's only one slot available for any of these teams in the qualifier to get through to ESL 1 Birmingham. Both these teams would love to get to that position. One of these teams will be one step closer as well. The upper bracket final is going to happen for one of these teams after this series. The loser, sadly, will have to play through the lower bracket, which is also happening right after this series. So, if you lose this match,
Radiant
you are going
team
right down to
pick.
the lower bracket where you're basically
Dire
going to have
team
maybe a 30-minute break before you have to play another best of 3. There's the JG Mag coming out again. I cannot blame them for going down the Magnus route. This man has been absolutely fantastic. I have not seen JG lose one lane as the Mag so far. This man, he has won every single off lane when it comes to
10
the Mag,
seconds remaining.
and his impact has been absolutely fantastic. Every
5
single game we have
seconds
seen it.
remaining.
Bleed. Second pick for themselves. They'll have a bit of a think about it. Perhaps an easy position 5 pick to come out for Paulson. He will not have the option for the Enchantress this game around. I mean, you could
Dire
opt for the
team
Chen if you really wanted to. Instead, though, it is going to be the Keeper of the Light to come out. Which does raise a question as well. Do we see something like the mid-coddle or even an off-lane coddle from Masteros coming? Because core coddle is still very, very potent in the right hands. And it is something I can
10
see Masteros
seconds
definitely
remaining.
picking up for himself if he does want it. We shall have to
5
wait and see.
seconds remaining.
The third pickup now for Bleed.
Radiant team pick.
Not too much thinking. They'll go into the Rubik this time around. I mean, you do have plenty of value in the Magnus already as the Rubik. I do wonder what they're planning to lane this Rubik with, but for now we won't know too much. Neon Esports.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Back into the reserve time for this third pick. I wonder as well for Bleed, like, do you want to go for the classic Tide Rubik lane? You know, do you want to just give Masteros something easy like the Tide and just have that big Ravage available throughout these engagements? See, Tide's a hero that doesn't care so much about the Ench either. Neon. Still thinking about this third pick. You do also have the Mars available for
Radiant
Masaros if they want to
team
run the
pick.
Rubik Mars lane. Neon, surprise, surprise, are going to go ahead and take Bombi's Techies for themselves. 2 more cores to go for Neon. Do love seeing the Techies pop up, but it does give a lot of value for the Rubik, I might add. I mean, all the spells the Techies has, you enjoy
10
stealing as the
seconds
Rubik,
remaining.
apart from maybe the Taser.
5 seconds
Those sticky
remaining.
bombs can be ridiculously obnoxious to play against when Rubik has
Dire
it.
team pick.
There's so much range that he has
Templar
available as Neon
Assassin.
Esports. Into the TA now. Very strong pick. We have seen TA popping off in quite a couple games. Ken, I'm sure, is going to have a very good game himself on this TA against the Pangolier. See, the
10
lane matchup
seconds
against the
remaining.
Pango is also very nice. You know, you don't care too much about the shield crash and the
5
swashbuckles.
seconds remaining.
The mana drain through the Diffusal Blade is kind of annoying, but you don't really care as much as the TA. Meanwhile, Bleed, what do you want to give to Massa? Like, is he going to play the offlane Coddle? Is it going to be the offlane Pango? Do you want to pick up a Tide or a Mars? Obviously, they do not know what CDR is playing yet, so it could be a little bit hard deciding on this one. Then again, Jackie is usually the final pick for Bleed, so it's kind of hard to see them not going down that route of giving Jackie that last pick priority.
Dire team ban.
They are going to go back down the Centaur route. And to be fair, Masaros was having a pretty damn good game. And it's another hero that can just kind of allow you to
Radiant
escape
team
the gank
ban.
attempts from Neon. And Neon do have another fast-paced kind of lineup as well, so having the Centaur with the Global Stampede available always helps in just giving your team a chance to get away and not allow Neon the power spikes through the mid-game that they're looking for once again. Obviously, Centaur's
10
obviously pretty damn good
seconds
at
remaining.
creep skipping as well, as we saw that last game.
5 seconds
And Masaros
remaining.
seems to just overall enjoy
Radiant
the hero.
team ban.
It's a nice pick as well with the Rubik. You know, the lift into the Hoof Stomp is just as good as the Shadow Demon. As we do have our final bans to come out, Neon, they get rid of the Naga Siren. Bleed will get rid of the Position 1 Slark. Of course, I believe Bleed will pick up another carry
10
that is looking to
seconds
drag out the
remaining.
game as much as humanly possible.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Troll Warlord as well, just in case. Question becomes, what do you want for Jackie? So many of his position ones that he does enjoy playing are just gone. I don't believe he'll want to go back for that Life Stealer this game around. It does not seem like the
10
pick against the
seconds
TA.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bleed's still thinking about this final ban out. You could go back for the Alk yourself as Bleed, like a natural Radiance carrier would be kind of nice here against Neon's draft, but the Alchemist again just has not felt great. And I don't necessarily think the draft that Bleed have suits the Alchemist. Bleed really dragging out the reserve time for this final ban.
Dire team
There
pick.
goes the Viper. So what do you want to give Jackie? Like, do you want to give him the Alk? Do you want to give him a chance at something else? I mean, the lane is against the Mag Techies, so it's not exactly the funnest
10
lane to have to go up
seconds
against. And
remaining.
again, we have seen
Radiant
JG
team pick.
pretty much win every lane. They do go for a Radiance carry on the spec. Makes enough sense. Also, a late game carry is going to be able to outscale the Templar Assassin. Is it risky? Sure. You know, like, it's not going to feel amazing for the first
10
20-25
seconds
minutes
remaining.
again, but we saw this last game. The Bleed are pretty confident in their ability to just be able to
5
hold out
seconds remaining.
the game long enough that Jackie will be a powerhouse at some stage. You do have that inherent value again with the Radiance build up for the Spectre this game. Neon Esports Still looking for their own safe lane carry unless they want to hand over the TA to CDR. Do they want to go back for the Alchemist? I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but they could. But no, they're going to go down the Ursa route. Fair enough. I like this. I like this ending to this draft. I think the Ursa fits very, very nicely to boot. I wonder whether you're going to see a Battle Fury Ursa coming out here for CDR, or whether he goes for like a Diffusal Blade route instead. It doesn't really feel like you need to go down the Battle Fury route unless you have that great of a start. Feels like you want to play much faster with your draft that Neon does have, but so I suppose he can still afford to go the greedier route and try to contest Jackie later as well. I mean, no matter what they do, this is game 3. It's basically a best-of-1 series now. The winner is going to make it through to the upper bracket final, and loser is going to go down to the lower bracket, and they will have to play in the next series up on this stream today. Their competitor right now will be Execration, so Neon Esports or Bleed are going to have to play up against Execration right after this. And Exa, they're one of those teams. They took out Aurora 2-1 yesterday. They're one of those teams where you just cannot underestimate them. No matter what team you are, Execration can just take a series off you if they're feeling good that day. I would definitely not want to be in that position if I was Neon or Bleed. We should be getting into game number 3 very, very soon. Of course, for anyone still wondering where old Johnny Boy is, he's currently dealing with a power outage. He'll be back, I think, for the next series. But sadly, you are stuck with me alone until that power outage is sorted. As John would probably say, he's playing on hard mode. You know, so it's, you know, what can you do? He's got to wait for the electricity company to sort things out. Apparently this game still hasn't started. There we go. Sometimes the start of the game just feels unbelievably long. And we can go game number 3. Wouldn't surprise me too much if Bleed want to go for the level 1 team fight again.
Prepare for
Neon
battle.
definitely could oblige as well with their own draft, but we'll see. I'm very curious to see what CDR's item build-up is going to be this game. But now he's just queued up the classic phase boots. Again, I wouldn't blame him for just avoiding the Battle Fury build-up this game and just going for something else like a Diffusal Blade. It's Neon. Barely or narrowly going to avoid Bleed Esports for now, but they do make it to the dire triangle. Oh, DJ. Break the smoke of Bombi. That Watcher attempt kind of gave it away, but Bleed are going to narrowly avoid the gank attempt that was incoming from Neon.
I love winning.
No level 1 team fight to break out. Not yet anyway. 15 seconds left though till the banner runes do spawn up. Neon positioning themselves for the top bounties. JG trying to rush for the others as well. We're going to see Polison. Sticky Bomb will land, but he does have the Blinding Light to knock them back. Still, Polison has been slowed up quite a lot with these blood grenades plus the enchant, and JG again is going to be able to secure first blood on the Magnus. And I keep saying this, but this is the one guy I feel as though you do not want to give these kills over to. As he is still chasing Jackie, by the way. Jackie just taking so much damage on his way to the tier 1 tower, losing half his HP. It's kind of the thing with this Mag Techies combo. If you land a Sticky Bomb with the empower damage that JG has to offer, it's just too much harassment. See how this top lane does go. Of course, it is going to be Polison and Jackie against JG and Bombi. And for now, Polison is going to just ensure that Bombi does remain low in the HP pool. While he can, at least. But I do fear for the well-being of Bleed up at this top lane. It is a very scary lane to have to be up against. Things could turn very, very quickly for you if you are not too careful. of course, you are also looking at the bottom lane where you will see CDR and Castaway will be up against Masaros and DJ. It's another lane where there is a lot of kill potential here for Masaros and DJ. However, I would say it also goes the other way. Never underestimate the Ursa Enchantress. CDR certainly can get a lot of damage off with these Fury swipes. So we are going to have another pause. Discord issues, perhaps? We're not going to know. DJ just disconnects immediately. I'm going to assume Discord issues is probably the call. Still 1-0 already. Again, JG was able to pick up first blood. The mid lane is the one lane we haven't really discussed too much. Makoto and Ken will be going at it. I think Ken should easily have the matchup advantage here on the TA. You're already seeing him press the advantage quite a bit here onto Makoto. Makoto having himself a very good game on the puck last game around, but that is to be expected from him on that signature puck. On the Pango, I don't know what we're expecting. I mean, he's played a lot of it. He's very good at it. It's certainly not a puck, but it's something. Ken is trying to give him the hardest time possible here in this mid lane, ensuring he gets hit by the Melt Strike plus some more harass. This is why the TA comes out. You love this kind of matchup here for Ken. Every time Makoto does come close for a CS, he's just going to cop so much damage. Ken maybe looking for the side blade bounces, but no. We'll let Makoto go. Still Makoto really playing on the edge. Trying to get close for the CS, but it's so tough as you can see. And it is only going to get harder. Refraction up now. Makoto just getting dived past the tier 1 tower. Will be left alive, but only has one tango to play with. Is going to go for a water rune at least. We'll be able to heal up a little bit, but as I said, Makoto's not going to have an easy lane. This is going to be very, very tough for him. We'll check back a little bit later on, I suppose, see if Makoto is able to catch up. DJ, bottom lane did get enchanted there for a moment, but we'll be okay. CDR not having the safest time either down to this bottom lane. It does seem like he is quite threatened by the DJ Masteros combo with the Rubik Centaur. I think as you get maybe a couple more levels, at least level 3, you can start to play a little bit more assertively as the Ursa because you know you can fight back. But for now at the level 2 mark, he does not want a bar of it. Does not want to risk his life trying to fight against DJ Massa. He will, however, risk his life for the Lotus Pool. Castaway will be able to take it for himself. Bombi, top lane. Nice blast off away here from Polison. Polison going for the chase, does hit a blood grenade. No, he did not. That was a miss. The salve does continue on Bombi. So Polison trying to go for the value play with the blood grenade, but doesn't quite work out. Sadly, Polison going to have to take even more damage on his way out. Kind of the obnoxious thing with this tech is you hit that level 3 mark with the level 2 sticky bomb. The damage output just starts to get pretty damn insane. Mind you, Bombi is still at the level 2 mark, so only has level 1 sticky bomb, but I think things do get a lot worse for Paulson and Jackie up at the top lane once you do have that level 2 sticky bomb available here for Bombi. He will continue to try and be as big of a nuisance as possible. So no other kills happening across the map so far. Both mid lane is still looking rather healthy. Ken, though, really is starting to overtake in terms of the CS department. Koda still just playing very carefully. Not trusting that the Pango will be able to deal with the TA damage. Meanwhile, Masaros not playing so carefully as CDR. Dropping low, does back his way out. The Castaway is able to secure the kill onto Masaros. It does leave CDR very low on the HP pool, but he does have a salve, and now they can look towards DJ again. Enchant is there. They will cancel the salve off, but CDR knows he can't really die. No, he really plays on the edge. 20 HP he will survive on. But he'll be alright for now. But Polison comes in. Polison looking for a blinding light attempt. Maybe back in a Master or CDR going to find out the hard way. Polison's here, and CDR will eventually go down. Oh boy, what a messy set of engagements down to the bottom lane. Castaway now being chased, does cop the stunt from Masaros.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Eventually they might have their way with him, but Castaway, for now, is going to be okay. He does back his way out. But my god, it does start to get very, very scary. If you are Bleed, it's playing on edge here as Masaros now being chased a little bit by Castaway. Meanwhile, Makoto also in danger in the mid lane, does get hit by a blast off and he is gone. Makoto just not having a good mid lane, and now with the rotations out from Bombi, having an even worse mid lane. As he's about 12 CS behind. I believe 1 level behind Ken as well.
Dire's middle
This is the
tower
kind of
is
start
under
you
attack.
never really want to give a TA. Like these TAs, they just start to snowball out of control once they hit the jungle. Ken, he's had the absolute perfect start that he could have asked for.
Radiant's middle tower
A
is
kill
under
plus all the
attack.
CS he could have wanted. So we have seen bad starts from Bleed before. I mean, this is not as bad as the previous
Radiant's
games we've
courier
had.
has been killed.
It was the last game around, I think they went 10-1. Maybe even 13-1 before they actually found a secondary kill. And they still ended up winning the game anyway. Still very quiet across the map. Props to Jackie, of course, as usual, still finding farm in a pretty challenging lane. It's got a 29-5. See JG having a much better time on the mag, but that is to be expected if they are left alone like this. Meanwhile, Wisdom Runes, Polison able to
Dire's
steal one
middle
away.
tower is under attack.
DJ and Polison able to find both Wisdom Runes. This is after Neon was just dominating the Wisdom Rune game. In game number 2, I believe it was, they got the first 4 Wisdom Runes, but this time they'll lose the initial 2. Bit of a chase on Polison, but Polison, he is a very fast man on a very fast horse. He just find to back his way out.
Invisibility.
Looking on Jackie again. Last stop was there. Illuminate will not land onto the techies. Jackie ultimately is going to be just fine. JG does have the RP to play with, but without any more follow-up damage, there's definitely no chance he actually secures the kill. Lead. Well, maybe thinking about rotating up top, but Makoto just taking the shield route for himself, though he does find some nice stacks. Allison did have that cheeky Observer Ward on the high ground earlier into that Radiant Triangle, so had vision of the stacks being made, and Makoto, he does need the catch-up farm. He's going to appreciate these stacks being taken for himself.
Where are you going?
Castaway's going to find him eventually,
Are scanning.
but I don't believe Castaway has a chance of actually killing him off on his own. So Makoto will be just fine to escape anyway. Meanwhile, top lane, jump in on Jackie, though Jackie will survive, moving back in on Bobby now with Morn. Rather than the Shadow Step as JG gets hit by Rolling Thunder from Makoto, mid-TP. Makoto getting stuck on the Lotus Pool, is still chasing. JG just trying to back his way out, but he is looking as good as dead. Swash does not land, but it will not matter.
Dire's middle
Jackie
tower
finding a
is under
double kill
attack.
now on the Spectre. And Neon, well, they were having a very strong start to this game number 3. But a double kill to Jackie is
Dire's
not going to be
middle
what they
tower
want.
has been denied.
Jackie was kind of struggling in the net worth department, but now with the double kill, kind of skyrockets up to the 3rd place and is right behind JG now, just 200 gold behind. DJ, he's getting dived past the T2 tower, and oh, I slipped up. Does cancel the blast off. Stampede will save DJ. Poor old Bobby will be left behind, does go down. These are the kind of little plays that Neon, you know, it starts to cost you after a while.
Radiant's top
You know, these
tower
kills
is
don't
under
look
attack.
so bad yet, but they do start to add up quite a bit. And this is after Neon had an extremely good laning stage. It feels as though they're kind of throwing this away. And
Radiant's
Makoto
middle
seems like
tower
he's
is
completely
under
caught
attack.
up. Jackie's caught up. Masaros has not had that bad of a time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hollison's still scouting out stacks, actually somehow avoiding Castaway's vision. Just hiding behind a tree. Castaway does eventually realize he's there. And it should mean Paulison is set to fall. Okay, Bobby will take him with the blast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lead in the meantime. They'll find a bottom tier 1 tower. It will take a little bit of time, but they've got a siege trip available. Cannon will also just take the ancient stack they had going. Does not want to risk giving it back the way of Bleed if you can avoid it.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
But Bleed, they are still being left in the bottom tier 1, so they are able to take that out scot-free. Mind you, the top tier 1 tower was also taken by Neon, so it's pretty even kind of trades happening. JG gonna have his Blink Dagger up now. Masros has picked up the Veil of Discord to boot, so little power spikes happening here and there for both sides. I'd say JG's Blink Dagger is a bit of a bigger deal. But Neon don't really seem like they're quite in the mood to get too aggressive yet. Maybe wait for Ken to have his own Blink up. Maybe even wait for the BKB to be available on the TA to really ensure that you've got some strong team fight going for yourself. Especially up against the Blade Mail now that Jackie does have on the Spectre. Skewer back, JG. Gonna find Makoto. RP skewer, maybe more than enough, though. Stampede is there from Makoto. The Makoto's still alive, but the damn Acorn shot, or rather the Siege shot, bouncing around, but it's not going to be enough from the Warpine Raider. So RP skewer committed. Nothing to really come out of it but the use of the Stampede from Massa. But I think this is why Bleed really appreciate the offlane Centaur here from Massaros. Not only is he getting a lot done just on his own farming, but having the global Stampede available at any moment to ensure their cause remain alive against this Magnus, it has proven to be invaluable. And obviously, Massaros just really enjoys the hero to boot. We are going to see a smoke coming out. Bleed. 3-man smoke up towards the north of the map. Cast away. At least does tank the gank for his team. Kodo to pick that one up for himself. If anyone was going to die, obviously you'd prefer it to be Castaway. So not too big of a deal for him. Does allow the timing here for Ken to pick up the Blink Dagger now on the TA. Question is, does he go for the Desolator or does he go for the BKB now on the TA? I think the BKB is probably worth it. Just depends on whether he wants to fight yet or not. See what he queues up.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Jackie's still farming towards the Radiance, but he has been left alone for quite a while in the
Radiant's
Spectre.
middle tower is under
Obviously,
attack.
he's not going to be able to farm anywhere near as fast as the TA does, but he does have the Blade Mail up. He can farm at a decent pace. We've seen Jackie, it's kind of his specialty. Just disappearing for 5 or 10 minutes and coming out with a bunch of new items. So JG, nice RP out, does catch one into the minds of Bobby. They completely blow up Jackie. It's just such an old school way of doing it, but you love to see it. Neon, remembering Dota All-Stars. Meanwhile, DJ, getting jumped here by CDR, but he will be okay to retreat as Makoto. He's going to jump in with the Rolling Thunder. Castaway somehow ended up on the cliff. So he's in a bit of a precarious situation. And somehow nobody dies down at bottom lane. Everyone actually survives. Everyone just fine as Castaway gets to just hang around at the top on that top of the cliff.
That should help.
What can you do? It happens, Castaway. You'll have TP in 3 seconds anyway, so he'll be alright. At least he's alive, right?
Scanning.
Neon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They do move up towards the top lane through the twin gates here, Neon, but it's looking like it's just for a Roshan attempt. Lead. They try and fight this. I mean, you've got an Ursa TA against you, so it should be pretty obvious that at some point Roshan's going to happen pretty early on.
Radiant are scanning.
Ken will take the Aegis for himself. Because he does have that Aegis now, he does end up actually queuing up the Deso. He had a Shard queued up earlier, but as soon as he knew Roshan was going their way, he'll just switch to the Desolator. With that secondary life, you may as well go for the bonus damage up or just go for the burst potential. Immediately down in the bottom lane. They want to see if they can find a pick up into Massaros. Skewer is there from GG. Massa immediately just committing the Stampede to try and run away from here. And he will make it for now off the back of the help from DJ. No kill to come out from Bleed. They will force 4 heroes to rotate down towards the bottom lane to ensure Massaros does remain alive. But then again, Neon are pretty grouped up themselves. Smoke up behind Ken.
Radiant are scanning.
Waiting around, trying to ensure that this bottom T1 does remain protected. It is a little bit challenging trying to fight into the Aegis of Ken. Especially when you know the Bombi's just placing mines around the right side of the area. The eastern side of the map is not going to feel very safe with all these proximity mines being placed in the tree line from Bombi. Meanwhile, Skewer back. They're going to find Massaros again. This time there is no Stampede to keep him alive, so Massaros is gone. And it's not even just the proximity mines from Bombi, right? You've got the traps from Ken. It's all very yucky. Neon Esports just kind of trapping a whole area, mining it up and ensuring that you cannot safely fight them. They go for a T2 tower. But they're going to see DJ. DG trying for the skewer back, will not find it yet, but goes for the RP instead. Then gets the skewer after, and well, DJ, he's going to try and survive with the Pravis, but it's no good, he's down. Meanwhile, Makoto, he popped the Rolling Thunder. He tried to help out, but he got blocked off by a wall. All very messy right here from Bleed. Kind of ending up in that similar situation from last game. Like, it's not quite as bad yet, but Ken does seeming to get pretty out of control very, very soon on the TA. He has just enough gold for the Desolator now, and he will buy it outright. Don't forget as well, CDR, he just picked up the Battle Fury. He has enough gold now available to pick up the Blink Dagger. So this Ursa is now able to get aggressive with the rest of his team. And he will buy out the Blink immediately. So even with the Spectre free farming, Jackie is still not able to keep up. It is a very slow pace of farm. Obviously, he never really feels safe either against JG and Bombi, seeing as what happened last time. In fact, this time CDR is going to rush up to the Spectre. Castaway's patiently waiting, along with JG. Bombi will join. Meanwhile, the southern side, Ken, he'll go through the twin gates and does narrowly avoid the gank attempt coming in from Bleed. At least Jackie, though, does also avoid the gank that was coming in from Neon. So you've got that going for you. Nobody dies, but Neon is still going to find value. They're looking for the top T2 tower. The Desolator up on Ken, it's not going to take very long to get this done. And it's gone. No defense.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Bleeder not feeling confident to try and defend that tower.
Bottom tower is under attack.
At least the Aegis is going to expire in about a minute for Ken, so they're not too afraid of high ground happening yet. But Ken's still finding great value. He's going to find a T2 mid tower out of this. Bleed Esports, they're just trying to trade by taking the bottom T2, but they're not even around the area yet. I mean, it's just DJ and Polison hanging around that T2 tower.
Middle tower is under attack.
The Bleeder just watching the mid T2 tower die. Ken on the TAs, Ken just claps to himself. TPs are eventually coming down towards the bottom lane. CDR is going to be around to ensure that the T2 bottom tower does remain protected.
Radiant are scanning.
Meanwhile, lines being drawn out from Neon. They want to just run through the Radiant jungle and see if they can find themselves a straggler. Jackie is the closest target to them. I believe the traps are seeing this as Jackie will try for the TP! Oh, but JG's caught him! JG has caught him again! Jackie! I can't believe that skewer landed! I cannot believe that skewer landed. It looked a little bit off the mark. But just barely JG catches it. And Jackie, I do not think will be very happy about that one whatsoever. That felt a little bit rough. Lead, I mean, they group up, they want to protect the bottom tier 2 tower. They do not want to allow all their outer towers to go down this early. We are only 21 minutes in. They'll jump Ken on the TA, but do you have damage without the Spectre? In fact, they do. They certainly do, apparently. Ken, he just got left behind. Bombi also kind of being left behind here on the techies. Will eventually go down. This is kind of what you start to worry about for Neon. Like, they're making these amazing plays, they're controlling the whole map, they're finding the Spectre kills, and then suddenly Ken will just die. Or CDR will just die. And it's just like, why are these kills happening?
Gold
You know, it's just stick as 5, stick as a team, back off together. And that way nobody's going down because Bleed will not fight you 5v5. Not yet anyway. But with these little individual pickoffs that they're getting, Bleed are slowly dragging this game back their way. And the Spectre is eventually going to be a huge problem. And Jackie now has enough gold for the Radiance up. So suddenly his farm and damage escalates quite a bit. And I'd say in another 10 minutes or so, I think Neon will probably be the team that find themselves behind if this game keeps up again. Jackie's always kind of been a master of the late game with these position 1s. He's not the kind that likes to finish the game early. He does like to farm. But now, with only a 4K advantage for Neon, sure, they are still well and truly in the lead, but they do have to be a little bit cautious not to give any team fights away to Bleed, especially going into that high ground. Shiva's Guard now up on Masaros as well, and they're going to go right into a smoke off the back of this.
Radiant are scanning.
Lady Sports wrapping around through the dire jungle. Roshan will tell us when it's going to respawn in about 12 seconds. Masaros having a look around with the Shiva's Guard is going to find nothing quite yet. They do see Bombi. Bombi showing up for a moment on that creep wave. We'll try for the TP play out. Oh, Makoto! Makoto eventually is going to get him. That was a beautiful guess from the Pango. He did not have vision around that area. A perfect Rolling Thunder to at least find something for their trouble. Meanwhile, the rest of Neon, they do smoke up as 3. Heading back into that dire jungle, Neon Esports looking up top to see if they can pick up an easy support kill here. Jay and Paulison both able to retreat. Here we go, Massa, Paulison. Doesn't seem like they want to deal with Masaros right now. Back Masaros. He's the one to jump in on the castaway. First castaway getting blown up. CDR though onto Massa, doing a lot of damage. The Pavis will save Masaros for now, but the chase, well, it is going to stop as well. Neon not wanting to go high ground. Without a big advantage, they will retreat once again. This is really just perfect gameplay from Bleed. They're buying more and more time for the Spectre. Even with this Ursa TA, you start to get a little bit concerned as the game goes on. They could drag this out quite long if they wanted to here, Bleed, with a Pangolier and a Keeper of the Light, and a Rubik on top of that. The high ground defense is certainly very, very strong. Roshan. He's going to respawn and make his way over to the top
Dire
side
are
of the
scanning.
Roshan pit. Mind you, Bleed are very well aware that this is probably happening. There are traps and mines. That'll give the info away here now to Neon. CDR's not stopping the Massa. He's going to jump in. Bombi has already been caught out, and CDR already at low HP. Does need a BKB up and does back his way out. JG in the meantime commits the RP. He will find Makoto on the Pango. It's a great pick-off so far for Neon. Bleed are not backing off though. They'll hold that position. They do not want to sacrifice or give up this next Roshan. They've got vision around the area. But so does Neon with these traps out. They've always got the knowledge of when they're coming. Roshan will rule once again. Meanwhile, Bleed holding onto the high ground. Makoto's going to be up in 18 seconds. Bombi is back up. He's on his way. Roar out again from Roshan. JG trying for a skewer. Gets lifted up by DJ. He's in a very awkward scenario now. Jackie has jumped in, but JG is going to survive as they will go into Masros CDR. He's doing so much damage, and Masros is gone. So is Palos, or excuse me, rather Paulison, I should say. DJ, in the meantime, we'll be alright. I'm not sure why Palos jumped into my mind, but Palos apparently catching strays here from the caster. Neon. They will go back for the Roshan, and it will go their way. Bleed, nice attempt at trying to stop the Roshan, but not quite nice enough. And this gives them another kind of period where they're very, very awkwardly just sitting on high ground, trying to defend against Neon. As we haven't. How are we having a Discord issue 27 minutes into the game? How? Every team in SCA needs a microphone specialist, I think. We just need one audio engineer just standing by at any moment for these moments. Not sure what the players are doing to their headsets or their microphones, but they're doing something. Anyway, what I was trying to say is Bleed now probably have to just defend high ground for the next few minutes. As Neon Esports, with this Aegis up, it gives them another nice opportunity to try and move high ground before Bleed becomes a huge problem with their draft. And Neon are currently sitting at a 69% win probability, but it has been rather close during this game number 3. Bleed currently sitting at 31%. More Bleed. They do have some key items coming up very soon, like you do have an Aghanim Scepter coming out on Makoto. There is a Manta style being worked on by Jackie. Should have that up relatively soon, as we are going to see Bombi now disconnect. So Masros has queued up a BKB for himself and an Aeon disc, which I don't really disagree with, because as soon as he gets stunned once, CDR is just jumping him immediately. And once the Centaur is gone, like, you don't have that tanky frontline to worry about anymore. It's a big problem. At least for Bleed, that is. So I don't blame him for going for the BKB and the Aeon disc at the same time, because it's just, he kind of needs it. BKB will be worked on first, but either way, it's a pretty tough situation now for the Centaur, knowing that CDR will just target him every single time. Speaking of BKBs, Ken now picks his own one up, so a very late BKB timing, but usually that works in the favor of Neon Esports, as they do have that 9-second charge now available for Ken. Jackie has been spotted on the bottom creep wave, and pings were out immediately here from Neon. They are still heading around that area, but I believe they may just assume that the Spectre is gone.
Radiant are scanning.
Jackie, he'll stick around the area, probably just ready to skip the next creep wave of the Radiant side, not allowing the last T2 tower to go down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Neon. Certainly look like they're thinking about just going after the tier 2 anyway, and Jackie did not skip
Dire's
that creep
bottom
wave.
tower is
Not
under
feeling
attack.
safe to do so. He'll get the next one. Problem is that bottom tier 2 tower is going to go down, and Neon certainly have the choice if they want to try and go with this bottom lane of barracks. But after the game, after game 2 and the way they threw the game by going high ground, they may
Radiant's
feel a little
top
bit
tower is
conscious
under
of not
attack.
throwing the game in this game 3. Top side, Massa. Oh, Massa's been caught. RP right after the Stampede as well. Perfectly timed by JG. Which means Massaros has no chance of escape. Another big
Dire's
kill
bottom
set up by
tower
the
is
mag.
under attack.
Ken will happily jump in and secure the kill.
Temple steps.
I believe that's what these cores call it. Kill securing. Neon. Makoto. Makoto was spotted. Bombi will see him, but he's already used the blast off, so there's no cancel. Oh, Neon, I wonder, I mean, 30 seconds without the Centaur, can they get at least a T3 tower back? It seems like they're not really going to try for it. Meanwhile, CDR. Still farming, still just controlling the map. Asher now completed on the Ursa. Lead. Stuck on the high ground, at least until the Aegis expires, I think. And that's still another 2 minutes away. Like, this is the one area that Bleed can kind of rely on to give them a good opportunity at trying to make a comeback here in this game 3. Just relying on the high ground defense to come. Seems like they wanted to try and make a rotation into the die triangle, but it doesn't really pan out as they see their wards getting dewarded by Castaway. And it's kind of the thing as well, like, if anyone shows the map and JG's around, you are probably just going to die. Here we go. Neon, do they want to smoke up? They're hoping somebody shows on the mid creep wave by the looks of it. JG ready whenever for the blink skewer play. Aegis still has another minute 20, so they do have time for a tier 3 tower. CDR looking to try and force a fight. I really cannot say Neon are looking too confident to try and make this high ground play yet. Asa. Getting ready, positioning himself for this high ground defense once again. Neon have decided, it seems, to let the Aegis go. I mean, there's only about 45 seconds left for it to expire anyway, and JG has given the call to retreat. CDR now. Just working towards that Abyssal Blade, just make life even harder. Bleed gonna smoke up his 4, knowing the Aegis is down. I mean, this team fight could really just be make or break here for Bleed Esports. They do not have many buybacks available. Like, Jackie is still missing his buyback. Makoto at least has his. Polison has his, but that's about it. You don't have Massaros with a buyback. You don't have Jackie with a buyback. This team fight could be very, very awkward for Bleed, but they are going to try and force it. They do see Ken. Keep in mind, Ken does still have a cheese available to boot. And he still has that 9-second BKB charge on top of that. Bleed's still so patient, not seeing the opening. They do not want to move into the high ground of that dire triangle blind. We'll head back towards the Tormentor as the smoke has expired. Neon seem to have read the movement very well. In fact, they might have a chance at Makoto. No, he does blink away in time. Neon, do they want the Tormentor perhaps? Yes, they do. Nice quick Tormentor for Castaway. It's the old Sprink Up, which is a very useful ability for the Ench. You cannot underestimate how much damage Castaway is going to have now, just sprinking around the team fight. Lead. Still just stuck on the high ground. I mean, even if Neon never push, they're just growing this net worth lead more and more and more. holding on to that 80% win probability that they have right now.
Which my matriarch would prize.
I think the key timing for Neon is going to be once CDR does have the Abyssal Blade up. I believe that'll be around the time where they make the call to move high ground and give it a crack. They could also just wait for the next Roshan if they really want to, but that is going to be quite a while away. If Bleed give them the opportunity, I believe they will just jump. The opportunity may be here. Bleed has moved down to the low ground at that top lane. There is a bit of an issue with DJ having the TA traps available, the psionic traps, because now you do have some free vision being provided by the Rubik. So it is going to be a little bit more challenging to kind of jump and surprise reveal against Bleed. So he also has the shards up, so you do have that awkward silence. Here we go, JG. Shadow Blade up. Surprise reveal, he'll go in onto Massaros. And Massa has been dragged into the loving arms of CDR, though he still gets a stampede away. They did not have enough damage. Massa will make it. Meanwhile, CDR will try onto Polis, and Polis is still okay as well as Jackie's going to show up. They're trying onto the Ursa. CDR dropping very low, trying to run with the BKB, but Makoto is on the chase. Massa's got him. The Ursa, he's in huge trouble, but CDR still trying to run, does not make it out. He is down. That's the big bear gone. Still they go for more. Makoto will find Bombi. Ken just blinking his way out, not liking what he sees. Castaway being left behind. They Bleed. They're doing it again. They are doing it again. They're finding openings.
Regeneration.
You're at that 35-minute mark. This is where things get very, very scary now. As Neon and every team fight, it really does start to count. You miss that initial initiation onto Massaros, you don't get the kill. You saw Jackie just jump in immediately, knowing they had the advantage. I can't believe Massaros survived that. It's unbelievable the fact that he actually made it out, but they just didn't have enough with CDR. Concerning signs here for Neon. Lead. Still 13k behind, but win probability now back down to 67% for Neon. Roshan, sadly for Bleed, is not going to respawn early. It is going to be another minute and a half away, so Neon, they'll have plenty of time.
Dire's courier has been
Just
killed.
wait around and wait for the next Roshan to come up. Neon immediately going to rush up with the smoke. Look at the traps though. Look at the traps the DJs has set up here. I appreciate DJ just prioritizing this trap usage here against Ken. Like it's a very easy spell to steal, but look at the vision it gives you. Makoto though. Makoto gets caught out. The RP does land. Makoto's gone. Makoto's gone without buyback. A double kill out for Ken. He's looking for Polison now. Polison trying to TP away, but the damage output's too much. Oh boy, I mean, the traps do not give enough vision apparently. There's JG again, finding a beautiful skewer back. 3 down for Bleed. And Roshan, it's only 10 seconds away from spawning. Well, that's it. Roshan will definitely be going the way of Neon now. There's no two ways about that. There you go, Castaway. He'll scout it out for the team. CDR will jump in and take care of it. So Aegis, Keys, and Aghanim Scepter. Blessing is available now. Whoever wants it. So they will end up giving the Axe Blessing here to CDR, so he's got that pretty broken Enrage. Be extremely hard to kill this man off now. Just Enrage whenever the hell he wants.
Gold and sweet.
A lot of patience here from both these sides. Neon, they again, do not want to throw this game away. Even with the advantages they've found themselves with, the game is still very winnable for Bleed Esports. You're getting to the stage, though, like for Neon, where they're running out of item slots now. The Basher of CDR has just been placed in the backpack. He'd rather have the Nullifier. See, he'll be able to have the Basher back once the Aegis does expire. We've got to wait till that point, as we are going to have another pause coming out. Ken's having an FPS issue, apparently. Ken is actually rushing the... Well, he was queuing up the Arcane Blink for himself in the TA. See, the quick buy menu is now gone because he's disconnected, but seems like he does want the Arcane Blink for himself. CDR again going back for the Abyssal Blade now. Jackie trying to work towards the Nullifier and the Spectre. He does have the Aghanim Scepter available, so Haunt is there, but it has not proven to be so useful yet. We do have the reconnection from JG. DJ is having a couple issues himself here on the Rubik. Because yeah, you definitely don't want any FPS drops right now. You're getting very close to pulling off this game victory and this series victory if you are Neon. And Bleed, obviously, with this defense. Oh, whoopsie daisies. We have a disconnection on DJ, boys. Paulison getting a little bit too excited. Castaway's apologizing. Why is Castaway apologizing? Well, Castaway is just casually apologizing early for his team. That's the sign of a true leader right there. Just even before knowing it's his team's fault, he's apologizing. You'd love to see that. It's probably why the rest of his teammates actually kind of respect him as a captain. Well, while we're on the topic, it seems as though captains in SEA are something that aren't respected very often from what I've heard and seen. So to find a good captain in this region that the players actually respect enough to listen to is apparently quite a challenge in the SEA. And I think Castaway is probably one of the better people in the captain role, I would argue. Based off what I've seen from his personality here in this this close qualifier. Neon. Gonna move in through the mid lane. 28k advantage. Aegis up. Double cheese also available on both JG and Castaway. It's just like, who do you actually aim that can actually die? Or even Bombi's got like a full pipe of insight up for his team.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 3 tower down. They are draining all the mana of CDR. They are being relatively annoying here for the Ursa. Kodo gonna jump in. Haunt is out as well. They're looking to blow up Ken, and Ken is immediately just bursted down. They've even got the Aegis of the Ursa. That's a great start for Bleed. CDR needs to get out of there, desperately trying to turn around. In fact, he's going to go after Massaros. Ken's going to buy back in the meantime. Blast off in from Bombi. They'll try for Jackie, and now the RP's out. JG, he's got a couple for DJ. He'll take the RP away. It's still not enough, though. It is not enough. They are down, but the buybacks are immediate. Jackie, he'll come back into the fray after CDR. They've got the Ursa. The Ursa is gone, but now Ken has returned. Jackie cannot afford to die back, but he's fine. He will TP back towards the fountain. But it's a 2v4 scenario. Neon, they've got the numbers advantage. The issue is they are lacking their carry, but they've got a TA they can rely on. All they require now is a creep wave. The mid racks, it will eventually go down. They are not going to try for tier 4 towers. The respawn timers are still relatively short. Onto the bottom racks they go. They want to play this conservatively. I can't quite blame them.
has fallen.
Oh, into the minefield side. That's a bit dangerous. DJ just almost killing himself off by running through it. This is what I mean, Bob. He's just being as annoying as humanly possible now with the Ags up. That minefield sign in the middle of a chaotic team fight. You cannot underestimate the damage output. JG, how many bounty runes did he just pick up? JG got 6 bounty runes. Very, very nice. Now a 34k advantage, 96% win probability here for Neon. Even a double damage rune and amplified damage is available at that top rune spot.
Radiant
Obviously you saw Ken completely melt, because he did not have the Aegis nor Cheese available on himself. But with a double damage rune available for him, I'm sure he's ready to fight once again. There's not too many buybacks available on the map left, but Polison's the only one on Bleed that has buyback available right now. Makoto's about 300 gold short, and Masteros is about 30 gold short. Still, Bleed are the ones to smoke up and try to move into that mid lane, but Neon, they're going to group up and smoke themselves. It could be a huge team fight to decide the game. The Mines will give the info over. They know where Bleed are. They'll jump in, but CDR, he gets to the low ground. They'll skewer Masteros away, but the Stampede is going to allow them to reposition. Still, Massa is being chased down. He is barely alive. Now the RP out. They've caught Makoto. Makoto is gone. That is the Pango down. Masteros somehow got out of there with about 50 HP. He was one hit away from dying. And thankfully for Bleed, Makoto has buyback. He gets it just in the nick of time. Problem is they do not have Rolling Thunder. They do not have Haunt available. They don't have Stampede either. So it's the opening that Neon have been looking for. How do you initiate and fight this one, Bleed? Still waiting. Oh, CDR! CDR right in. They even found Masteros behind the tree line. Masteros, he's a sitting duck without his ulti. He's gone. He's got buyback. He'll commit it immediately. Lead still holding out. 3 buybacks committed. That's going to be enough for Neon to get out of there. They do not want to borrow this. Next Roshan is going to be the big objective for both sides. 43.5 minutes in. Lead is still holding out. They are 2 Raxes down. But it won't matter. I mean, you're late enough now that you can defend easily against these super creeps. It's all about not letting the Megas come in and maybe just fighting over the next Roshan. They'll go for a Tormentor, but it's such a slow process. Like, Jackie cannot do it on his own. It's still a Spectre at the end of the day. He needs some help. Now a refresher all being built up on JG as well. This is where things start to get really just tantalizing if you are played. It's just, you've got to be so careful. This Magnus has the ability to just completely shut down a team fight now. It seems as though Neon are going to continue just playing this one very, very safely. Giving themselves the time to have a crack at that next Roshan before they try to move high ground again. Already mines being placed here from Bombi around the Twin Gates area. Of course, you do still have a lot of traps there from DJ as well, don't forget. They do not expire, even once the spell has disappeared. So a little bit of cheeky info being provided here from DJ as well. Not quite as much as Bombi's providing, though, I'd say. I wonder... Oh, they are going to find the traps anyway. So, no more traps available there, at least for the Rubik. I just wonder, like, is this going to be a quick Roshan, or is it going to take another 2.5 minutes? Apparently there's just a casual gem sitting in the Roshan pit right now as well, just nobody's picked it up. Like, there you go, the courier of JG will go ahead and take it for himself. Roshan. Oh, it's a very long one. 3 minutes away. That's basically the longest Roshan you could have asked for. And that really favors Bleed quite a lot, because they want the time. They're 40k behind right now. They did not want a quick Roshan fight. They want to allow themselves time to have buyback back up. They want to allow themselves time to have gold back up, get some more items. 3 minutes is a real blessing here for Bleed, I would argue. It also gives you more and more time to actually come up with a game plan as to how you're going to contest this next Roshan. Because Neon will not like what they see. This is not what they wanted. They're basically just sitting around Roshan pit now for the next 3 minutes, just ensuring that it doesn't get taken by Bleed. So now you have so much space to work and try to figure out something as Bleed. Olsen just picks up a full sight device for himself, apparently. So now you've got a Hex up on Bleed. Full Nullifier available on Jackie as well. Gonna feel very, very nice for himself. Sadly for Masros, he has not gotten to the stage where he has the Aeon just yet. That would help quite a lot as DJ almost goes down, but will make it. Paulson does get a free shards for himself, so now Recall is available. Which is actually a super nice spell to have, by the way. Because you are looking to just push out lanes and back off to the fountain as soon as you can as Bleed. So the Recall does certainly help you in terms of just pushing out waves and just coming back to your team. It's Neon, they're literally just still standing there by the Roshan pit. Like, there's nothing else they can do but wait. They do get scanned out for a second of the pit. Bleed are not really making their way over yet. They're just slowly pacing their way over. Still using the time to get some farm up. There's a 4-man smoke now. So they are eventually going to decide to try and go after this Roshan attempt. But they might be met by CDR before they get there. And CDR is going to show himself on the creep wave. Kodo, he's in. Hex is out. They caught the Ursa. CDR, they're trying to blow him up, but he gets the enrage off mid-disable. Still, the Nullifier is going to fly out on the Ursa, but he's still able to walk away. In fact, now Makoto's the one that could be in danger, but he'll survive for now. Meanwhile, Jackie jumping right in. He'll be stunned up by CDR. Now the RP comes out, holding down the Spectre. Jackie is gone. 2 minutes is the respawn timer for the Spectre. It's Massaros. He will be the second to fall. No buyback available on him either. Sadly for Jackie, he was only 480 gold short of the buyback gold. But he will not have it. And now Roshan, it's still 5 seconds away. But Neon just completely ignore it. Without buyback available, they just want to go straight for the jugular. Maybe even looking to just force the buyback out from this Spectre. But of course it is not going to happen without the gold. There is one bounty rune available right now at the bottom side of the map, but that is not going to be anywhere near enough. Even if Bleed were able to get there. So now Megas are up and online. Dire Straits if you're a Bleed fan. Neon though, looking to get through to the upper bracket final. Looking very, very good here. The tier 4 tower's under siege. Still a minute away from the Spectre to respawn. Buyback gold is not coming quick enough as JG. He'll find Makoto on the Pango. Makoto just annihilated. No buyback either. Neon, they've got the GG call. They've done it. They are into the upper bracket final. And Bleed, sadly, will have to go through the lower bracket. But if you're a Neon Esports fan, you get to see them in that upper bracket final for a position at ESL 1 Birmingham. And I wonder, do we actually know who their competitors are yet? Let me find out if we do. But my goodness, I mean, Neon Esports, these guys continue to surprise me through this close qualifier. Just absolutely fantastic gameplay. And in fact, ladies and gentlemen, apparently, Neon are going to be playing up against GeekFam in the upper bracket final, in case you were not aware. So GeekFam is going to be their competitor. Wow. Blacklist actually got knocked down 2-0 against GeekFam. Very, very interesting. So there you go. That'll be your upper bracket final. GeekFam up against Neon Esports. Meanwhile, on this stream, for all you Blacklist fans out there, we have Blacklist up against Execration coming up on the Storm stream, which I believe was actually the matchup in a previous tournament we just casted as well, where Blacklist ended up 3-0ing Execration, or at least 2-0ing. So I think Blacklist should be the favorites going into this matchup, but who the hell knows? It is a bit of a different roster here with Palos joining the fray. We are going to head off to a bit of a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Blacklist rivalry up against Execration. We'll see you soon.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MC's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't subs. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yeah, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yeah, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why I just sign a flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle that can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest, Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it, My flow got a code, sick as the illest, I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in, I went way up, about to go again, You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend, cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end, cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going on, You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down, no, I keep it straight, every line is so intentional, this is your moment to let it go, you know that I'm into them way too cold, You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we crow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. We'll fly in the sky, blown like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I find all over with smoking guns.
All this fuss around me. Fuss, all this fuss around me. Makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me. All this fuss around me. Makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me. All this mess around me makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me. All this mess around me makes me feel
If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat, yeah. Body be dripping and fancy, part of my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s and 20s. Stay stack, lot of them. Racks, house by the lake, bought that. Ops to the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got 'em so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no raise a toast think I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high, yeah. Yeah, I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goal, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
I've never seen you this gone. You're further than you've ever been, and you're fading out. With your hands by your side, you're closer to the edge. It's your final breath of courage. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. 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 I know you've got it in you. You've gotta face it all. This life will continue, even if you fall. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt Hear my
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our second series of the night between Blacklist Rivalry and Execration. It is MLP Dota and John X5. John, I've forgotten your name already. It's one series passed, and I'm just like, no, I forget that guy. Welcome back, sir. Glad to see the electricity is back.
Yeah, line maintenance or some stuff that they announce a day before at nighttime, so no one ever sees it. But we are back, and we are back with a classic matchup: Execration versus Blacklist. In the lower bracket, Blacklist, of course, getting knocked down by Geek Fam in a very convincing fashion from Geek. And this is a matchup that we would call a Rambulan, of course. The online Rambulan is back. And it's also a little bit funny because Palos left Execration to join Blacklist, and they're in the exact same spot anyway. So this is going to be an entertaining one for us to watch. You and I, Mike, we just saw this one in Manila, a live Rambulan breakout between these two guys. And it was a very dominant victory, 2-0 for Blacklist last time. So keen to see what changes here, as it's been a rough and tumble road for both of these teams in the qualifiers so far.
I mean, that it absolutely has a fantastic game so far between all the teams that we've been watching. And, well, Execration versus Blacklist should be a pretty interesting matchup, because the last time we did see them, Blacklist did end up 2-0ing Execration pretty dominantly. However, I don't think you can underestimate Execration. They tend to be a team that kind of goes back, sees where they went wrong and come back stronger. And I'm sure that's exactly where we're kind of headed here for Execration in this best-of-3 series. And this could easily be another one of those days, I feel like, where we could just have 9 whole games to cast as well, by the way, John. Like, we've already started with the 2-1 on the first series. I feel like this one could easily be a 2-1.
Yeah, I can see that going the distance. I think both sides have their inconsistencies. This historic knowledge that Blacklist has over Execration. Just all of these players individually all know how Execration is to play, especially since they have Palos now, of course. And Execration has seen massive improvements in the openings we've seen from them so far. So it's going to be a good clash there. Definitely something that drag 3 games. Techies does get picked up by Execration, which we've seen a bit in the last series. It does do a lot of work on the Pause 4. It has a lot of output and really easily connect to these early ganked rotations that we have tended to see. Straight into the Chen. So they do manage to pick up the Chen themselves now. With the creep army, the push potential, the sustain coming in here for Blacklist. It is a very versatile Pause 5, of course, something that we have seen banned in the first phase normally. It's rather interesting as well. I think when you look at Blacklist's bans, they do take care of that Lina very early on, which only Execration's been picking first phase. And normally just kind of putting it on Pause 1 for Krish. Last time we saw Execration try that, then pan out, but it's really interesting. Blacklist still feels like it deserves to be banned straight up here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. More bans to come out. Execration.
10 seconds
I have a bit of a think about this this next ban out. Blacklist Rivalry, obviously. The Chen has been relatively popular. I'm curious as well as to your opinions. As like Raven ends up, I'm not sure if he left the team or whatever's happened there, but now they've got Palos. Do you feel like Palos is an upgrade to Raven, John? Maybe a little bit of a controversial opinion here to get us started.
I don't think he's an upgrade, but I also don't think he's a downgrade. I don't think the issue lied with Raven. Okay. I don't think Blacklist's issues lie with one player, honestly. It's something with his core group of players. I don't know. It feels like they need a guiding voice behind them. Almost reminds me of like old Mineski or like Fnatic. They need someone like March, really. I think that's the adjustment for Blacklist. If they had March like right behind them, then this is like classic 2016, 2017 times. Blacklist do pick up the Meepo that we've seen be highly effective, especially in a player like Krish, funnily enough, on Execration's end. This time Blacklist will have it on their end. Keen to see where this goes. I mean, Abed is the renowned Meepo player, but again, we've seen Meepo 1 come out here as well. So, rather open. It being a first pick makes me want to think it is the mid, or is maybe the safe lane. But I like the action here from Execration, just into the Magnus. This hero has done so much work for a lot of different teams, particularly Neon, but I'm still surprised Magnus is not a priority ban at all.
So am I. I
10
think Mag has
seconds
just
remaining.
been unbelievable these past couple days in the closed qualifiers.
5 seconds
Oh,
remaining.
Execration obviously seeing it
Radiant
left
team
alone, they'll just
pick.
take it to themselves. Speaking of, Earthshaker now
Oh.
coming out. So, I mean, if you wanted a classic Meepo Chen counter, Jonathan, it's the Shaker. You have both those heroes on the same team against the Earthshaker now. So, I mean, there is certainly a lot of value for Execration with this Earthshaker.
That
10
there is.
seconds remaining.
I kind of want Execration to run this Bob Shaker. Because
I
5
agree.
you
seconds remaining.
you remember watching the TI regional qualifiers and Bob was playing mid shaker up against all sorts of atrocious matchups and he was winning?
Yes.
I remember that. So I
Radiant
want to see
team
Bob in a
pick.
shaker. It's the kind of hero where he pops off, he's jumping around like a maniac, yelling or whatever on comms. And this is the kind of vibe you want in Execration. Complete havoc.
Dire team
Bob Shaker will get that done for you. Blacklist, safe and steady, into the Mars, into the Rubik pickup. So that should be, maybe we get the treat of a Tim's Rubik coming out here. And more than likely getting the Gabby Mars underway. Route, again, very steady setup. Rubik Mars lane is really strong. Lift back into
Dire
Spear.
team ban.
How sustainable they are in lane. Really great trades as well. Execration into the Viper. So they have a lot of options. They could run Shaker as support, maybe lean into like a Bob Viper, which is less
Radiant team
exciting.
ban.
They could give Tino the Viper, give Bob the Magnus, and just run the Shaker support again for Shanks. And I honestly wouldn't mind that. It does sound like a very scary lane to deal with. I think CML techies, we've seen him play that before on maybe something like Polaris when he was spending some time
10
there, or his time in
seconds
TNC.
remaining.
Regardless, some flexibility for Exa, but
Radiant
lots of
team
lane
ban.
dominant heroes. At least the Viper puts a really big spanner
Dire
in the works
team
here for
ban.
Blacklist.
It certainly does. I think the Viper was a very, very strong pick, and it just offers some nice flexibility as well. It really does just keep the draft of Execration very open as we do go into these final pickups and ban outs. Still mid lane is being banned out here from the side of Execration. Suppose they're not
10
100%
seconds
confident it is
remaining.
going to be an Arbed Meepo. More than likely should be a Palos Meepo.
5 seconds remaining.
We saw the puck getting removed. Execration, one more ban for themselves. There was still a question to me as to where the Shaker is going, but it is starting to look more like a mid Viper. You know, they're probably just a pos 4 Shaker. Which, to be fair as well, I don't think you necessarily need a core Earth Shaker. I think you and I just want to see Bob on the Shaker again because we know how great the guy is. And I think the viewers in particular would probably also appreciate getting to witness a Bob Shaker over a Bob Viper. You know, nobody
Yeah.
really enjoys watching mid Viper in a pro match.
No, definitely not. I think there's one other angle to lean into. It's a little strange, but you could give Krish a pos 1 Magnus. You still run Bob on the Shaker, and then you run Tino Viper. Because I
Okay.
think they've done Tino Viper so many times in Execration. I think that's where they
He's
actually
good.
like to throw that hero. Yeah, he's very stable on it. He dominates his lane. He gets a lot of aggression out. He knows his item timings and instantly joins his team after a couple of mid-game items. So I wouldn't mind that instead. Or, maybe just Tino Viper. Bob Magnus is also a really good option. And leaves it open for what
Dire
Blacklist
team
has
pick.
on hand. When you say, you're expecting Paulus to take the Meepo, it
Radiant
kind of makes me
team
sad,
pick.
because I still really vividly remember the Abed Meepo era.
Oh.
But, Paulus has run that on pos 1 on Exa as well. And Exa, they will just pick up the Alchemist.
This hero, man.
Stable carry.
No, it's stable is one way to put it, John, but it's been stably losing these past couple of days in the close qualifiers, and I think
10
if the
seconds
stability you're
remaining.
looking for is picking up trash heroes, this hero feels like trash to me, John. I
5
tell you,
seconds remaining.
I don't know. How many teams are we gonna watch win the first 25 minutes of the game and then just lose on the high ground attempt?
I don't know. I feel like the Alchemist here is really enabled. You've got Empower at the very least to feel pretty good on the Alch with damage. The lane options for Alchemist are really nice as well. Like this Alch Techies lane is really strong. The chain stunts are nice. Just even Acid Spray on, say, the Mars while Techies right clicks, or Acid Spray catching the Rubik, getting a couple of right clicks with Techies is pretty good. I don't think you can really burst down the Alch as well with what you have on hand from Blacklist, at least not until the Meepo is much more farmed up. So I do like the Alchemist in this case. I think it has some interesting possibilities. It might run into issues playing up against like heavily stacked up Mega Meepo down the line, like when you're looking at an 8k HP Meepo, that will be a little bit of a slog for the Alk for sure. But it also puts a really interesting dynamic between a core-to-core matchup. Because we always talk about Meepo being a tempo hero. Alk is probably one of the ultimate early tempo heroes, right? Because he wants to farm up, and he will be able to farm up. It's down to how both sides suppress these pause ones, as guess what? They do pick the Pangolier for Blacklist Rivalry, so not giving a real hero out to Abed.
No.
But it's fine. Pango still does what Pango does. It is a Bob Magnus and Tino on the Viper, so it will give Shanks the Shaker, which, again, Shaker Viper lane is really scary for you to have to deal with, especially for a Meepo. I do not envy Palos going into that lane. And again, this is where the dynamic comes in. This Meepo has to get online as fast as, if not faster, than Krish's Alchemist. And when you're laning against a Viper Shaker, that's not going to be an easy task for Palos to just stay comfy farming there.
I tell you, John, I don't know what to expect here from these two teams. Like, I want to say Blacklist are the favorites going into this matchup, but, you know, as much as I dislike the Alchemist, I feel like Execration do just outright have a better draft. You know, you look at that laning stage, you already kind of said Palos is going to have probably a pretty bad time against that Tino Viper. Even the mid lane, Bob on the Mag, doesn't tend to struggle too much. Against Arbet on the Pango, could be a little bit awkward, but I think both sides will be fine. And even the bottom lane, like, against the Mars Rubik, Chris should be okay. Especially with CML there to back him up on the techies, it shouldn't be too rough.
Yeah,
I'm just not sure for Blacklist.
I think for Blacklist, they have to capitalize on their bot lane. That's probably their best lane coming out here as well. Otherwise, I'd say Execration has every lane to their advantage outside of bot. Bot is a little bit more of a mixed bag. The one thing about Mars Rubik is that if CML does commit with Blastoff and doesn't manage to nail a kill, they can just counteraction really easily. Spear God's Rebuke will just melt this techies. Fade Bolt trades make it maybe a little bit more uncomfortable for CML as well. So they need to capitalize on that for the side of Blacklist. Same thing goes again for Execration. Just make it as painful as possible for Palos. And the funny thing is, again, these are 4 of Palos' ex-teammates. They know exactly how Palos likes to play. They know exactly how his farming patterns are, and what he complains about in lane. So,
are we going to get a Palus all chat straight off the bat? Is anyone going to say Palus? It feels like an obvious one here for Execration.
Prepare for battle.
Nah, they're serious. Oh, no, just a good luck.
Very good.
Crash talk off, says Bob.
Come on,
Bob.
Wow. Well.
Crash talk off, please.
So what did I tell you, John? So with these two teams trying to be nice to each other now, apparently. I guarantee the first time Palos dies, there'll be some tips coming up.
Oh, for sure.
Big wrap around here from Blacklist Rivalry. CML actually going to take a lot of damage by the looks of it. No, he does back off, and the Bish shot doesn't lock anyone else in. Krish is going to stun up himself now. The Fiesta is upon us already, John. Very, very good. Nobody dies here in this level 1 team fight. And it seems like they probably will just back off in embarrassment.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good change of pace for Execration. The last time we saw them force a level 1 fight, they died 4 times to a Pugna spamming spell. It's not going to happen this time around, fortunately, for Execration. No repeats of that. Trash talk off. You know, I will say a new pun that I've heard about Palos. I think I mentioned this to you yesterday. Cuckoo has dubbed him Paflush for some reason, like a toilet. So his stream title was, "Do we watch Paflush or do we just go pubs?" That was his stream title yesterday. God bless that man.
That's why they call him the Master, John. Krish, in a bit of danger. Looks like he'll be okay, but he has to leave the bounty raids alone. Krish still taking a lot of damage, but is alright. I tuned into the Cuckoo stream as well, John. I must say, I think Genuel was there if I heard the voice correctly. And they were saying something like "Thank you, Palos." You know, just doing the old thank you. CML still being chased down top lane. Might actually die here, but does barely survive. I don't know.
Good.
Cuckoo's just having a good time.
Yeah, no, he is. Like, they tend to hang out just in Discord. And they're a funny bunch, especially when Force is on. I cannot comprehend what they talk about when Force is there. Like, it hurts. It actually hurts my head. God bless, it's funny, but I can't keep up with the levels of weird puns they do as what we do have that isn't too funny are these lanes. What?
I work with a Filipino 24/7, John. How do you think I feel about bad puns?
Yes, of course. Of course, but trust me, Nico takes it to a different level. So does Bob with his laning up against Abed here. Gonna be an interesting matchup. The Pango versus the Magnus. Not something we see too often enough nowadays. Should still be maybe a little bit better for Abed, but it's not like Bob has no play. He doesn't have the kill threat with Skewer though, so... Gonna be, well, I say that. He does still get a good Skewer back, but again, you have the Swash to save. At the least, when Bob does that, it does remove the Swash in terms of clearing out the creep wave, so he can keep it kind of shoved in his favor, especially if he times that right around the water runes to give him a mildly easier time in trying to control the mana economy here just a bit.
Speaking of Bob, what was the line Bob kept saying to us at APAC? He kept saying time to smack these kids or something?
No, he said, he kept saying stuff like, I will eat them for lunch. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry, I will eat them.
That is John X Fire doing the accent, by the way. That is not me. Just so we're all aware.
That's my real voice. This is just a fake American voice I put up, you know? That's how I really sound at home. Exactly like that. You know?
You don't normally sound this stupid. Thank you, we appreciate the compliment. What a Tino and Shanks. I'm feeling very toxic today, John. I'm not sure why. Shanks and Tino against Carlo and Palos. Carlo trying to avoid a Fisher to come out from Shanks. Palos looking to be pretty fine for now. Actually has 8 CSs. The Fisher does block him, but doesn't... I think Shanks is just trying to kill the Ghost. The Fisher did not connect with the Meepo. He just wants the Ghost to die.
That does a lot of damage, and the Penitent's chase down onto Shanks is really winning for Carlo. Like, there's no counterplay for the Shaker there at all. It's not like Tino wants to expend the mana to burn down the Ghost. He would rather try to CS and get some free harassment onto Palos whenever possible. So they're doing a great job of mitigating this risky lane down bot, where Execration will want to, again, try to pile on with a Viper Shaker as much as possible, but it will take a few levels for them to feel comfy in that. And for now, you're doing a pretty decent job on Palos, considering this is a Viper lane. He's not shut out too heavily. It's all down to really Carlo and his micro.
Sad for Krish, he just lost his brown boots here, John. Gabby does end up picking off the courier with the God's Rebuke, so sad for Krish here for another minute. He's just going to be moving very, very slowly. Gabby does seem to be having a pretty damn good time on the Mars as well in this off lane. 13 and 6 in terms of the CS board. Not really struggling at all. CML at the very least is holding the back and allowing Krish to get his own CS going. But it seems like a relatively good laning stage for Blacklist so far, I would argue.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty good overall. I think you're also not too upset here on Execration. Again, I think the big part for Exe is trying to maximize this bot lane, which does feel a lot slower than you'd want it to be. They're not able to get that free harassment. Onto Palos, Carlo is still getting the pulse, getting the creeps to annoy Shanks, cutting off the Shaker from finding these angles with a Fissure. And as long as the Shaker Viper can't play into their strengths, the Meepo is going to be able to farm, hit that point where he gets his divided up, starts to get some self-stacks, even hit the jungle if he feels too much pressure. So they've got ways of mitigating this early shutdown attempt or just laning pressure coming out from Exe. I think the big part for keeping that momentum up for Execration is going to be on Bob. And his Magnus is starting to pull slightly ahead in comparison to Abed. And he's done a great job of just managing his mana. Having a bit of a better time. No bottle refill for Abed as well. And it's just down to these skewers. You know, he forces the skewer back when Creep Wave's not there. Forcing out the Swash. And then Abed just doesn't have a wave to safely farm.
Bob has been proving to be one of the, definitely one of the stronger mids as of late, I want to say. He's been consistently very potent in the laning stage. And it does consistently surprise me as well that Bob is not picked up by bigger teams internationally. You know, like that he isn't quite recognized yet, unless he's the one rejecting offers. But it does surprise, he's getting to that stage now where I'd say international teams might be looking at him. You know, he's consistently very good.
That he is. I think it might be down to... it's not that Bob doesn't speak English, as he gets another skewer back.
He does speak it. I've heard him speak it. Abed. I mean, you can make that argument all you want, John. Abed hasn't said a word to us for years. You know, this guy acts like he can't speak it. I'd prefer the guy that literally can't speak it than the guy that acts like he can't speak it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Abed did dodge us for a good 5 years, dodging every single interview request, dodging even just casual chatter. All of a sudden, he's a reformed man.
He was wrong. The one time he told us he was wrong, he gave us the wrong food recommendation. It was terrible.
Yeah, he had a bad food take. Abed needs to get his taste buds checked. You know, the better half has better taste buds as well. A little bit of a
Mid lane.
rotation onto mid from Blacklist. Just they have a semi-army. That's a lot of commitment onto mid. But they want the power room. They cannot allow Bob to have it. Again, he's done a great job just managing this lane. Abed picking up the haste does deny movement out from Bob, but Bob doesn't really have any connections anyway to play with. Like rotating onto the Alk lane. Alk lane doesn't sound great. Rotating onto the Viper lane with a low level Shaker doesn't sound amazing as well. So I don't think even if Bob found a power rune that's all too important outside of just topping up, it's going to be a static farm fest on mid and the side lanes, considering how all of these heroes want to play.
Not just taking it easy for now. Krish top the CS board on the Alchemist, which is a great sign for execration. Mind you, CML is literally just following Krish, just helping him take creeps. I mean, I suppose they just gave up on the laning stage and said, screw it. Just help me hit creeps. And it's kind of working. As stupid as it looked, it's working.
They're trying to play Meepo, you know. Palace has two of himself. Krish only has himself, so CML has to act as the second, you know, just to help spread that joy around. Because Palace has the exact same gameplay. He's hitting jungle as well. Like, literally everyone just wants farm, although that could end with CML here.
Absolutely, CML needs to get back and help his carry hit creeps. He will done. CML not really able to get away. Tims will take first blood. Scabby was trying his absolute best to secure that kill, but sadly for him, Tims will take.
That should provide an opening to shove in top just a bit. Acid Spray does kind of slow that down a tad, but Krish is not going to be able to maintain presence there for too long without risking his life. A very, very slow game. Again, outside of laning phase, if nothing happens, you will default to farm for these two kinds of lineups. Bob is the launching point. He has the RP ready, but you know, he's not too keen as well. Rotations have from Blacklist here, though.
Oh, Bob! Flipped it up. Tims will save the shield rune. Abed getting the VIP treatment here in the mid lane. To be perfectly fine to back his way out with that power rune from himself.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All things being said and done though, Bob has one out the mid lane. Like, even if it's just slightly, he is ahead. CML still trying to help set up Bob to go for an RP, but it's not going to happen.
You know what we call this treatment of Abed? This is the balikbayan treatment. You know, someone who you haven't seen in a long time, from abroad, comes back home. You treat them like kings. You get all their favorite food. That's exactly what Abed's getting. Yeah.
So why is it when I came to the Philippines you didn't treat me like a king, John?
What the hell are you talking about? How dare you slander my hospitality? What do you want? What do you want? It was a good time. I think.
For you it was.
Dire's middle
Oh, so you
tower
think,
is
well
under
that's...
attack.
It was a good time, John. I'm
Radiant's
joking.
bottom
No,
tower
you were.
is under
You were
attack.
very hospitable. Whatever, there's a word I'm looking for. Something hospitable. Hospitable is maybe the word I'm looking for. It's
I thought that's exactly what you said. I didn't think you needed to correct, but I appreciate the double, triple checking there, Mike.
Tower is under attack.
You know,
I
had to
leave
solo
you for
cast.
one series. Yeah,
I had
leave
to
you
solo
for one
cast too,
series.
so
Oh,
Under attack.
not very hospitable of me, is it?
Are fortified.
Oh, look at you. You said the word right the first time.
Chat must be like, what the hell are these guys talking about? Guys, it's 1-0. They're farming and just pushing, alright? It's not much to look at.
Oh, is Talon playing? Is that what's happening?
Which roster, though?
Yeah.
Do you mean old Talon? Last year?
Anyway, it's good to have you back, John. There were people in the chat asking for you, by the way. I'm not sure why, as they can see now that was a mistake, but you are back.
I'm glad to be back, Mike. I don't think anyone was in chat. I think you just forgot your meds today, Mike. I'm sorry. Forgot to tell you.
Well, bottom lane, could have some action here. Shanks is going to fish her off onto the Meepo. Palos is gone. Nice pick up there from Execration. Still Blacklist rivalry moving in. Gabby with a very nice arena, catching out the Viper. They've already taken down Shanks. Well, this Viper Tino, he's going to try and get some damage off before he dies, but he is gone. And it seems as though CML will be soon joining him as well as Gabby. The hand up, lands the spear into the T2 tower. That'll be CML to go down as Ahmed trying desperately to take the kill himself, but won't quite get it.
Yeah, the balikbayan treatment only extends to runes, Abed. Kills are still a free-for-all. No, Gabby's not just gonna hand that back to you.
How do you say that, John? Balik what?
Balikbayan, which is
There you go.
yeah, that means come back to country, back to home, basically. That's Abed in a nutshell. He's a changed man since coming home. Honestly, it's amazing. I don't know. I just never expected Abed to say more than 5 words at once, but he does speak.
Yeah.
The man does speak.
Those eye bags under his eyes are gone. Smiling. Very strange.
I feel
What
like
they
they
did to him
passed
over
that sickness to another. They passed the sickness to another young, hopeful man. Like my fellow Davawenyo. Like,
Radiant structures
how can I
are
cope?
fortified.
Oh, how,
You and I,
how do
we
I cope?
saw, we had a phone call with Japoy. He wasn't looking too good. He looked tired.
Dire
He looked
are
very, very tired.
Mind you, it was like around, I don't know, 8 a.m. for him, which is real no awake gamer hours. So
Yeah.
just maybe that, but one can imagine the possibilities of other backline stories there, Mike. What we don't need to imagine is the game going at 4-1 with a 1k lead. You have this good build-up for Palos. He hasn't been shut down outside of that one gank, but his progress has stalled out. Number 4 in net worth overall. Small lead being built up by Krish into the Radiance. The Radiance timings would really kind of throw us off the Meepo. You don't really have a great way of dealing with that until you hit level 20. The burn damage preventing your further blinks in can be a massive nuisance as well. Bob is inching closer towards that blink dagger on the mag. It should lead to more stable initiation attempts for them, but same thing goes here for Gabby. His blink within 100 gold, Bob's blink just coming out. Timings are aligned. So we might be able to see close smoke timing from both sides, and Blacklist will get that started.
They will. Blacklist rivalry through the mid lane. Head up the river. Oh, Mines will give away the position. Abed will run right into a proximity mine. They will still venture towards the north in that dire jungle. Scan is going to kind of give that information over to Execration. They are still indeed around that
Palos.
area, though mid lane, Palos is going to go down. So Palos, maybe getting a little bit too excited, does end up dropping.
Radiant's
I'm
middle tower
so
is
surprised.
under
No
attack.
tips, no all chat.
No,
This is not the Execration I know. When they're playing
No.
against a ex-teammate.
maybe they assume Palos will be back in a week. John, you never know. Try to be nice to the guy. Skewer back from Bob. He's found a Rubik. This activity is going to die. Meanwhile, Gabby, that's a great arena. Gabby's in. CML is down. Bob is in huge trouble. Bob should surely die.
Oh.
They missed the swash, but it won't matter. He is gone.
Radiant's
Gabby to the
bottom
rescue.
tower is under attack.
Oh
A
man.
triple kill for Gabby. Yeah, this is the Gabby master plan job. You get rid of Raven, you bring in Palos. You get rid of Palos, guess who's playing Pos 1? It's Gabby. It's a master plan.
Oh my
like-
god.
Mark my words. Mark my words. Within a month, Gabby will be playing Pos 1 for Blacklist.
Oh, that is an insane storyline, but that was a great move out from Gabby, salvaging what could have been a very rough exchange. Do manage to make that a little bit more worthwhile with the kills and leading into that tier 1 push. And Gabby and Abed connecting like two long lost buddies, or two Balikbayans technically, with Gabby spending a little time in Europe. I don't know. He's a Balikbayan too. Abed and Gabby must have bonded over that fact. Another smoke out. Cooldowns are not too far off, but Arena is down, and so is the roll. It's a creation. This is the one thing with X's draft. With a Shaker, you are going to be stuck waiting for a few more to have that additional Blink and Shard. They have the high ground position. Not a good spot for Blacklist to easily sneak into. They still have the amplified damage running for just a bit longer. Will fade. And Exa, I mean, the one great thing for Exa is free farm for Krish. Radiance is up and running. Alk will set to escalate. Once that BKB is up on Krish, he should be ready to join his team. Like, that's when you need to leverage that Radiance, get that burn going, get that mischance going up against the Meepo and start to whack away. Until then, gotta hold on to these towers as best as you can.
They will do so for now. I mean, the tier 1 tower is dropping slowly but surely, but it doesn't seem as though they want to stick around here on Blacklist Rivalry. Execration successfully defending for now. Like Tino does have the full wags up on the Viper, so the nosedive is now available. Very nice defensive utility against a hero like Chen, and of course the Meepo as well. Seems like Blacklist is still going to show up at this bottom side, and maybe just continue the pressure. They do have a siege creep here, so a bit more damage to be had. It seems like Execration might just let this one go. Eventually.
Yeah, they want to make Blacklist work for it, you know, commit the heroes to keep it shoved in, make sure they're not hunting down Krish in that time. So the commitment here does just keep to force Blacklist to kind of make that choice. They do leave it alone for now, only Gabby hanging around the area. They're starting to walk around top, no forward vision this time from Blacklist. But Tims does have the stolen prox mines. That's a big boon for them. And just getting some information out. And Rubik mines are the most annoying thing. When I do play Rubik, like every Rubik player, or anyone that has played Rubik up against techies, when you get those mines, you feel very happy though. It's satisfying.
Oh yeah. It's
I don't know why. Like, you play techies, it's like, alright, the mines are fine, but you get it on Rubik for some reason, you feel even happier. As the Roche does begin with mines to guard here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It does.
Dire's bottom
That's the thing as well, they don't change color, which is incredible.
Yeah.
So you don't know that they're the Rubik mines. It's kind of amazing. Mind you, it kind of works the same way for Blacklist, right? They don't know either whose mines are who. So there is that. Blacklist will get away with the Aegis, hand it over to Arbit. Still seems as though the side of Blacklist are well and truly in control. Like, you do have to somewhat worry about Krish's Alchemist, who is coming online, but he's not that far ahead. He really is. In fact, Krish, speaking of, he'll make the jump in onto Tims, but Tims does have some mines down already. In fact, that was CML's mines. Never mind. So,
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Like, why can't we make them look different?
No. This is how landmines really work, Mike. Do you think they identified him? No. They're just underground. This is Dota 2. This is close to real life as you can get. Fortunately, it is closer without that Chen mount. It's not a horrendous Chen mount no longer. I think that's what caused the power outage for me, honestly.
are scattered.
We spent too much time in it. Starting to gather around onto Tino. Not the easiest target, especially with the eggs and the Yasha. Gabby.
He's gonna just man up and run right through the lines. Problem is Gabby.
Alright.
Gabby, oopsie daisies. That's alright. Palos is here now to try and intervene and help them get a bit of a trade going, but Tino's a bit too tanky. In fact, now Palos is the one in danger. Has to go for the Mega Meepo to back off, but they do land a nice Fisher. Bob could go for a skewer, but the lift up from Tims is going to ensure he cannot. He still holds on to the RP though, so go on to Arbed instead on the Pango. Arbed has been blown up. That is the first one. Can they get him a second time? Well, they'll land the stun onto Arbed, but he does get the swash away. Still a successful fight for the side of Execration, considering they do take down Gabby.
And it's a very confident charge forward from Gabby, but after the one mine pop, without that retreat, it felt a little bit overexcited. He had no blink angle because of the damage he took. He couldn't go forward, set up the angle for the Arena Spear, and it falls apart without that initial control to set up for Abed to play off the back of.
Looks like Shanks has been left behind. Gabby will say thank you very much. Drops the arena as well, just in case. No problems. Gabby would just sing to him as well before he dies. Why the hell not? There we go. 5-1-3 is the Mars. A fantastic performance here from Gabby. The one death was actually him just running in and dying. So there you go.
Yep, just getting a little bit too focused and trying to catch out there. And at least find some punishment in the end. Execration, more than happy with how this game is going so far. I mean, you have these initial timings on Alos, but again, the Meepo almost feels like it does need a little bit more early on. We are seeing the disperser buildup that we've seen time and time and again on these Meepos. That's going to be a nice spike for Palos and trying to get a chase down or a little bit of a buff up on the retreat. They're setting up for the Tormentor as well, which you can always do as the techies, of course, for the triple mines. Be able to find a nice freebie shard for themselves onto Bob. So they've got that additional usage of the shockwave, I suppose, just for clearing out the creep waves, but it's not the most impactful. And you might actually have preferred to get Tino on his shard, just to open up some push potential, which is one shortcoming of the exit draft, outside of just Krish running up with his attack speed and damage, which again isn't ideal at this point of the game just yet for the Alchemist. My concern for Blacklist is, you know, you mentioned the Alchemist being a timer hero. The Meepo, I mean, it scales a bit better, but it also somewhat has a timer. So it's a little bit strange once we get into a late game scenario, if we do get to that point. for the Meepo versus Alk matchup, because it's just a little bit awkward. You have the durability in the Meepo, but
Radiant's
an
bottom
Alchemist
tower
can do a
is
lot
under
of damage.
attack.
It
Radiant
just,
are scanning.
it's also not enough to melt the Meepo. Kind of hinges more on the team fight and the execution, which makes this game kind of like a classic Rambulan from way back when. Like, this is just basically going to be bashing heads against each other if it drags
Radiant's
long.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
T1 mid tower is not lasting too long here.
is under
Krish will
attack.
go ahead and take care of it. They will glyph it up, but should not last now.
Dire's structures
Like this, they will
are
push out the top
fortified.
T2 tower though in the meantime. So you
Radiant's
do have
middle tower
a
is
decent
under
trade
attack.
going on for Blacklist.
Radiant's
They are
middle
able to take that
tower has
T2
fallen.
out. Thing is, it does lift up an execration. They are going to
Radiant's
smoke up
bottom
as
tower
4
is under attack.
and rush right towards the top lane. So Tino is already around the area just defending that Tier 2 tower. Krish will frontline for his team. Does have the blink up. Just needs to find himself a target, but he's going to find the check. Alright, he does self-stun, but it won't matter too much. Carlo is still looking to fall, and they will get it. Not the biggest kill, but it's something.
It's something. A little bit fortunate for Krish that it does pop in the right exact location. Unfortunately, they can't really translate this into entering Roshan. Still 3 minutes away until we see the spawn timer. They could try to invade Triangle, but Tier 1 still stands, so it's going to be a siege from Tino. Without the shard, not the fastest as well. There's enough time here to respond on Blacklist, and they will smoke out on Gabby and Tims.
Tino. Oh, that's a beautiful angle here for Arbit. Gets him on the no, doesn't get him on the high ground. Tino will not be so lucky. Still stuck in the arena. Tino is somehow alive. Will go for the Viper Strike. In comes Bob, looking for Gabby. Does commit the RP. He's only got one. And now Tims, he'll take the RP away. Finally, Tino goes down to the backside. And somehow Gabby will survive another day. There's Arbit now rushing forward. Will take down CML. Looking for Shanks as well. Does get him. Bob's going to be alright. He'll TP up. A great fight here for Blacklist Rivalry.
Yeah, that's a massive win. That catch onto Tino just being a little bit too far forward. I'm not sure what that movement was about for Tino. He was shoving in top Tier 1 and then walks down on diagonal on the river for no real gains. He had no ward to plant. I mean, there's nothing to find on mid. And that movement does cost them. They weren't grouped up to try to sneak around onto the triangle together there either. Blacklist. Great read on Tino backing off, understanding where the weaknesses would be, and trying to get greedy, I suppose, on the Viper, and managing to find a really good angle for Abed to build off of. No backup. At the very least, they didn't waste Slam, but stolen RP is going to be a big threat from Tims. He's just going to hang on to this until it's off cooldown. Like, legitimately, he's got the blink ready. He will build up more for this train wreck that Abed is rolling for the side of Blacklist.
Why not? It's a great spell to just keep. Smoke up again. Execration. Hanging around that mid lane. They did find an amplified damage rune for Gabby. It's going to feel very, very nice for the Mars. Bob will break the smoke. CML going to narrowly avoid the Rolling Thunder. Thing is, they have found Tino on the Viper with Palos right on top of him, and he's in pretty big danger. Tino is forced to just try to fight back, but he is down. A nice start to the fight once again here for Blacklist Rivalry. Gabby's having a look for more. Arena is down, only really catching CML, but it won't matter. They'll still find a secondary kill though. Arbed, he will be dragged back into the loving arms of Krish, very far back in fact, that Arbed is going to go down. So Bob with a very nice turnaround there onto the Pango. However, Gabby? Gabby's diving in pretty deep for this one. Tims! Tims in with the RP, netting them up. Palos, he'll clean up here. Bob still actually gets the skewer away. Krish? Can Krish clean up perhaps? Meanwhile, Gabby, he's found CML again. CML's still alive somehow. What is this game? What are they doing? Tino coming in. CML is somehow not dead yet. Finally does go down. Gabby should die. Krish will take his life. Meanwhile, Tino's going to go onto Tims. Tims trying to TP away, will actually make it, but might die in the fountain, and he does.
You know what this is, Mike? You're asking so many questions. It's an online Rambulan. It's the classic, baby. Dive behind Tier 2s, go onto the high ground with Tier 2 still up. Who cares? This is it. This is a fight. These are your ex-teammates. You gotta shame them. It's exactly it. And Palos, he was trying to prove a point. Of course, Abed also gets the balikbayan treatment, an expressway through immigration into the loving hands of the luggage claim that is the tower. So that's a very lovely move from Bob to welcome Abed back home as well. Very welcoming, all your teams here.
Oh, absolutely. The most welcome. Palos, top lane. He's actually kind of surrounded here. Does he realize he's walking right into Shanks? Sadly, Shanks does not have the echo available, but it may not matter if Palos is completely alone. He'll try. Is he going to turn? Why? He's going to try and turn this one. They found one Meepo. Here's his team moving up slowly but surely. Palos is buying a lot of time. Arena is down, but he's losing one of the Meepos and it's gone. Palos will die. Gabby, he was trying to get there in time, but now he might be in danger. Blacklist rivalry, they will lose too.
Oh boy.
And that's very throwy from Blacklist end of things. I mean, there's no other way to put it. That is a straight up throw.
It's funny, isn't Execration the team that does really throwy stuff? Huh. I think the script was flipped. We must have been reading the wrong scripts, Mike. You're into Roshan for Execration. I have no idea what happened there with Palos, like not catching that last Meepo. Did he? Surely it wouldn't have been him leveling up, getting the level up point while he had Mega Meepo up.
Don't say that. I mean, I think you're right. I think you
Because
are
I thought he got everything, then I suddenly see one random Meepo. I'm like, what the hell is that? Because I see he just turned 18, so.
Yeah, only 112 XP past the 18 mark. Looks like you're probably correct here, John.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake. It happens, Palos. You know,
does happen.
or as Cuckoo loves to say, flush. I don't know why. It works, but I don't know why either. God bless Cuckoo.
You know why? Yeah, well, but nobody really understands what Cuckoo or why Cuckoo says what he says, John. But he's just, you know, he's talking. CML setting up the mine team for Palos. Palos not going to enjoy what he sees. CML then messes up with the blaster. Palos will actually, they'll still get the wisdom rune on the techies. CML will eventually die. Let's get the wisdom rune for his trouble.
You don't mind that. I think the EXP gain is pretty important, especially for Shanks. Start to get going on his Shaker. Love the build-up he's going for. Doesn't need too much utility. Has the Blink, wants the Octarine. It's just more uptime, more chain stunts to pull out with Aftershock being spammed from a lower cooldown enchant without having to wait for your talent. It just provides that added control that you are kind of lacking outside of just RP Unstable here for the side of Excess. So it's really down to just the Shaker. As Shanks does die, as we've talked about, he gets shanked.
He certainly did get shanked in the Dire Triangle. Not a very good feeling for him. Still the 2k advantage the way of Execration, but that is considering they have an Alchemist draft, so it's nothing really to write home about. Lines still being drawn out here from Blacklist. They're just trying to control majority of the map. And that they certainly have majority of control of the map here as Execration still waiting for Krish to hit a point where he might be a real threat. Kind of what I'm saying about the Alchemist, you know, it just doesn't... It doesn't ever feel like it gets to a point where you're actually scared of it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Krish has been doing a lot of work, though. His damage has been pretty good up front, especially with the Empower. I don't think it's down to him. The Meepo just looks a little bit scarier with Mega Meepo.
I'm not saying it's Krish's fault, John. I'm simply saying the hero itself
Dire are
is,
scanning.
you know, questionable in my opinion. Like this rivalry. Execration looking to run right in. Arena is down. Shanks does get caught out, but they missed the spear, so Shanks is able to keep going. RP is out from Bob. He's caught a couple of them. Meanwhile, Krish, where is Krish? He's alright for now. He'll move back in. They've got Palos down to boot. A beautiful setup out from Bob and Shanks. And Shanks did not die throughout all that, John. They missed the spear in the arena, so he kind of just survived.
Yeah, a little bit awkward to start for Execration. Krish was taking point, jumps, blinks forward way too far, and there was a nice little play from Tims. He lifts Abed while he's in Rolling Thunder just to get an additional stun off. Like, Krish could have died if he didn't pop his BKB. But off that distraction, lured Abed away from the main focal point of the fight. And Execration uses that position to win out. Push onto the high ground. They've got Chemical Rage coming off cooldown once more. And this is not going to take too long. No shard on Tino to speed us up further. There is still a Fortify to protect. they've still got this nice opportunity to rip apart, especially without the Rolling Thunder and Arena up for a few more seconds.
Through the mid lane they go. Execration. For that first tier 3 tower of the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Palos is going to respawn, so Execration will pay their respect and back off. EBs are incoming. Blacklist, they might want to go for a fight. Keep in mind, Bob, he's looking for the skewer plays already. Carlo be targeted here by Tino. A nice Fisher coming out from our Shaker, holding down a couple, though Tino may have gone a bit too far. Arbet in the meantime gets the Rolling Thunder off in time, so he is fine to survive that skewer back from Bob. Marina down. They really want that Viper. Tino dropping a little bit lower, still pretty damn tanky. He's just stuck between a rock and a hard place, but a blast off. No! The Mega Meepo not going to allow the stunts to come out. Krishnell is in the awkward position past the Fisher, but he will still survive. Is now Gabby? Oh, that's a quick silence. Gabby could not spear anyone back. Bob missed the skewer. Meanwhile, Palos back in on Tino. Though Tino, he'll cheese up. He'll survive another day. Palos, he'll go for the dig. He'll try to survive the old-fashioned ways. He does get out eventually. Nobody died.
Radiant's top tower is under
Nobody died throughout all of that, apart from the Viper with the Aegis. That's it.
Yeah, doesn't even matter too much. Tino's Aegis was set to expire in like, what, 20 seconds when he died? Around that time. So, wasn't Aegis set to be used. The cheese being lost might be a bigger factor here, but it still doesn't hold Execration back. And that was Execration forcing the fight without their own usage of RP being ready. So they've got that.
Oh, Arbet. Well, silence. Stun will land, but he is on the high ground. He'll make it. Tough situation now for Blacklist Rivalry. He's 7k behind. It feels as though the power spike has kind of occurred now for Execration, where they will start to want to be much more aggressive. Krish is hitting like a truck at this stage, and Blacklist, they've got to play the waiting game, I think.
I think your issue with a waiting game here is that, again, where do you scale off of? Because this Meepo will be building up more stats, wants to get really tanky on the Mega Meepo. It doesn't tend to go for too much damage on this hero. So I'm curious where they expect that. I mean, Gabby's already somewhat set up for damage, as the Deso is going for the AC into the Satanic, so he can do quite a lot with a God's Rebuke. I just don't feel like they scale as well, for sure, on Blacklist. Like the Meepo, we're talking about the Meepo and the Alk both being tempo. The Alk still feels like it gives more. Despite not being as durable as a Mega Meepo, it still does a lot more damage in a shorter time span in comparison to a Meepo. Outside of perhaps like a poof combination, but again, when you build Ags on Meepo, you're focused on the Mega Meepo to an extent here.
He spoke up. I mean, Execration. They move in, and we'll get to see if Palos has any chance against this Alk, because Execration do not seem to believe so, nor do you. Execration not really finding the angle for the fight. They'll just get control of that Radiant triangle, or rather Radiant jungle instead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they've got steady push coming out from Exa now, with a shard being up in Tino. So if you just leave him alone and the poison attack kicks in,
Tino does get caught in arena. Nice setup from Gabby. Tino's still proving to be the big tanky boy, though. Does go for the nosedive, misses out on it. So Tino might just go down to the Viper, and he is finally down. There's now Blacklist. They really want the fight. A nice skewer from Tim's onto Shanks. Shanks will go down as the second. Now they're onto Krish. He does BKB TP away, though, and does get out. The Alchemist is okay, but they'll lose the Viper, they'll lose the Shaker. Execration will find nothing with this smoke attempt either. They just kind of miss out on everything.
rather curious. Tino takes point already on the tower. I expected some counterplay coming in there from Bob. He had a good opportunity for the RP. They had a good opportunity for an earlier slam from Shanks, but again, they play it safe. They do have a very funny combo ready now in Execration to CML. My boy Bryle builds the Ags on Techies with a skewer back on Magnus. We've got some memes ready, Mike.
I love it. We saw this last game as well from Bombi. Like, the minefield side, you really cannot underestimate how much damage it does. You know, in the middle of a team fight, if nobody recognizes that it's down and active, oh my goodness, it really does just destroy everyone. And like you said, with a skewer back play in the middle of all that, yeah, you do get some damage on, that's for sure.
I remember
Dire's bottom tower has
Boom
fallen.
Esports when Natsumi was there. I think I
yes,
showed you that clip. The minefield sign, and he just jumped in as Monkey King.
Dire's
They're
bottom
drawing it
tower
out.
is under attack.
They're observing those two, Jonathan. We're all drawing it out. We all
yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Yeah.
Natsumi.
Love him. Love Mr.
Wherever
John
he is
Vargas.
now.
Hello, John. He's on Geek Fam, of course. Doing fine. He's fine.
Okay.
It's just an oopsie daisy, as we call it, Mike. The professional
Oh,
term.
It's not what you called it during the DPC.
No,
John.
that's not what they called it at all.
No. You didn't sound very happy after you saw that. That
I was
play from
just-
Natsumi.
Dire's
I was in a state of shock that could happen, Mike.
That's a nice way to put it. I respect that. I appreciate it. Here we go. CML. He'll mine up the Roshan area. We saw this again from last series with Bomb. It's classic things. You want the Roshan, you just place mines everywhere. Make it impossible to go in without being scouted out. And if you get a nice RP skewer back into all these mines, well, you know, fireworks are going to happen. That's for sure.
He has the minefield sign ready.
Oh,
Just
here we
needs
go.
to deliver.
Oh no! Oh, Bob's. He gets a little bit too excited. Arena down. Gabby will make the jump in onto CML. CML is eventually going to be chipped away at. Krish does jump in with the Chemical Rage. Palos, in the meantime, will go after Bob. Pino getting to work onto the Meepo, but the Meepo will just go for a run. While Arbet going for the Rolling Thunder, but does also just look to retreat. They got CML, but now they can just wait for the Chemical Rage to expire, and then perhaps just force Roshan.
Yeah, they've had a lot of options.
Then again, they want to fight now. The Chemical Rage is
Feel-
expiring. Pino is being targeted. The Minefield sign has been activated, but it does nothing. Arbet, though, he does actually go down. They have got the Pango. Arbet, maybe extending a little bit, does end up dying.
I mean, the minefield sign's still there. The
Oh.
AoE is just so tiny for it to trigger. You have to be within 200 units. That's less. Monkey King has more attack range than that. You know, you have to be very close to it. So they still have that for the defensivists. Not that it takes long at all. Free Ags to give out onto Bob as well. So the Horn Toss is ready. See if that helps in trying to pull some of these heroes back. A little bit of an awkward fight. All of these fights are starting to get pretty scrappy. Right, like Krish was trapped up using BKB Chemical Rage, but Shank's Fissure just blocked him off in his own area. But then again, the follow-through from Blacklist falls short. They dodge the RP, but Rolling Thunder doesn't amount to much outside of CML. I mean, it's getting scrappier. And Execration, that's where they tried.
Alright, Triangle now. Try to fight again. Trying to find a straggler here is Execration. Kind of missing out on everybody, though. Gabby, in the meantime, having a look to see if he can start another fight. Shanks misses out on the Fisher to boot, so Tims will just casually walk away from this. Now, Execration trying desperately to capitalize over the 5v4 situation they have, but it's not going to happen. Nobody gets caught. They'll try again with the 4-man smoke now. Tino's already rushing through the mid lane with this Aegis up. Towards the west we go. Execration desperately want a kind of pick off here for their side to move high ground. Vision down, Bob
Radiant's
looking for the
top
skewer
tower
play.
is under attack.
Oh, I bet Palos, you've both got to be so careful here. Like, they move up a little bit too far. Palos.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I want the Meepo by the looks of it instead. In fact, it's the Viper getting jumped. Tino
Oh,
now the
slam!
Echo Slam! Oh, what a slam coming in from Shanks!
Oh my god!
He found everyone!
Radiant's middle tower
Gabby and Palos both going down.
Radiant's
They both have
structures are
buyback.
fortified.
They'll need to commit them, I think.
Barracks are under attack.
They have to stop this. They're 2 lives on Tino. He doesn't care. He's going to be sticking up front. They know no slam and RP. It's an opening for Blacklist to try to make something happen here.
Come the buybacks, both of them being committed. That Midrax 1 hit away from dying. Tino desperately trying to just hit the melee barracks. Finally does get it, but he might just die for this. Meanwhile, they do find CML. They're on a Bob now. Bob forced to BKB and just skewer away from Palos, but now they've left Tino behind. Meanwhile, Krish, he's also kind of been left behind, but he'll be able to BKB and walk away as the Fisher does come out. Tino, he's taking a fair bit of damage.
gonna go
Is
back
anyone
in?
going to help him out? Tino, he's surviving. He gets the Bloodstone
What?
off. He will heal up through all this. Meanwhile, the skewer, Bob, he'll drag him out of the face. Palos, he's dropping pretty darn low, but gets the dig off in time. He'll survive another day. Meanwhile, the Meepo coming out. There's your blast off. CML holding them down. Can they deal with the Meepo though? Palos, he's just so tanky. But Tino eventually gets it done. They eventually get it done. The diebacks are there. This game is over. I think game one is going the way of Execration. And what a fight it was. Blacklist Rivalry trying their best to capitalize off the buybacks. But just Execration unrelenting in this game one.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from both of these teams. You know, Blacklist playing aggressively, Execration really playing aggressively as well. Both teams going ham. This is what we love to see in Filipino
Rambulan,
versus
John.
Filipino team matches. Yeah, the Rambulan Classic. And that spirit's living on. It's good to see because it feels like we haven't had this kind of Rambulan in a long while. It's not the best bit of news for Blacklist. I think that dive behind tier 2s around the bot area into tier 3s was definitely one of those overextension moments, but everything else was pretty on point. I just feel like when you pick this Meepo, you've got to be a lot faster. Palos did get a lot of space, but he didn't manage to really use those early items as fast. And, you know, your Meepo up against an Alku will scale faster than you do. Both being tempo, it will just drag into late game. And then you have all this AoE control and exit, just made it easier to manage Palos.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's game one in the books. Of course, this is a best of 3 series of the lower bracket, so Blacklist Rivalry, I mean, they're one game away from getting knocked out here, and Execration one game away from proceeding. And I'll tell you what, I'm not sure if it's me, Jonathan. I'm not sure if it's because I keep saying and jinxing these teams, but all the underdogs, as far as I'm concerned, just keep pulling through here in these series, which I'm very happy to see, by the way, John. I like when things are very messy and chaotic. Still, we are going to head off to a very short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Blacklist Rivalry and Execration. We'll see you soon.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight.
Night, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love. Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf. Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff. Candlelight, sanftes Licht. Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I'd walk through fire to get to you. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'd sell myself to get to you. Go straight through hell to get to you. Break all my bones to get to you. And give all I own to get to you. Yeah. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, ooh yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to game 2 here between Blacklist Rivalry and Execration, and it is MLP Dota and John Xfire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We have a series on our hands, game number 1, going the way of Execration. Now, Jonathan, I didn't know which way that game was going to go. Execration pulling off another upset, and you had to point out straight after the game that apparently every time I say a team is favorited, apparently I have a 100% success chance at this as well. They end up losing throughout these close qualifiers. Is that correct?
It's a skill, Mike. It is. Congratulations, 100%, Mike. You're top 1 on the boards for predicting.
10
the other
seconds
way.
Are you saying I hold the the betting crowd can just assume that I hold all
Yes.
the power?
Yes, exactly. Listen to Mike.
Okay.
Dire team ban.
I miss. You know what, Mike? You know the bands are going through. Nothing too exciting yet. You know what I
Go on.
always
10
remember? What I
seconds
always
remaining.
loved, that one cast we had, where it was Polaris versus Old
5
Talon,
seconds
and it
remaining.
was like 42 minutes to 45 minutes. I think this was KL qualifiers,
Radiant
Genting
team
qualifiers last year. 48 minutes or so. Both sides were 9-9. Someone in chat suddenly asked, "Who's F10K?"
10 seconds remaining.
That still brings a smile to my face. I don't know why. It is just like, oh my god, there was this one guy waiting for that.
Dire team ban.
Well, John,
Oh,
I have some news for you, Jonathan. Based off the way that game 1 went, I wanna say I think Execration
10
might be the
seconds
favorites now
remaining.
with this game number 2. What do you think about that?
you
5
want the 9
seconds
games, do
remaining.
ya, Mikey, huh? Oh,
Listen,
this is spicy.
All I'm saying, John, Execration look like the better team. I'm just gonna say it. The Blacklist rivalry kind of messing up a little bit. We gotta clean it up.
Blacklister are actually setting up for Execration to first pick a Meepo now. They banned out the Viper themselves, which would be fine if they had first pick for a first pick Meepo. But now Execration can just pick the Meepo up or just ban it here, and the Viper ban is just kind of worthless.
Dire
Rather
team
interesting
pick.
because this is something Execration was running against the Meepo time and time again. They get to pick up the Magnus now without the Rubik. So now the left backs aren't there from Tim's. There's no stolen RP to worry about. We saw
can't
Bob popping
believe-
off in his hero.
I really can't believe teams are always allowed to pick this hero up.
Right?
Right? Like
10 seconds remaining.
it just-
Dire team ban.
it feels so strong. There's a Winter Wife. I mean, this is a hero that's pretty good at countering a hero like Mag, because even if you land a nice RP, as long as the Wyvern's back, you just kind of curse them. No, but you'll be fine. But I don't know. I'm still shocked that Magnus is just
10
allowed to be
seconds
first pick like
remaining.
this by pretty much any team throughout these close qualifiers. It is actually insane to
5
me.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. Again, like, the only team that banned it was Aurora,
Dire
because they
team
already got,
ban.
crushed by Neon in their previous series, so they started banning it. But it's
Radiant
really
team
surprising,
ban.
considering how big the success of Magnus has been. I want to say it has, like, maybe a 60 to 70% win rate so far in this qualifier. So, it's just been up there. I do like the Winter Wyvern, as you mentioned. It's a great counter to Magnus, and overall, it's a really good hero right now, I want to say. It gives you percent-based
10
HP
seconds
burn for some of these
remaining.
tankier off lanes, really great laning presence coming out, good
5
sustain that
seconds
can come in
remaining.
clutch in certain scenarios,
Radiant
and,
team pick.
Castaway
Dire
showed us
team
how
pick.
great this hero can still be. It does give you a lot. Blacklist will fall back to the Gabby Mars, which I don't mind. I think Gabby actually had a spectacular game. It did start to go
Dire
downhill
team
when he
pick.
just literally ran through 2 mines and died. And that could happen again because Execration does get CML techies in. The Bounty Hunter I'm not sold on. I'll be frank with you, Mike. You mentioned not liking this hero as well. No,
What?
you mentioned liking this hero, but
Yes.
it's not won a lot. Like, in these pro matches, especially in the
10
Pause 4,
seconds remaining.
it has not been winning. I don't know if Bob would want to take that mid.
5 seconds
I think this is
remaining.
actually just likely our Shanks hero. I mean, if Bob does take it mid, I'd like to see it. Like Bob playing the Bounty Hunter up against like a Quap. Like bait Blacklist into picking an Abed hero they feel is safe. Just go Bounty afterwards. There is that really good flex for Exe, but as a support, I feel like the timings are just a little bit too slow. It doesn't crush lane that hard in comparison, especially up against certain range supports. It can just get right click down. Your offlaner doesn't want to assist you for the most part there, focus on the farm. So I'm not entirely sold, at least in the pro games we've seen of the Bounty Hunter 4.
I'll tell you, John, if I was playing, I'd make it work. I'm telling you right now. I know you like to defend these pro players, you know, they're all your friends and whatever. Listen, if I was playing Bounty, I guarantee it'd look like the best hero in the game. Guaranteed.
If you say so, Mike, you know, you dodged out board games with Execration. You know, I don't
That's
know,
true.
for a guy who wants to prove he's better, you should have played those board games with him, prove that
Radiant's
you were the
team
better
pick.
arguer than Bob.
Faceless
Bob's quite the
Void.
orator. As Blacklist will go into the Faceless Void, so steady combinations coming out. Faceless Void Winter Wyvern lane is really hard to knock out, so the aggression that might be coming out here for Tino is extremely mitigated. I don't see any way for
10
you to stop this
seconds
farm from
remaining.
coming into Palos, and this is probably one of Palos's better
5
heroes
seconds
overall.
remaining.
His Faceless Void, it's something that I feel like he does prize a lot. We've seen him play this over the years,
Dire
right up
team
there with his gyrocopter.
Lion.
You take the line up as well, so they've got some stable burst, really good control to play with. They've got one quick way to just react to a Blink
Dire
RP or a
team
Blink
back.
Steal, quick Hex, and take care of that. But there's the Arc
done,
Warden!
done.
It comes
Done.
out! It comes out.
Oh, here we go. You know what? It's been 4 series that I've been
Radiant's
able to avoid
team
this
back.
hero so far throughout the close qualifiers, but eventually it had to come, didn't it, Jonathan? The Arc
Yeah.
Warden is upon us, and is this just guaranteed safe lane Arc Warden? Is this boring
No.
Arc Warden? No?
No. It's,
Okay.
from what I've seen, it's been a mid. It's usually been
10
mid, and it
seconds
rushes
remaining.
Blade Mail for just a little bit more damage and an ability to
5
reflect.
seconds remaining.
But
This hero's
it
so
has been
stupid.
mid. Like, Mikoto has been playing this mid, so I expect maybe Bob play the Arc Warden. Perhaps. It is still somewhat flex. If Alphon was here listening in, shout out to you, geekfam.alphon. This is why he's not coach. He loves running this in pause 4 or 5. Try playing with Alphon when he's playing Arc Warden 4 or 5. You will learn how
If
to really be
Alphon-
a patient man.
If Alphon ever picks that crap when we're pubbing, I swear to God, it'll be the last time he plays Dota. I guarantee you that. I'll take the hammer out and break those hands. I'm telling you right now. I mean, he hasn't dared choose that when we're playing. So there you go.
Radiant
Oh,
He wouldn't dare do
you've
that.
challenged him. You've challenged him now. Now he's gonna have to do it. What have you done? You've cursed me. I played with his friends last night. I end up playing Witch Doctor, and then suddenly they're telling me to go mid, and then suddenly they don't want me to go mid. I'm like, ah, you know, it's amazing. It's fun to be with Alphon.
Yeah.
And Arc Warden is a
10
hero right now.
seconds
Again, Mikado
remaining.
played this throughout the open qualifiers. It's been popping up a little bit more. I think in
5
high
seconds
immortal
remaining.
pubs, it's been popping up there. And it has a pretty decent win rate. And again, the build-up is mildly aggressive. Blade Mail Rush is what we've seen. Wow. Whether or not this is mid, it's still open. I can see Krish playing this, but... An Arc Warden Techies lane does sound nice in the laning phase. Against Amara's maybe not so, but overall, it's a decent
Dire
amount of
team
damage
back.
coming in there to play with early, but... I feel like mid is where the value is going to be coming in here for Exe. It's just... It's not a hero I think of when I think of Bob. That's the one thing that's throwing me off. And Blacklist are also expecting this to probably be just Krish. They're banging out the Pangolier and Void Spirit. Exe are setting up for a mid
10
matchup as well,
seconds
taking care of
remaining.
the puck. And one last ban to set up for it. They
5
do have
seconds
last pick
remaining.
overall on Blacklist's end, so Exe will have to show that flexibility off sooner rather than later.
We'll see what it's going to be. 1 minute 40 left on the reserve time here for Execration to try and make these choices. Still thinking about it quite heavily. Just the final Arbed hero we're looking to ban out.
You know what we've seen surprisingly little of in
Dire
the
team pick.
close qualifiers? Stuff like the DK has kind of taken the backseat.
Radiant
We've seen it a
team
couple of
pick.
times, but not as much as you'd expect when it's left open. Spectre comes
Oh.
out for Exe. I actually like this for Execration. Krish, Spectre has been aggressive. I think you've got this really good potential with, say, Travel's timing and Arc Warden, the track to play with. There's a lot of good pickoffs to just feed off of once you get this ball
10
rolling.
seconds
Once
remaining.
Shanks hits his level 6. And that's the real key timing here. It does feel
5
like
seconds
the pause for
remaining.
Bounty Hunter has to soak as much EXP as possible. Because the last time we saw Bounty Hunter was when I think we were watching one of the bleed games. I remember DJ playing a Bounty Hunter and it looked really slow. So I'd like to see more prioritization onto Shanks. Wisdom runes are big. There's the DK that we were just casually mentioned. I mean, it's been ignored. It's a very stable mid to have. It's a Tino Arc Warden. All right. So we got the Bob
okay.
Magnus.
So it gets worse. Offlane Arc Warden now. Amazing.
Oh, the non-believer Mike LaPhoenix.
It's
ladies
not
and
that I
gents.
don't believe it. I thought I liked Tino. I thought he had standards. But here we go. I was proven wrong again.
Hey,
I thought
you know.
Tino was a good guy, but now I figure out he's an Arc Warden player.
No, he's crazy. Telling you, we were playing a board game. He was jumping up and down the bed. He was literally jumping, and he was the loudest guy in the room. He's insane, Tino. So I wonder if he's actually really happy about the Arc Warden pick. I'm sure he must be to an extent. Perhaps.
If you're having a bad day, feeling bad about yourself, bright side is at least you don't play offlane Arc Warden, ladies and gentlemen. So there's always someone worse. Let me tell you, there's always someone in a way worse position than you are. I mean, Tino's going to be feeling disgusted right now with himself.
Yeah, and for Tino, he can always look back at his ex-manager Alpha and be like, at least I don't play Arc Warden support. The chain goes down, Mike. This draft, though, very stable from Blacklist. I think there's some really good tempo. You want to play around the push of Abed. You've got this good team fight coming in with Palos and with Gabby. Gabby is probably the key to a lot of that tempo as well. Like, the push is going to come in from Abed, but the fight tempo is from Gabby. Like, this blink timing on the Mars is where we've seen them shine on Blacklist, and we've got that pause.
Yes, we do. Someone say Discord. Someone say Discord right now. Not even giving excuses. Well, that's all right. At least they're not giving us the casual Discord excuse this time around. Still no trash talk happening between these two sides, so it seems as though execration. Never mind. Go. Thank you, Tino. We appreciate it, sir.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Palos is very quiet. Oh, oof. Broken heart. Yikes. You see, Gabby's watching very carefully. He was asking for wards here, just minding his own business. Just hoping Palos says something wrong. Oh.
Focus. Focus. Oh, no chat. All right.
Okay.
Gabby's just good luck, have fun, everyone. Nice! Bob!
Wow.
Bob
Gabby.
is feeling it. Oh, goodness.
Oh, Gabby's being the bigger man, Jonathan. Look at that. What does that mean?
Nice. Di ikaw, not you. And Gabby's like, di ikaw. It's like, not you. Good luck, have fun, everyone. Not you. Bobby.
Here we go. 5-on-5 smoke situation, but both sides are kind of heading the wrong way. If they wanted a level 1 team fight, it does not look like it'll be happening anytime soon. Chill aside these two teams. Shanks might be able to scout out though. He's going to go for the Shadow Walk and just run right through them here in the Radiant jungle. Abed already taking a Spark Wraith for the team.
30 seconds to battle.
Shanks will keep getting some information. Doesn't really seem like it's going to amount to much anyway. Like, Execration seemed pretty happy just sitting back and just leaving them alone. I say that, Shanks is still giving plenty of info. They might just end up going after Tims, who's a very easy target on the Lion. Shanks looking to set up. Spark Wraiths are going to be there as well. Blacklist rivalry. Going to be handing over first blood to Tino of all people. Well, there you go. That's not the start you wanted to give over, but Tino gets the first blood gold immediately.
That's a good sign for the side of Execration. They do lose one additional bounty for it, but the Arc Warden's going to be clapping his way around and be happy to just get this early build up into the urn. And for an active Arc Warden in this game, which is always nice to see, Mike. You know, no boring split pushing Arc Warden here so far. Tino's trying to set up.
Of course not, Jonathan.
Down mid. Yo, if you love Arc Warden gameplay, you're going to love this lane, Mike. DK versus Magnus. And every time you lane against a DK, guess what happens? Breathe fire and Dragon's Blood.
Oh,
and that's
no,
it.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this garbage hero. Like, just destroying this Winter one. It makes sense. Spark Wraith, just a 4-second cooldown at level 1. Makes a lot of sense, Ice Frog. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, only 80 mana across every level as well. Very nice.
Of course. God
So it's-
forbid we force him to, use some mana at some stage. Nice deny there from Palos and Carlo. What about the top? I don't want to look at this bot lane anymore. What about the top lane? Christian CML against Gabby and Tims. Gabby seems like he's going to have another great time during the laning stage here. He's been consistently winning his lanes out pretty single-handedly, so I highly doubt we see him lose this one either.
Yeah, I don't expect too much presence out from Krish here. This is a lot harder for him to just sustain. There's going to be a lot of pressure from Gabby just clearing the threat of the stun into the spears, always big. And it's not as straightforward for CML to just get the right-click trades onto a line. Tims with the Earth Spike can kind of reach into that right-click range and apply some decent damage himself. So it's probably the weaker lane for Execration to have to watch out for. Krish has got to set himself up for just recovery farm and just not bleed out. As long as he's getting some EXP and not dying to the potential double stuns here, you're pretty happy, although CML has to be a little bit cautious as well.
It almost goes down to Tims, but we'll be able to escape for now.
Spare me the tears.
Bit of harassment on the way out here for Tims. That mid lane of pretty even affair. Arbit is ahead in terms of CS, but it is one of those very, very kind of passive lanes between these two. I think eventually Bob might have his way with this mid lane, but probably wants the Empower up before he gets to that stage. In fact, all the lanes are pretty passive when you think about it. Like, Shanks and Tino aren't going to be doing too much because Palos and Carlo do not want to overextend against the Sark Water with these Spark Raids. Bottom lane, top lane, CML's going to get jumped. CML looks like he's going to be just fine. Now just consistently aiming this techies over and over again. Certainly the much easier target comparatively to the Spectre. Bottom lane, bit of a chase on for the healing Lotus here. Everybody just a bit slow to the party. Shanks trying to steal it away, will instead go after the kill attempt onto Carlo, and Carlo, he'll go for the Cold Embrace. He does still have a healing Lotus available to use as well. Shanks, has he gone too far now? He'll go into the Invis and does secure us. Now Palos, I don't know if you can actually trade here, sir. He does not have Bash available. It is not skilled up. Palos! Oh, Palos, run! Not like this!
Oh no! Oh, Shanks, you monster. The jukes, the stuns.
He didn't have
just
time
enough
anyway. He didn't have time. You know what choice did he have? I guess. What choice did he have? You know, I'm trying to back up Palos here. You know, it's his first day, John. Second, give him a break.
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, Tino did say hi Palos for a reason.
Yes.
There you go. Ex-teammate, he's having his way. Tino's having fun.
Yeah, I would say hi in person very, very soon by the seams of it.
Hey, Christian's doing fine, alright? What are you talking about? What are you talking?
That's true. That is true.
Chris is Filipino.
Yeah, I wasn't implying Chris was doing anything wrong, Jonathan. You know what kind of joke I was making. Carlo. Dropping low again is going to be just fine as well. It's just so disgusting. Like, this offlane Arc Water, it's just too much damage with these Spark Rates. And with the Bounty Hunter to set up as well, it's actually so obnoxious.
That it is. You don't need Magnetic Field at all in this lane. You have no care about right clicks. You are just looking for the magic damage. And Carlo is annoying with his burn, but it's not nearly enough to shove Tino away. This is going to lead to some really good timings for the Arc Warden. Already has the Urn up, so he's going to be able to start having a lot of jump impact sooner rather than later. I think the one big thing that you would want is maybe CML to take the gate across, but considering how tight top lane is, he can't really leave Krish. So that at the least, top lane is suppressing this, although Tims...
Yeah, Tims is looking to die, does go for the stick charges, the sticky bomb will land, but no, a nice deny. Nice deny out from Tims, just denying any kind of gold to go back the way of CML. Gabby, of course, going to be able to walk out of there very, very safely and go for the large camp pull. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Shanks sniping a nice little courier there of Carlo. So, classic bounty hunter things. Does have a ward to scout out the courier rotations to boot. Palos, does, you know, all things being said and done, considering the lane is not exactly the most, you know, easy lane for him, he's still CSing quite well, though, as I say that, Palos getting harassed a little bit, but here comes Tims now on the line to help out. Shanks going a little bit too far, is looking to pay for it, and Palos does take the kill. Nice rotation out from Tibbs.
Does take Tim's coming in, but you don't mind opening up the top lane. It's not like there's any threat that can happen onto Gabby anyway. That does mean they lose a little bit of control on the bottle. Bob does have a haste. You've got the level 6 of Abed up. Like, the mid lane has just been the most static lane. Bob's been going for skewer backs, but it's a DK, it can't die, etc. It just repeats. At the least, the first dragon form for Abed won't lead into that much of a push onto the tier 1. So Bob's doing a great job of just mitigating some of that early chip damage the DK can pull out onto the tier 1 here as well. I think the one great thing for X is that this focus is on bot. Like, they're focusing on Tino to open up the lane of Palos, but at the same time, I mean, sure, Krish isn't having the best of time against Gabby, but he's also not being held back. So he will have room to just go into the jungle, start playing around, wait for his level 6 to step in, and wait for that blade mail timing.
Fight over the wisdom runes here. CML does manage to take it away, so 2 wisdom runes to go the way of Execration. Will cost his life, of course, but well and truly worth it here for the supports of Execration to just take those away. I mean, both supports are quite XP hungry as well, so definitely want to hit those level 6 timings ASAP. What's happening in the mid lane? Like, we haven't really talked about the mag DK much. Speaking of, RP comes out. Skewer is there. Rotations to come in here from Tino. And Shanks is around the corner. Abed is gone. Tino to take the kill. And just as I asked, Abed will die immediately.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. Something finally happening on mid. In the first dragon form for Abed didn't do anything. All Bob's been doing, as I've been watching, was skewering back, and then tower, and then nothing. Krish under a little bit of threat up against Gabby here.
Certainly is. Spear is back up. Krish will have to tank the spear and does go down. Shanks was the only one that really rotated on the bounty hunter, and obviously a little bit too late to the party, and even if he got there, probably wouldn't have been able to help.
Yeah, not too much you can get about that.
They are rotating top. They've got the mag on the way. Bob is here. No skewer, but they don't really need, no RP, but they have the skewer. They love Gabby. Last off will land. Bob will not mess around, just going right after the offlane bars. You've also gotten to the point now, by the way, you're just looking across the map. Tino has a full Spirit Vessel up now, so I think this is where things start to get really concerning. Because a lot of your heroes just don't seem anywhere near as tanky anymore with this item up, and this is 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, and he's been really active. Tino showed up mid. He's starting to use that Tempest Double to be offensive now as well. Again, not a farming Arc Warden, a very fight-oriented Arc Warden, which is a massive threat. It's a lot of magical damage early on. We've seen that in the lanes already. I'm keen to see if he will go for the travels from the offlane. I think it's really important to keep up with the hunts, as they will try to jump Bob a bit.
Hims is going to get caught. Bob is looking perfectly fine. Carlo even being chased down here by CML, but Carlo's going to be alright. Keep in mind now, every kill means so much more with the tracks coming up from Shanks. He has hit that level 6 mark, and this is where things get ultra scary for Blacklist Rivalry, because you give a couple of track kills away and suddenly Execration are just 4 or 5k ahead at 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it starts to ramp up. It goes back to those Wisdom Runes. It goes back to how well Shanks is just camping that lane down bot, soaking EXP away, which is important for a hero like this to start contributing at this point. They've got room to shove in mid. Abed by himself can't really do much to stop this, but Bob,
Tino. They have jumped Tino with the Chrono and the Arena just to ensure they secure the kill. Carlos, very well worth his time in trouble. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, they could make the jump in on Carlo if they so wish. It seems like Execration are going to let Carlo go. Not trying to apply too much pressure onto that tier 1 mid tower either. And you know what? With that kill onto Tino down at the bottom lane, Palos, he is at the top of the net worth board. So the Faceless Void is having a pretty good time, all things being said and done.
It's finding the farm, it's finding the space. Without any support to help Tino there isn't much you can do up against the Faceless Void. He has Time Walk up at a healthier level. They are still focused on mid here, Execration. Really want that objective, but the Breed Fire and the Wave Clear coming in from Carlo as well with the Splinter Blast does make it difficult. On bot.
They're jumping. Carlos is okay. Shanks the one to go down first. Carlo still moving in.
Ooh.
However, Tino, Palos actually died at Krish. Krish moving in as well with the Shadow Step, and now Horkalo definitely not going to survive through this. Neither will Tim's by the looks of it, because Krish is on the chase. Spark Wraith will land. Beautiful rotation in from the Spectre just to really clean up, and something that Krish desperately needed, because now he's just 200 gold behind Palos, which is a fantastic position for him.
Yeah, this is, again, the threat of the lineup of Execration. They can get a lot of things done across the map. And this Arc Warden can basically self-set up, start to drop heroes low enough that Krish can come in. You've got the reach with the techies. You've got the threat of teamfight with the blink up on Bob. And they can start to shove on that bot tier 1 here as well. Cut into that farming space that Palos has been eating up. For the side of Blacklist, they're going to have to do a little waiting. Abed working onto a Mage Slayer. You've got a Blink being formed up by Gabby still a ways off as well. So you have to be a little bit patient. You don't quite have the jump, the potential to just burst heroes down, especially as you're also waiting for level 6s on these supports who are spotted out here.
They are. Imps dropping fairly low. They will use the Cold Embrace. Will buy Tim's a little bit of time, but I don't think too much. The CML's just going to blast off right in. Takes Tim down. And Gabby is going to be able to react now, taking down the Spectre. So it's a very, very nice turnaround play here from Blacklist Rivalry. They will continue to chase Shanks and CML, both looking to die now. CML already going down, and Shanks does get into the invis, but the sentry is there, and the bash comes out.
Ooh.
Right as he was on the edge of that sentry as well, by the way, Jump. Meanwhile, mid lane, Gabby in danger, but now the Chrono. Palos going to go right after Tino on the Arc Warden. Has got the real one. Tino in huge trouble. Going to try and walk away. Meanwhile, the curse out from Carlo locking down Bob, ensuring no help is coming. The Tino now to drop. Bob does escape. But things are kind of falling apart slowly but surely here for Execration, it feels like.
And they're overextending on Exa. They're playing to this gank potential really well, but are also diving really deep behind tier 2s, chasing targets. They're not respecting the sustain and the fight breaker that is Cold Embrace right now. So they've got to reel it back just a tad bit, play around Bob and Tino, like have these two connect again. That's where the success has been coming out for Exa. They will camp around for mid. Blink RP still ready here.
Certainly is. Oh, blast off. Abed going to be targeted. They've got the Spirit Vessels to get really through his HP pool. Tino, they're just trying to break the gap right now as Abed, less than half HP, is still running just fine. Meanwhile, Gabby comes in, but the RP does land from Bob. They've caught 2 of them. Gabby, though, he's got the arena down. He'll go right after Tino. Bob, in the meantime, has gone. Tino still trying to fight this one out. It's absolute chaos in the mid lane. Who's winning? There's 4 heroes gone from Blacklist.
It's Execration's win. They managed to force that fight to be really uncomfy. CML comes in with a procs mines. Everyone's focused in on the arena. Great patience from Blacklist though. Like that connection of post RP into the Chrono from the spear back was big. They will find CML. And that will give the finger kill stack over onto Tim. So starting to build up a little bit for that 15 talent. But Execration have managed to widen their lead. 3k up, mainly down to just a little bit less gold on Gabby and a lot more gold on Shanks in comparison to these other supports. Otherwise, it's not that bad a position for the side of Blacklist. Now they've got the blink up for Gabby, easier setup for that arena. But Exa, they're still playing tag. Bob is playing in campy positions, always looking for an opportunity to make a play. And they're buying Krish time, but Krish has been really confident in his shadow steps. Is working towards the Radiance up now, not too far away from the Sacred Relic at the very least. And that farming rate for the spec, it's keeping up with a Faces Void with Mask of Madness. Palos needs that Maelstrom to really kick up the pace. Should be flying out now, but needs some time to start to get going as well on that Void. As there goes another pause.
Absolutely. Quick pause out from Krish and headset issues. Apparently, I was just commenting about this last series, John. I feel like there needs to be like a guaranteed audio engineer for every team. Just so they can ensure that these headsets and Discord issues do not happen.
Yeah, well, I don't think audio engineers can fully fix just random... Audio is the worst thing in the world to work on tech. Audio and networking are the 2 worst things. I swear to God. Like, trying to troubleshoot audio and networking, interfaces is a nightmare. Audio in particular is like, you know, I know you've had your adventures with your old audio mixer there, Mike.
Oh, I sure have.
Even an audio engineer would be like, why doesn't it just work? It's literally, that's literally it. In this case, I actually suspect it could just be low batteries. You know, these players never charge their damn headsets.
You know, not that hard to put it back on the stand, is it?
It's very difficult. Alphon has to
now,
do
boys.
it.
Mid lane. Mid lane, smoke broken. Oh, he jumps in for the immediate hex out. He could not get anything on him. Another chrono. It's going to catch two of them. Palos, does he have the damage? Meanwhile, the curse on the backside holds everyone else back. CML almost going down, does survive for now. Bob is going down though. Tim's is down a boot. Meanwhile, CML does finally drop, but there goes Carlo. Another very messy team fight coming out. So it seems like Blacklist might eventually come out on top as they do have Shanks in a bit of a corner. They do find him. Palos with another kill.
That was unreal.
So I guess you could say it's more worth for Blacklist.
It is worthwhile for Blacklist, but that is all their ultimates down. You don't care too much about the Dragon form, but you definitely care about Chrono being down. That'll cut Palos away from these fights. And that's the big ace now that Execration has to play with. They've got RP still ready to go on Bob. Didn't manage to get it out in the middle there. This is where some of the concerns of playing Magnus into Lion does come in. Like we saw the instant hex out from Tim's as Bob goes into the tree line and it just combo breaks him. He just can't pull off that RP, that pullback that he wants to achieve here. So they will have to keep an eye on the back line, try to set some forward vision up with Shanks, play with these tracks. Shanks has to set up first before they take any of these engagements, and it's easier said than done when Blacklist are very aware with all the sentries they've dropped here.
Execration still more than happy to play aggressively, it seems like. We'll roam around through the mid lane again. Tino having a look around, see if he can find Carlo. Rod of Atos does make it nice and easy to lock them down and just secure the kills. Abed will see himself Shanks, immediately jumping with the Dragon form. He will have the backup of Tim's. Finger has been committed. Shanks, though, is still alive, still just backing his way out. And I believe he's just perfectly fine. Shanks will make it. Abed? Oh, nice breathe fire. He will not make it. Abed takes a guess.
Makes it somewhat worthwhile. Unfortunate for Tim's, doesn't get the finger stack. They will smoke up. They've got Arena ready on Gabby again. They just need a straightforward pick-off. CML could be the victim. Doesn't have any forward mines here as well. Trying to spot out this smoke. They've got an angle. Tino would be a bigger target, though, if he missteps.
It would be. Around having a look, thinking, oh, Bob. Links away. Gabby unable to catch him. He will skewer back towards his tier 1 top tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, they have caught themselves on Arbet Dragon Knight. Arbet past the river by himself is going to be set to go down. Tino with the Spirit Vessel again, just able to deal with him quite easily. Meanwhile, top still chasing onto Gabby. Bob does get an RP, but the curse is out, ensuring Gabby is able to walk away. Here comes Tino. He will not land the Spark Wraith on Gabby. Gabby will be able to blink and get the hell out of there. And so will Carlo. RP committed, really amounting to nothing.
Time is money.
Yeah, that's a team fight advantage for Execration taken away. Now that's on cooldown. Chrono's back up. You've got the opportunity for Blacklist now, although
they're still stalking him. Gabby has been noticed. Bob is around. Skewer is going to land. No, there you go. Tino takes the kill. The shockwave landed, and Tino, I believe, got him with what, a Spark Wraith?
I believe so. Because it could have been a Spirit Vessel charge. I think it might have been the Spirit Vessel charge, actually. Just the last tick of damage going his way in that chase. Yeah. Fairly happy with that result, of course, as they will be able to siege onto the top. Fortify to stall. Not going to stall it out for too long. Bit surprised they popped the Fortify on to tier 1 instead of holding it for a potential tier 2 shove. Going to be down for quite some time here on Blacklist. Still, Radiance up for Execration. Krish, his impact in the Haunts Inn is going to be massive. Don't have any way of piercing through that evasion just yet to get your consistent right-click damage out on your 2 cores. This is gonna hurt the Face's Void and Dragon Knight in a big way. And even just canceling the blinks in the middle of a fight is gonna make it tougher for Gabby as well to kind of finagle his way into catching the softer targets. Although Krish... Oh.
Oh, wait. Palos. Palos is the one to go down. Tino again setting up another great kill from himself here onto Palos. As Shanks, he's just been laughing the whole game. He's having a great laugh. Having a great time.
He loves that voice line. Just loves laughter.
So much.
Yeah.
Such an annoying sound.
Yeah, it is. He is channeling his inner T here.
Yeah.
Ken also loves the channel on his pub name. His favorite pub name. Now, Mike, I wanted to ask you a question. You know, looking at how Tino's been playing the Arc Warden, you still feel bored of this hero? You still feel like it's the worst hero?
Look, I'll say Tino's doing a brilliant job of actually being.
Yeah, but this is what all the Arc Wardens have been doing now.
This is the
From
only one
mid
I've
and
seen,
off.
John. It's the only one I've
Yeah,
seen.
well, maybe you should watch more Dota, Mike. Ha ha ha.
But I think the hero's stupid. I think it's a stupid.
It is.
Under attack.
You're never
It
gonna
is.
make me change my mind.
It is pretty dumb. The double usage, the split push potential, just what it can do in the middle of a fight. And the worst thing in the world is probably its Ags. I freaking hate Arc Warden Ags. Like, if you have someone that's just absolutely crushing you, gets the Ags, camps your fountain, you just can't move. It's sad. We're not gonna get to that point, surely.
Well, you say that, John. You never know. We'll have to wait and see. For now, Roshan might just get started. Execration will have first dibs on that. Blacklist Rivalry nowhere near the area. Try and fight this Roshan attempt. They could TP to the outpost if they so wish, but it doesn't really seem like they're too interested in this. Perhaps they're just not really well aware that it is happening. So, a free Roshan to go the way of Execration. I believe Chris should be taking the Aegis, but they might hand it over to Bob instead. In fact, I believe they are. Bob will take it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. He's been targeted in the middle. They understand the importance of that. Oof, RP. Very quick reaction for Palos and very quick cancel from Bob. But he has been the main hero being pinned down. Yeah, he has the BKB to protect as well. I would say this is a fairly decent Linken's game for Bob on top of all of this. If you can find it, like BKB plus Linken's on, Winter's Curse won't do anything to you. So you have yourself a pretty good time. He is going for the Harpoon first, so wants to keep that kidnapping rush alive. And again, it's been so effective in these closed qualifiers. Execration, 5k lead up. You do have really good farm on Abed and Palos. And again, there's some good scaling with Face's Void and with DK in terms of right click here. So they've rectified one of the issues that was lacking somewhat in the last game where, you know, a Mega Meepo lasts long, it doesn't do enough damage. This time they'll have that scaling on 2 cores, but I don't see any straightforward answer just yet for Krish. Sure, he doesn't have the stats up yet on the Spectre. The Dispersion's not going to be doing as much with his limited HP pool, but once he amps up the stats, gets some padding in, he's going for full Manta. He'll go into the Bloodtorn as well. You don't have any natural break, and no one is going for something like a break on hand, so you have to worry about this Arc Warden, you have to catch a backline, and then up front, you've got this potentially tanky Spectre down the line that, again, it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to damage fast enough unless you expend Chrono onto that Spec.
Top lane. Execration maybe looking to set up here. The Blacklist Rivalry still looking to take that top tier 1 tower. Smoke on smoke scenario now. Problem is the mines will give away the position of Blacklist. We're in that Naya jungle for now. Execration looping around the long way. Oh, Abed. I believe was spotted there by Shanks. They know that Abed is by himself at the moment, though Abed does retreat into the Radiant Triangle. Meanwhile, Bob does get his smoke broken by Carlo, but will skewer away. In comes Abed now with the Dragon Tail onto Shanks, though Shanks will be just fine. Retreat, but Gabby will jump in. They still want the Bounty Hunter. Palos is slowly moving forward, but he's been RP'd up now. The curse is going to hold them down for a little bit as Palos will have the chance to BKB Time Walk away and get the Chrono up onto CML. The CML, he'll remain alive for now as well. CML is not dying. He'll walk out of there. Palos, Palos is the one in trouble.
What?
Palos is gone.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's no damage. The Chrono He's got the Maelstrom Mask of Madness. It's just not enough. No lucky batches. They just find the techies. And the healing coming out to sustain the protection with these barriers and magic reduction on Shanks. It's doing enough work to keep them alive. That's your big carry down. That's Winter's Curse and Chrono down as well. It's an opening for Exe. They didn't even have to expend Shadow Step, I don't believe, on Frisch. They'll be able to hang around still.
Well, barely miss out on Gabby there with the skewer back play. Gabby's going to be alright.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Execration still just kind of dancing circles around Blacklist Rivalry here in this game number 2. So much on the line here for Blacklist Rivalry. They really cannot afford to drop this game 2 if they wish to keep their chances alive for ESL 1 Birmingham.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Blacklist, they have just been taking the time to farm as much as humanly possible, and Arbit desperately trying to get to the point where he has that Aghanim Scepter up. Shank's going to find Tim's there for a moment. Do have the Shadow Step in from Krish as well, that they will deal with the illusion, as now Shanks realizes he may have gone a bit too far. Eventually, may just die, or even throw the finger out just in case, and Shanks is gone.
To the realm. Should have stayed in Revtel, Gondar.
Pretty big kill to find, worth a lot on Shanks. A nice amount of gold to accelerate that Ags time you were mentioning here for Abed. You also get the fingered stack up for Tim's. The big shortcoming now for Blacklist, they've got decent forward vision watching near the top jungle, but this tier 1 tower top and tier 1 tower bot are preventing them from really crossing the river in confidence. It's making them play slow. They're not able to clump around Dragon Form and just push these tier 1s as well, because Execration have been on point with the defense. Like, as long as these tier 1 stand, you're not invading that enemy triangle, you're not trying to invade Wisdom Runes, stealing anyone's Tormentor anytime soon, or even set up for Roshan. Like, Execration gains so much with these tier 1 advantages. It's kind of nuts. It's 27 minutes in, you've got the DK. They've just not been able to do it. Exe really on point with what they want to get out of this game, with what they want to stop Blacklist from achieving. And, I mean, come on, it's tier 1s. I mean, this one up top, it's at 68 HP, they're not even denying it. They want Blacklist to work for it. They want to force that fight around the area.
Yeah, it makes enough sense. I mean, it gives you future prospects as well of a Roshan pit. That tier 1 tower can be very, very impactful, and yeah, Blacklist just not able to get it done. Still 10k behind. The scaling, I mean, you've kind of mentioned this already, but Krish on the Spectre, Tina on the Arc Warden, like there's just basically unlimited scaling on these two heroes. It's a challenging scenario to say the least.
Dire are scanning.
Even Bob on that mag is a big problem.
Yeah. I like that he is switching into Lincoln's now after the Harpoon. So Lincoln's BKB. Curse not going to be too much of a threat on Bob. Instant Hex as well, not going to be an issue. He's going to have a lot to play with. And it's going to be easier for him to set up these RPs for the team. Inside of Blacklist, this farm game, to an extent, it does feel good with Faces Void, but you're not getting enough on Palos. Like, he is still one of the lower net worth cores right now, and that's not the place to be for the Faces Void. He will get some good talent spikes at level 20. That's going to be the big one with the 95 attack speed. That should guarantee the kills, and you've got the Ags up on Abed. So it's the point where the output is starting to keep up on Blacklist's end. Execration, look at this position though, right around the mines with a ward, although...
Yeah, man, they are going to jump in, they are avoiding the mines altogether, and Bob is just going to get annihilated here. They try to go for that cheeky skewer back play into the proximity mines, but they're the ones to get jumped first. So Bob, pretty big death to kind of give away for Execration. They are going to chase another, in fact, CML also caught out. You know, they try for the play up the top lane, but they end up paying for it with 2 lives, plus a tier 1 tower to finally go down at 29 minutes in.
All came down from this really good ward that CML finally pings on Blacklist, just giving the reach into the vision onto that tree line, whereas Execration felt confident with their cliff ward, just not being able to spot out that defensive ward from Blacklist gives them that opening they need. And with that tier 1 top taken, defends for the next Roshan. Well, actually not. Next Rosh is going to be down bot no matter what happens. But still prevents Execration from having that forward reach. It allows the invasion onto the top jungle a lot better. and some more forward pressure onto the tier 2s. The objectives that start to really shrink that map down for Exa. For Exa, however, they've got the full Octarine up on Tino, so Tempest Double is going to be up a lot more often. The split push game can start to somewhat begin from Tino as well, and that's where the game can kind of turn into a slog. I'm curious what Tino will go for next. Should be the Gleipnir upgrade for his Atos. And from there, kind of open. Although,
Gabby now going to find the Tempest Double. It was expiring anyway, so they don't really get any gold for it. Gabby gets jumped, harpoon there, skewer back from Bob. Gabby will pop the BKB immediately. Meanwhile, Krish has jumped the backside, trying to find that Wyvern immediately. The Wyvern dropping pretty darn low. Carlo, he is gone. He will buy back. Immediately into the fight again. Shanks caught by himself behind the T2 tower on the bounty. He will go down, but Execration, I mean, seeing the buyback they got out of the Wyvern, it seems like they're okay to retreat out of this. Problem is, there is a smoke out from Blacklist. Bob has been left alone.
Bob is. The dragon, the manta, the slows are a little bit too much. Does manage to blink out.
Now they're trying to find the corner. Oh, Bob, he went for the healing Lotus. Still skewers away, blink up in 3, but BKB needs to be forced to Palos. He'll go through the chrono play. CML's gonna show up and try to help out. Bob, he does have RP if he wants to commit it, though he's just trying to back his way out, and Bob is gonna go down. Now Carlo, he's gonna curse on a Tino. Tino will be the secondary one to fall. Execration still trying to fight this one out, but they've lost 2 already. Krish even in there as well. Oh no. A very messy engagement. Still, Palos has been caught somehow. We'll be able to time walk away though. In comes Gabby again. Double stun out. Krish is proving to be a little bit too tanky, however. They'll have to leave the Spectre alone. At Execration, they do give a lot back the way of Blacklist.
Just off the back of Bob getting greedy for the Lotus on the retreat, not expecting to be chased that deep. Blacklist with Punish lining it up really nicely. Unfortunately, nothing to capitalize off the back of it. They don't have Roshan for half a minute. That'll allow the respawns here. And Krish.
Yep, trying to go for the easy kill off the Tims. Bob will hand the tip over to Krish. Here you go, a bit of a bonus here for the boys of an Execration. Not too big of a deal, but kind of shows you the stage of the game we're at, where Krish just feels comfortable to jump in randomly and just kill somebody.
And this goes back to the issues I was talking about earlier. Like this Spectre. How do you kill the Spectre? It's only 2.5k HP, but when the right clicks were coming in, they weren't consistent coming in from Palos. They weren't landing from Abed. Radiance weren't doing a lot. The Dispersion mitigating a lot of the damage. They've got so many barriers to throw onto Krish as well. And despite all of that, they have Roche control on Execration. They are scanned out. They are going into the Roche first. No threat of that Chrono anytime soon. They've got enough damage to clear through Roshan. That's going to come with a banner as well to aid the split push of Tino. And find everything. Secondary life for Krish. And if you can't kill him the one time, I don't know if you're going to be able to even find that opportunity to burn for a second.
Palos died?
Tormentor, yes.
Oh.
I think he was trying to save his time walk, or he was on Mask of Madness. Hidden time walk.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Fair enough. I don't know what to say about that, John. He just bought out as well. He has no buyback gold. That's risky,
classic.
Palos. That's really risky. I mean, he had buyback gold before he bought out.
Radiant's bottom
Side device up on Gabby now. Gabby. Oh. Alright, Gabby just barely gets out of there. He had no buyback gold either, by the way, John. He just bought out a side device. What's happening?
We're in Southeast Asia, Mike. This was happening yesterday, too.
Krish is going to jump in now. Tim's is gone. Is he? Eventually, surely. There we go. He is down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Good news is, John, Palos will be back in 10 seconds. It's alright.
He'll be back. He has got Chrono to play with as well. That could lead to him finding the 2 lives of Krish, but this bot set of racks looks set to fall. Hold on. Abed
jumping in the back. Nobody dying yet. Spear out Tims. He just fought back into the fight. He does not want to die like this, but it looks like he may have no choice. They will commit the RP just to get rid of the Lion and get a die back immediately onto Tims. Now a 4v5 scenario in the favor of Execration. With Krish with an Aegis up, it's basically a 6v4. If you really think about it. What else have they got? Gabby. EKB's up, will try to run, gets the spear off onto the Spectre, but Krish is
no
a very,
damage here.
very tanky boy. Krish has not even popped the Blade Bell yet. He just doesn't feel a need to.
There's no
There's
damage.
no damage.
It's the same issue as game 1 almost, outside of Chrono and the bashes. How do you kill Krish? It's not there.
You know. Sacrifice the Tempest Stubble. There goes your bottom racks. Well, well, well. Execration. 1 rack's ahead now in game number 2. There are still 2 tier 2 towers staying on the outer edges here that are still alive.
Not going to take too long for mid to fall. They've got the double siege creep coming in. And it's going to be rough for Blacklist. I mean, they still have this Chrono, they still have Winter's Curse, although...
Yeah, well, they did. They did have it. John Bacalo's down. So maybe they can find the Bounty Hunter, but he's just so tanky. Shanks is surviving. Palos is the one to go down. Palos, he will barely run away, but the barrier's just too much. Now he's got a pipe up, he's got a solar crest up. CML's got a solar crest up, but it's just too many things going on here for the Bounty.
It's just this lack of damage. It's just kicking in, especially with that aura around from the Guardian Greaves. The Guardian aura with that durability when you're too low. I mean, there's no follow-through. You might even have to rely on Finger to clean up some of these tankier targets. But, I know. Full Ags up on Tino as well. He's got the Spark Crate spam to fly out. Oh, God.
Yeah, he just keeps sending in the Tempest Stubble with the Ogre Seal Totem every time it's about to die anyway. There's no cares in the world. Oh, no. Carlo gets caught by the Skewer of Bob. He does at least commit the curse. Now Palos, he'll go for the Chrono, but it's just not looking great. Tino, when he's dropping lower, maybe they can find the Arc Water, but no, he just jumps away with the Ogre Seal Totem.
Come
Palos,
on.
he's still trying, but it's not working.
No way.
The RP is out. The RP is out. They've got Palos. Palos is down. Arbet desperately trying to get away from this scenario, but he is not looking too healthy. He has gone a burn. Carlo down, it's over. You've got to call it. They've got to call it. Oh, and the old chat as well.
Oh,
what did he say? What did he say?
You're so tin. You're so tin. You're not fat at all, Palos. What's happening? Oh my God, and it's true.
Shanks with the
He
low
doesn't have
blow.
that much gold.
Oh my.
Gabby's like, okay, 1 by 1. All right, tip me 1 by 1. Let's go. Go 1 by 1.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Gabby's gonna try one
Blacklist.
last time. Defend as the Ancient is exposed. Arena down. Gabby annihilated, and GG well played his call. Next is the call from Gabby. I don't quite blame him.
No, I think he means good luck next.
Okay.
I believe that's what he means, and very well played from Execration. A 2-0 here up against Blacklist Rivalry. Blacklist, so those issues in game 1 where they couldn't damage down this Alchemist, couldn't burst him down. They have this Mega Meepo that was really tanky in game 1. Here, you don't have enough farm in Palos. Like, there was no damage in the Chrono. Literally no damage. He had Maelstrom, Mask of Madness for a long time. He had a lot of gold, good stats, but just nothing to fly into that. Abed with his Ags was fine, but there was no break on hand. There was no way of stopping Krish. Krish is just constantly haunting into your supports behind towers. No cares in the world because he knows he can't die. The build-up from the Execration supports, the double Solar Crest, and the Pipe and the Guardian Greaves just doing a lot of work as well, preventing that. And for Execration, and this team is looking crazy, Mike. You know, people were looking at Neon being a weird underdog. Execration is apparently back in the running now as well. It's just maddening. What a run so far in these close qualifiers for Birmingham and Southeast Asia.
No, it's classic SEA Dota. This is why we love the region. We love casting the region and love watching the region because you just don't know what the hell's going to happen. Not very predictable at all down in the south. Still, we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after... Not a short break, we're going to head off to a break. And after that break, we'll be back with our next lower bracket series between somebody, Execration versus somebody. We'll find out soon. We'll see you then.
that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity.
Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4.
10 seconds remaining.
I really feel like dynamite.
5 seconds remaining.
I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves.
Talent Esports, turn to ban.
To get in line, 'cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going.
Talent Esports, turn to pick.
1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I
5
feel so
seconds
fine.
remaining.
I'm making moves, get in line.
Dire team
To get in line, 'cause if we're gonna make
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports turn to pick winter rival. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports turn to pick
Crystal Maiden.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Templar Assassin.
Faceless Void.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Talon Esports turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. team pick. Talon Esports turn to pick.
Points away.
My Uber ride drop me off Fairfax and Beverly. The sneakerheads walking up, they try to talk to me. They say, do I wanna fight? They say, do I wanna go? I say, I'm feeling
10
too high.
seconds
I say,
remaining.
come on and let's dance.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's dance. What? Let's dance.
to be the best.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This'll come in handy.
Dire's courier has been
Feel the ring.
First blood comes with the first breath of winter.
Double damage.
I compare myself.
This life will continue.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Ours.
There you go.
Boiling rage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under middle tower has fallen.
And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fought back. Been way down, never faltered. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Careful, whatever you think is handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom Radiant's bottom
killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. I know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, I know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, I know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, I know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying age in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh.
Just like cruel, cruel. So stick around. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like cruel, cruel. So stick around. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like cruel, cruel. So stick around. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like cruel,
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, Da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, 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 Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, 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 again. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, 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 I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, again, again.
All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong. And everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it, say from it. Ooh, I wanna choose. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, hörst du laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pie, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Halbe Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für 2, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga, was die Leute denken.
So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed the mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I walked through fire, I see myself, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. Guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that
and shy. Drips in a chokehold, and I got bad wardrobe looking so cold. Put it on ice, ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Steam out.
I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still
Voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from.
might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less you Jackson, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you can stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you can stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on moving until we get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our final series of the day here between Talon Esports and Execration, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, we did have a 2-hour break, but we are back here for our final series of the night. This is the lower bracket semi-final. Of course, the winner of this does proceed through to the lower bracket final, and the loser sadly has to stay home for ESL 1 Birmingham. But how the hell are you doing, John?
Doing great. This is going to be a interesting one to watch. Talon up against Execration. Execration taking their series up against Blacklist in a very convincing 2-0. Talon going all the way with Bleed, going 2-1. But you and I were having a conversation about the state of the qualifiers right now. It's that all the, not legacy, but the bigger money orgs, the bigger name orgs for sure, in terms of like the players they have on hand, have bombed out. Bleed's gone, Blacklist is gone, Aurora is gone, Aurora probably being the big gaping hole that everyone's just kind of staring at right now. And it's going to be really interesting to see how far Talon or Execration can go. We've seen a lot of rapid improvements from Talon and Execration. And it's kind of great to see that these different rosters are succeeding, you know? Like, again, I recall that era of Dota before the DPC when we were doing qualifiers. It would always be one of the big teams on top. Not the case anymore. You know, who's in the upper bracket finals? Geek Fam and Neon. Who's in the lower bracket semis? Talon and Execration. That's our top 4. No one would have expected that.
I think it really is a matter of just like these teams that have actually like gotten together. They've been practicing together for a while, or they know each other really well, and it's not just the mega stars in the region, right, that you're taking for the sake of creating some wild team that may or may not work. So you've got to appreciate the smaller organizations that have like slowly grown their rosters comparatively to the bigger ones.
Yeah, I think it's Neon is a great example of growing the roster. Talon is a completely new roster, so that this one was probably together, what, 2-3 months max? Execration has been around for a while. Geek Fam has had a few changes, a little bit fresher, but also fitting in. So I think it's a mix. I think with some of the bigger name teams, it's maybe a mix of, you know, like especially, I don't need to, you know, kind of keep dragging it down, but like Aurora feels like they're still picking heroes from the last patch or playing a style from the last patch, whereas the emphasis for all of these new teams is much more bash your heads against the wall, play early to mid game, not necessarily laning phase wise, but certainly past 10 minutes you're doing something on the map. And I think that's the understanding where these veteran players might be stuck into more of their older habits. You know what they say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I'm pretty sure they can adapt down the line. Still, for this matchup, Execration get to start off with a Techies pickup, and we've seen how much this Techies can do in a lot of series already. CML having a great time last time we saw it for Execration. Talon do pick up the early DK coming out here, which was a hero that for the most part was forgotten for a few of the matches here in the closed qualifiers, but is prioritized by Talon now. A rather interesting first pick for Talon. It does signal a couple of things. That could be Chuen playing the DK mid already, not caring about the matchup. I think that's the ideal when you pick up that DK. Like, you just run it mid, you don't care about literally almost any matchup, you're just going to farm and survive, and you're going to push towers. So it's a good foundation to set that up. The interesting thing for Talon in doing that for Chuen is that it does feel like Chuen is the one that makes space on the map. Like, he always connects over with WS, and these are the two playmakers of the team with the supports trying to buy space for Akashi. The DK doesn't start those fights in the same way like his Void Spirit or his Ember Spirit, Quap kind of duo. So there's maybe a little bit more pressure for WS to get that jump going for themselves here with a DK opener.
I'm kind of wondering as well with this DK opener, like, do we see heroes like the Chen coming out, or other heroes that can like kind of assist in the pushing game? Because it has felt like the storyline of the closed qualifiers. You know, heroes like Chen and Enchantress and DK always popping up, always just the heroes that can take down structures quite effectively seem to be very, very popular as of late. And, you know, with the Ench ban as well from Execration, you don't have that direct counter for the Chen. So if Talon felt as though they could run it, they could probably just pick it up now. Chen has felt very, very good, but no, they're going to go down the Lion route instead. I was about to ask you as well, John, do Talon even have a Chen player?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they get a lot of play with Ponyo on the Chen.
Okay.
More in Ponyo than Jokim. I think Jokam does play the more active pause 4. Sometimes camps back to farm, but he certainly does like move around a little bit more. Which you can do in Chen, but I think it fits Ponyo a little bit better. The Lion is a safe bet for Talon. Just a little bit of burst to come out. It's a rather interesting interplay with the Techies, because we kind of saw these two supports square off against each other last time, and Tim's was doing a great job to stop CML from doing what he wants, but again, it doesn't quite matter too much. The Lion's going to be a bit of a squishy target at the end if he's not careful, and if CML finds an angle. Execration into the Magnus. That should be Artino Mag, but we have seen Bob play it, and I honestly do love it when Bob plays it. In fact, this almost feels like the last draft we saw from Blacklist, at least on Talon's end, and the starter of Execration's draft. They also had Techies Magnus up against a DK Lion, and it was a Bob Magnus up against the DK of Abed. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Bob just runs it mid again. It's a very static lane. Literally nothing happened in that lane until, what, 8 minutes, 9 minutes when the rotation started to come in. The first Dragon form isn't as effective because of how Bob plays. Bob just pressures the lane, ensures the creep wave is never going to be pushed into his tower. So the first Dragon form push doesn't quite line up. I want to see if Chuen can kind of understand that. But Bob has been amazing. Well, was amazing in his Magnus last time around. And he knows the matchup, so it should be straightforward for him.
Yeah, I think it makes enough sense. Because the thing is as well, DK is one of the heroes in the mid lane that just like it's very good at CSing, right? It's kind of hard to play the CS game against a hero like Dragon Knight, but when you've got a mag, he just kind of does better, you know. You get some points in power. There's just not much you can do. The Talon, they do go for a TA pickup, so perhaps there is a bit of a switch going on here. They could run the TA mid instead and run the DK offlane, for example. That could certainly be an opportunistic kind of idea here for Talon. I think the TA would do a lot better against the mag as well if they did want to go down that route. Either way, though, I mean, you could also just run it safe. It's not really bad at all if you just run the TA safe lane either.
Yeah, and I think I would personally prefer just seeing DK mid, considering how Bob plays, because the style we saw of Bob was on mid up against DK. Literally no points in Empower. He went, I believe, 2-0-3. He actually still went for Skewer. And what he did was constantly skewer back Abed onto tier 1. So he'd take chip damage, he wouldn't be able to apply pressure. He'd go back to farm, but he had no follow-up. I like this from Execration. Into the Arc Warden. They take that up, and that is going to be Tino's hero more than likely on the off lane. That makes the TA pick maybe a little bit more awkward, because now you're faced with either running TA versus Mag, which in the first 2 levels is not the best. Heck, I would argue maybe 3 levels for TA aren't the best if you go for a greedier 1-1-1. Magnus Skewer back with Shockwave can still catch you out. Your range is not that great even with level 1 Psyblades. And then laning into Arc Warden also doesn't feel that great for TA. It's a really good pick from Exa. Just looking at the lanes, it does a great job. And considering the playstyle, Execration, and they showed off this Arc Warden quite nicely last time around. The style of Tino is just really aggressive. Like if he sees a TP, if he sees a kill that can happen with TP, he will TP in. Once he has that urn, and he'll just play along. That and Arc Warden plus Tusk is a very painful lane to play into, no matter what duo talent's looking at, whether or not it's this TA save.
Oh, absolutely. A Tusk Arc Warden seems rather disgusting to have to play against. With just so much setup with the Tusk for the Arc Warden to be able to follow up with, and this is just a guaranteed Spark Wraith. It's the Flux is going to be infuriating with this combination with the tag team. I mean, it is truly a disgusting combo from Execration. If they did run it in the offlane, and it certainly feels like they will. Talon, we'll see how they'll try to address these final kind of pickups here. As we will see some banouts being made. Execration, they'll get rid of the Naga Siren for now. I wonder, like, what the position 1 pickup from Execration is going to be as well. Right now, with this kind of style of draft, it feels like you could just pick anything, really. Just anything that could just hit creeps and just, you know, play a slow game is fine. Question is,
Really
what
open for what? There's a few quirky options, although I don't think they need to go too quirky here on Exa. There's something weird like a Meepo for Krish. The Lena's left alone. But again, it doesn't feel necessary to go all that in to that kind of style. There's still something stable like Luna here. Some Morphling if you wanted that, although maybe a little bit risky with instant lockdown like the Lion. But I can still kind of see a Morphling work. You're not too worried about Melting Refraction, I don't think, with the Arc Warden. That's going to be his job. With Flux and with his Urn, Spirit Vessel build-up, you'll always have some way of burning through early on.
Yeah, I think you just want some high armor hero against this TADK. Like, it's just a matter of... I mean, the options are plentiful, that's the thing. Like, I was thinking Void could come out as well if they wanted to go down the Faces Void route. I think that would be fine here in this draft. Yeah, options are plentiful, you know. There's just so many things they could go for. I don't think they really need the added team fight with the Chrono, but just for the sake of having some kind of late game core that doesn't mind the TA too much.
I think there's a couple of things that could make Faces Void maybe slightly awkward. Damage in Chrono isn't amazing, so... But we've seen time and time again with Faces Voids that don't have people to throw damage in. Up against a DK and even potentially the TA if you can't burn her in Chrono. They can be mildly annoying targets to try to burn down. You could always catch the supports, but I don't know. I feel like thinking about late game nowadays in Dota is not the best. It tends to feel faster. Like we haven't had anything past I don't know, 45 minutes is the latest we've seen the game. I like this from Exa. It does cover a little bit of that late game, but it's still about tempo. Into the Spectre they go. They've got the Shadow Step to just constantly gank. They've got really good supports to gank with in Tusk and Techies. And you have this activity coming out from the Arc Warden as well. Krish was doing a phenomenal job on the Techie, on the Spectre last time. And Talon. I'm not sure if they're running into a damage issue just yet. The TA can scale up in damage. DK as well. It depends on the itemization. I think the one mistake last time as well was there were so many barriers stuck onto Krish and these supports. I can see Exa going for that same double Solar Crest build up on Shanks and CML. And having a pipe up probably on Tusk or Techies, either one who can farm it. You're pretty happy. Like, this Spectre is not going to get 1-0 all too fast. They'll go with a Beastmaster on Talon, so that should just be a Chuen safe mid DK and Akashi in the TA, which again is probably one of the heroes Akashi considers as his best performing hero. The Beastmaster does give a lot of pressure onto Krish's lane and provides a little bit of push to connect with that DK like you were looking for in the Chen. Beastmaster can provide a little bit of that. I am very curious about the tempo Talon wants to play. Like, theoretically, they'd want to group up. The Deso timing of Akashi is going to be key, along with probably the initial items of Chuen and his level 6, of course. But Talon has to play this one pretty up-tempo. Like, you don't want to drag it even into the early parts of the late game scenario, like, say, 35 to 40 minutes. It can feel rough. The Spectre will outscale you. Tino has a lot of room to grow. Bob is going to get a lot of damage. You have to constantly worry about the pullback as well. Your saves aren't amazing on Talon. Your best bet is like the instant Hex. There's always Roar as well when the BKB's up, but the Hex is your real fast response if you see Bob just blink in. And it's not always going to be something you pull off in every single team fight.
Certainly will not be, but this will be an interesting game number one. Of course, loser has to go, or rather stay home. Winner will be able to proceed through to the lower bracket final. You know, John, I'm kind of erring on the side of Execration's draft here. I feel like Execration's draft just, for me, feels like it's simpler to execute it. We have seen a very similar draft earlier today, I feel like, so it's I kind of have more faith in what X has got. What do you think?
I think it goes either way. I don't see a major draft advantage. It's just going to be down to this tempo. I feel like in terms of ease of execution, both sides have relatively straightforward drafts. Maybe Talon is lacking a little bit more in team fight control. Outside of just Roar, it's all single target for the most part, whereas you have this threat of RP. You have a lot of area denial coming out on Execration. I love seeing everyone just so friendly, you know. Honestly, that's the one thing I love. Execration and Talon, the new Talon squad, they're so down-to-earth folk, like both of these teams.
Yeah.
Amazing.
They are very good people. I do appreciate these players as well coming up, right? Like the fact that they've gone this deep into the qualifiers, very nice. As we might have a level 1 team fight straight off the bat here between these two. They'll see Shanks. Kashi waiting in the wake with the Meld Strike, may get caught. And nice shots to block the stairway. They're still going after Shanks though, but Akashi will die first. Ooh. CML to take the first kill. Krish in the meantime may drop as well on the Spectre. Ponyo, he will go down. CML, another kill coming out for the Techies. Meanwhile, they all group up, but CML maybe needs to back off now because WS has got a double kill of his own. Looks like they're going to be both fine. I believe you'd have to argue Execration come out on top because they get the first blood bonus. Again, both kills went to the Techies. I don't know. It's a weird one.
Oh.
Speaking of that Techie, CML. Feeling charitable there for a moment, but we'll back on.
I mean, this is something I love seeing now in Southeast Asian Dota. We're back to much more aggressive movement for these bounty runes. Execration's been the one consistent team that goes for these moves. And this time around, it doesn't bite them too hard. You know, they do manage to go 2 for 2. As you mentioned, CML's the one to get net most of that gold, but I don't think you mind that going onto your techies too much. You do get a lot with just additional right click coming out. In fact, he goes for the Wraith Band on CML. So a little bit more durability with the Lion trading back. A little bit more damage for him to play with as well, as a universal type hero. Does make it maybe a little bit easier to manage the Earth Spike spam that Chokam will want to pull out, but it needs to kind of sit back, regen just a little bit more. The lane for Krish is not going to be the easiest. Spectre into Beastmaster does not feel comfy. You will have good coverage from CML, but I don't foresee too many aggressive angles for CML unless Jocam or WS really overstep their bounds, but they have a lot of protection here on Talon's end, so a little bit of a rougher lane for Exe unless CML can work some magic with some consistent sticky bombs and blast-offs.
What about the other lanes? Like mid lane, Bob and Chuen going at it. Obviously, this is a very boring lane, not too much to talk about here. As it is favoring Bob for now, but I imagine it should be relatively even as time goes on. Bottom lane, of course, Akashi and Ponyo against Shanks and Tino. This one's interesting, because we saw the Arc Warden of Tino earlier, and it was really impressive to watch. Is Chuen?
Jeez.
Oh, he got skewered on the tower.
Yeah, he loves that. Keeps doing that, especially at the level 1 Dragon Blood. It's a big opener for Bob.
He's got Skewer in 5. He's got another Shockwave in 5 as well. He could go for this. Looks like Chuen's going to heal up too quickly, though. Never mind.
Yeah, but it's still not a healthy time for Chuen. You're going to have a good time here for Bob. Chuen, well, he has the level 2 Dragon Blood. It's not going to be as threatening. But again, it's a very passive farming lane, and Bob has the initiative. So it's going to be a little bit harder to stop the Magnus from just doing what he wants. Have to be cautious about the spacing onto the tower down bot. Some aggression onto Shanks. And you do have some damage to come in. Early meld and refraction for Akashi is basically a melee hero, though, without the side blades. Again, mildly awkward lane for Akashi into an Arc Warden. And there is a lot of play. We talked about the strengths of that tag team plus the rundown from Tino. It is something to always be cautious about, especially as the levels scale up. No blocks in the camp, so they've got access to pulse later on. Not too much Ponyo can do. Although,
hit off the mark with those shards from Shanks, so now Akashi can go after the task, and Shanks, he may be paying for the aggression as he does go down. Akashi now looking towards Tino, wanting to really apply the pressure. And oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. I think Akashi's got him. Tino, he will go down to Ponyo, but off the back of one missed shards, they both fall.
That should not be happening in this lane. You still have to be cautious on Shanks, going a little bit far forward like that. The early meld strike is really, really strong with that armor reduction. Melts heroes quite fast. And Akashi doing a ton of work. I mean, with no side blades being so close, it is risky. And they do manage to get the shards this time.
Flux comes in a little bit late here into Akashi. Still, the chase will continue, but Shanks dropping low again. Akashi manning right up, but eventually he will fall. As they also find Krish across the map. Krish goes down. Now CML dropping to boot. Jocam finds a double. It's just everyone's dying across the map.
Yeah, you can see what happens when that shard does connect, when they're allowed to play to their aggression here on Execration. Also not the healthiest situation for Talon for the turn, but I appreciate Akashi seeing that it's do or die at that point. And he is also going for a no Sideblades build, so purely on refraction and meld, focusing on survivability, doesn't mind a range disadvantage at all, which is fair. I think he's been showing us just how well the TA can chase down with just a couple of pieces of control from that CM. The top lane for Krish, again, just goes back to the nature of this lane. You don't have the best angles for CML unless you try to jump Jocam. Jocam's just been very good with trading back harassment, timing his Earth Spikes. And for the Spectre to walk into the Beastmaster, it's not very comfy. Every time CML can try to dissuade with the Stinky Bomb, just shoves in the lane a little bit more. Makes it even rougher, although he does at least get the pull to try to stabilize here.
Chuen's getting dragged underneath the tier 1 tower again in the mid lane, but he's got level 2 Dragon's Blood, so he didn't really take much damage at all from that tier 1 tower. And I think Bob was just putting the hand up, kind of sending a message, just letting him know he can do that anytime he wants. Chuen doesn't really seem bothered by it at all, though. He's still out CSing the Magnus, having a very, very good time. Now, overall, Talon seem to be having an extremely good time with their draft, with everything going smoothly so far as Akashi being jumped bottom lane again, but Shanks is just getting destroyed here by Akashi and Ponyo. And he's gone. Another death. It's kind of the thing, like he throws one shard out, he moves in for the tag team, and they just annihilate him.
And you can see why Akashi considers his TA as one of his best, along with his Morphling, doing a ton of work down bot. It's just such an easy target to go for. You can't reach the Arc Warden, but you can always play tag with Shanks. And I get the mindset of Shanks, just looking for that aggression. It's so strong for lane, but The TA is just doing way too much damage, and the Crystal Maiden counter control is too strong as Krish.
Yeah, top lane, Krish in danger again on the Spectre. There is going to be rotations coming in from Shanks to try and help Krish out. They will snowball Krish away. Joe Cam, though, still going, and WS, he is able to secure the kill onto the Spectre as Joe Cam is still alive.
Joe Cam
Cancels the blast off midway with the Earth Spike. Joe Cam going to walk his way out. WS picks up a triple. Here comes Bob to try and help the mag, but it's too late. It is just too damn late. For WS, I mean, that's a triple kill to be picked up on the Beastmaster. He's 5-0-2 now. He's going to have some great timings. I believe the Helm of the Dominator is already on the way.
Now, this is ridiculous for the side of Talon. Really great read from the support duo. Ponyo and WS have just been outstanding. Ponyo and Jokam have been outstanding in just what they can get out of these lanes for their cores, and the follow-up from the cores has been spectacular as well. They're trying to make moves onto mid with a bottle top-up, but it is a DK. You're not going to be able to jump him anytime soon, and Bob actually has to watch the burn damage now from this Dragon form at level 1. Again, it's kind of the same story as the Blacklist game. Not too much chip damage, but Chuan actually saves his siege creep just for a little while, forces out the Fortify at least, but does get a little bit of value, just some chip. That's a little bit more than Abed had around the same time in the game.
I mean, that is true. Here comes the rest of Talon as well. They want to try and get a little bit more damage off by the looks of it. CML is going to be targeted, but he does stay on the right side of that mid lane. Chuan still trying to get some more damage off here. Won't be too much. In fact, Snowball is going to come out from Shanks. They are going to try and make the jump in onto that DK. Blast off cancelled again by Joe Cam. And with that, I mean, well, the mag, he's in a bit of danger now, Bob. Trying to find a way out of this scenario. Meanwhile, Chuan is still backing his way out. Akashi will hold the line. They have taken down Ponyo, but that's all they've gotten so far. Tino is still trying to deal with the DK. Chuan, he is able to walk away. I mean, you get a CM kill for your trouble, but that's about it.
That's not worthwhile. Straight out for Execration. They're abandoning their side lanes. They're allowing Akashi to farm, trying to focus in on mid. RP's blown up on Bob, finding nothing really big outside of the CM. It doesn't even catch the CM earlier on. We're seeing some issues with the initial damage. Like, you're not ready to Shadow Step here on Krish just yet.
Again, onto the mag. Bob this time around just caught out by the roar of WS, and he's just instantaneously dies. WS getting tipped here by Chuan, and rightfully so. He's been fantastic on the Beastmaster. That'll be your mid tier 1 tower going down before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's the timing you're looking for, this kind of tempo. Oh, see ya.
Yeah, just again, they are smothering Execration.
They're choked out. They're just dropping like flies. You've got the level advantage. Early level 6 on the CM is devastating.
Is this
that
my
freezing
fault?
Field.
I did say
Yes,
I like Execration.
you're still 100%. You're still 100%, Mikey. Yes, yes, it is.
This is my
Yes,
fault.
it is.
It is.
You can take credit here, Mike. All on you. Thank you very much, Michael Phoenix, by the way.
Any talent betters are very welcome.
Execration. I mean, mind you, Execration has not hit their timing yet, right? Like, we're looking for the Shadow Step on Krish with the Blade Mail. That's still a little ways off. Blink for Bob sometime away. You do have the Urn for Tino. Spirit Vessel, not quite lined up yet. Although, oh, okay, it's already flying out. All right, so the Spirit Vessel's ready. That should lead to more presence. The one issue for Execration now is deep wards are not going to be easy to find. All tier 1s still standing very healthily for the side of Talon. Not a scratch on him except for the bot one. They've got the traps to scout around here on Talon's end, and that will lead to a very hard time to try to jump Akashi. And Talon now can just play the build-up game. You know, wait for their own items on Chuan. He's working onto the Mage Slayer that we saw last time as well. WS, he pretty much has his Helm of the Overlord. Within maybe a few more, 700 gold or so. Big timing to meet there. Exit will try for the smoke out. They do have the Shadow Step on Krish. No Blade Mail, but just a haunt in would help. See if they find an angle here. Chuan is really tanky though.
That he is. And they're going to try. Once out. Trying to step in from Krish. Chuan, I mean, not that tanky with the Spirit Vessel out from team. He is gone. Spirit Vessel timing from Tino makes it happen. With that, I mean, it's still a lot of heroes being committed for that DK kill, but Something they desperately needed here, Execration. Their side lanes are still being forced in quite nicely here by Talon, but they'll address that issue when the time comes.
And getting some action out on Krish as well, at the very least, helps to somewhat accelerate that blade mail timing. Really want to play a little bit more tempo on the Spectre nowadays. So any activity is welcome. Talon, the build-up is paying off. I mean, Akashi already has a Dragonlance, already has enough for one Mithril Hammer into the Desolator. And we were talking about it from draft. The Deso timing of Talon kicks up this tempo. Lines up for one team fight into either the tier 2 or Roshan. Likely Roshan first. After that, free clearing of the outer tower starts to become a reality. And Exa, it's going to be a rough fight into that. At least with a blink now up on Bob, initiation's a little bit more stable and less telegraphed in comparison to Shanks trying to run up with Snowball. So they can find some openings with this. And you're also inching towards more control with Tino onto the Rod of Atos. So just need to find some of these squishy supports. If they only had vision, kind of get that chomp. Great scan from Talon to just spot them walking around the triangle. They get a read as to maybe an angle from the group up. Man, Bob wants to use that blink so badly. They will smoke for it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. See if they can get a bit of a real reveal off here for Bob. The Jokam's the closest target they've got to them, so not really what you would want, but they're going to have to accept it. So Shadow Step is in on Bob. They'll see the blink up as well. So you find a line kill. Again, I don't believe it's what they really want. They're going to try for a bit more. Maybe finding out Ponyo, but Ponyo is able to back his way up. And the thing is, while all this is happening, WS and Akashi, they are still farming very effectively. Akashi, he's about, what, 600 gold away from having the full Desolator up. It's, the timings that are being hit here from Talon are pretty damn good. With the Deso and Helm of the Overlord, these towers are going to melt.
Yeah, that they will. That's something Exa really cannot allow. They can't allow any pressure onto the tier 2s. But it's kind of all in for Execration, right? Like, this initiation from Bob has to pan out. The Shadow Step of Krish has to be on the right target in the back line after spells are expended. It's all about timing there. They've still got control under triangle, so some good farm coming out for Bob. He's going to be able to juggle that around a little bit. Talon, they can't afford to keep playing this farm game themselves. They will go for the smoke gank now with Chuen. No blink up yet. The Mage Slayer is there to provide a little bit more resilience for Chuen.
That it is. Mines will give away the smoke though. Or do they? Krish. Still going to walk around that area. He's going to get caught out by his tier 2 tower. He's just dead. Boy, oh boy, Krish just gets destroyed there in the by the tier 2. Nobody even TP to try and think about helping out.
And that's a pretty ugly moment for Krish. He just TP'd out of the top, sensing gank into the mid, and still walks into the gank somehow. So, gonna have to try to walk back into a lane to farm, or just walk back to jungle. Missing out on some efficiency in CS. That movement up top does open a siege onto tier 1. Talon's already just forcing in the top anyway with a Granite Golem creep, as the Overlord from WS will just allow easy sieging for them now. That Desolator we were talking about for Akashi is flying out now as well, Mike. So TA is set to go. Some decent padding with the Dragonlance, the minus armor, full gear for that TA. One team fight into tier 2, into Roshan. Things start to snowball hard for Talon here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The blink now up on Chuen. Deso is there for Akashi. Execration still 7k behind. Heavily reliant on Krish being able to keep up here with the empower bonus of Bob being provided. Maybe he can farm an escalated pace, but still against the TA of Akashi, he's just nowhere near that speed of farm. Actually, I wonder what kind of item he goes for next. Do you want the blink? Do you want the BKB? In fact, hold that thought, because there is a roar to fly out on Bob, but he did get the skewer away, so he is safely out of range of Talon as they do lose Ponyo. Execration wanting a bit more. Shards are going to catch Jokam, so the Lion in huge trouble, but here comes Akashi going after Shanks. Meanwhile, Bob, he's committed the RP on WS, but it does nothing. Akashi, gonna drop very low on the TA, will still turn for Krish. They do both go down, in fact. Tino in the meantime, Tino being chased by a big mud golem is down. Unfortunate. It's Bob still on the run. Chuen not leaving the man alone. Bob should eventually tick out, and he does. A 4-for-2 trade in the favor of Talon. The only survivor was CML.
It looks a little bit awkward, that Deso reveal for Akashi. Maybe not the smoothest that he'd want. It still does pay off for Talon. Like the initial roar, catching on the skewer, not ideal, but Bob still finding the angle back in for the RP was nice. I think one big thing in that fight was Tino's positioning. He had a really good angle. He dropped down those rates, made it really awkward for Talon to find a good position. It's so oppressive when you're up against those spark rates. The slow and the damage starts to really pile up. But that's the fight that will lead into the Roshan for Talon. Knowing that RP's down, there's not going to be great counterplay for Exe. And Roche does not take long when you have a Beastmaster and a Deso up. They'll still smoke out on Exe. They know the Roche is happening with a scan and just the TA timings, but it's going to be a bit trickier without that team control here.
That certainly will be. Roshan's already gone anyway, so you don't really have much of a choice here. Talon looking to rush in through the top lane. Execration still set up for this. They are fighting without an RP on Bob. It's still down for another 15 seconds, and Hex is immediately out. He never got the skewer off. It seems as though Bob is just gone.
Oh, Akashi.
Shanks going down as well. Akashi just doing so much damage. There goes Tino to boot. Oh boy, Talon. I mean, they've hit their timings all right. That T2 top tower is not going to last at all. And hell, I mean, you might even be thinking about high ground here, John. I'll be frank with you, with how well they've just hit everything. Why the hell not just touch the tier 3 tower a little bit? For now, they're going to be conservative. They'll go back into the mid-tier 2 tower and take care of that.
High ground's always a bit of a challenge. They know RP should be up and running again, as it was still going off cooldown. Was off cooldown in that next fight. So they know Bob didn't manage to pop it. It's risky going high ground up against that. Although
Krish gets spotted out by Joe Cam. Joe Cam setting up the easiest kill of his life, and now well, at least they do get WS, who was still hanging around the mid lane. And I'd still say Krish going down is a much bigger deal.
Yeah, it stalls out this timing for the Radiance for Krish. He's not the big tanky target just yet. Joe Cam gets a good hex.
See you, see you later, sir.
My blades and my mind are as
The
one.
easy kill here
Joe
for
Cam's a
the TA.
beast.
Yeah, he certainly
Joe
is.
Cam's just been so on point. Like, his Earth Spikes into the Blast-Offs, his instant hexes. And we talked about this with the line pickup. The one thing they have to save them from Bob pulling heroes back is that hex. It's their fastest response, and he's caught Bob off in that one big fight top. Bob, he's already going for the BKB. He needs it. He knows he has to preemptively pop it as well when jumping in. It just feels impossible with how quick Joe Cam is, but we've seen this from Joe Cam over the years. He's always been phenomenal on his pause 4. Still 22-10. Execration, 12k behind. Still have a lot of catching up to do here on the Exa end. They are inching towards the point where a little turtling is going to be required. And Bob's probably going to be able to hunt down with the supports, but Tino and Krish are going to need to just focus in on whatever farm they can find. Even Tino is working towards the Midas, as you tend to go on the Arc Warden. So trying to set the recovery plan out. Bot tier 1 falls, and bot tier 2 set to fall now as well. And with the siege potential from Talon, again, it takes very little time to get all of this done. They're setting up a really good timer here as well, Mike. It's going to be 20 minutes, straight into Tormentor as well. Literally everything going their way.
Perfect timing for Talon. Tormentor. We go right back down to the into the ground. Ponyo will get a shard. Why the hell not? Crystal opponent now available. No, in Talon, it's just a matter of how long do you want to wait to approach that high ground. Of course, there is still a tier 2 tower standing in the mid lane, so they can go after that first.
Invisibility.
Execration.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a very, very desperate time. You are still working on towards the Radiance of Krish, which eventually is going to come out, but not at the speed at which he would have liked. Bob obviously Chuen, but luckily he is in Biz right now, so he will not get stunned up by Chuen. But that mid tier 2 tower completely just... Oh, not even close. No defense times to come from Execration. And they push in Akashi, perhaps? Like, he does still have an Aegis up. You'd have to do it twice.
If you forced it out, I think theoretically do have enough damage for the 2 lives here. Especially with Tino around. With 3 Spirit Vessel charges, 6 basically with a Tempest double. You have more than enough burn to kind of deal with that TA. They do play it cautiously. Issue for Execration, no map control whatsoever. Even in that free time they can go around. Oh no.
Yeah, Joe Camp's found him again. Joe Camp's just stalking this guy. He's giving no chance with the Spectre. I mean, this is just going to be so demoralizing if you are Execration. The one saving grace is the Spectre late game, and it's just not coming. Joe Cam is not allowing it.
It certainly isn't. Really good awareness out from Joe Cam. Great follow through from the team. Will they be able to feed? Yeah, they even feed off of the Tempest double. 240 gold going to Chuen to accelerate that Ags timer. At the very least, they'll find an amplified damage rune on Shank stolen away. But I don't think Akashi minds that too much. Aegis is gone. So gonna have to wait for that respawn in 2 minutes 40, how long that timer will be before risking the high ground. That is some time for Exa, but again, they don't have map control. No outer towers, only 1 outer ward watching the forward part of their top jungle. Nothing else. Map completely empty of information. Only maybe a couple of mines to give some sound cues and ideas. But it's a barren map. It's a hard map to play right now. And that just makes it tough to look for these catch-up pickoffs, right? Like, you've got Tusk, you've got Techies, you've got the Shadow Step. You want to pick them off one by one. But you can't jump anyone that you can't see. You can't go for these kills if you can't see him.
No, of course you cannot. The Execration, I mean, it's still 18k behind now. Still trying to get that buff up on Krish. Another 4-man smoke to come from Talon. Into the mid lane they go. CMO getting more mines down. Might be able to scout the smoke out for his team. Chuen eventually is going to spot him out. The CMO at the very least isn't the biggest kill in the world. But it is still a kill. CMO at least buying some time and space for his team. In fact, he's still alive, still running, buying even more time. Surely they can get it. There's a lot of space being made by CMO. In fact, he might actually make it out. I think he has. Oh, the TP away, he's made it. Oh, would you look at that?
Bob?
Oh, Bob, though. Well, I mean, this is a bigger kill if they can get it. Problem is, it's 2 supports versus Bob, but it might not be a problem because Bob is melting and Akashi just jumps in. Final hit is there. So, yeah, you lose CML, but you find Bob anyway, so who the hell cares?
Certainly don't. You're more than happy on Talon still making that work out. I mean, Xer just trying to, get some space. It would have been better if CML could have gotten a ward. I'm not going to be able to pin down Chuen.
Why?
Unfortunately. It's a damage issue. Oh, Joker.
Oh boy, CML this time around not going to be able to escape Akashi, just with so much damage. Burst down the techies. Tier 3 mid tower will be under siege. Execration really have no hope of defending this, they'll just let it go down. I say they have no hope, CML's going to buy back, and it seems as though Execration are going to give it a crack. Talon, not too afraid yet, have not backed off. They'll go for the range racks. They'll let the creeps do the rest of the work. Bob is trying to find himself a skewer target. He'll find WS on the Beastmaster. The jump is there for Chuen though.
Way.
WS is just not dying. He is not dying at all. Bob's the one in trouble. Bob is down. There goes the task. Shanks is down to boot. Tino's not too safe either. Akashi will finish off the Arc Warden. It is probably around that time to call it, boys. There is no coming back to this game one. GG.
Jesus. Talon. They've got some hunger in them.
Yep.
Getting a really fast game one after a drawn out series up against Bleed. They do manage to get this one their way. Execration. And coming in, I don't know if it's fair to say favorites. I feel like this was, again, one of those matchups that are very even. I feel like all of our teams left now in these qualifiers are very evenly matched. And again, it goes back to just post-TI, the roster shuffle leads to arguments about the number 1 team and how we place in lands, but the region as a whole feels a lot stronger, and we're seeing that here. We've seen Execration take a Game 1 loss this fast before, Mike. And after that game, they did rally really hard. So that's what Exa has to pull out here. But Talon, that was some really great understanding on timing. It's like instantly with the Deso and Akashi, straight into the fights. You know, no messing around, no room to breathe for Execration, constant jumping in, and just Execration. I mean, they had decent enough lanes. You know, Bob was doing well, but doing well is just not enough in these kinds of games.
It certainly is not. We are going to head off to a break, though. We'll see what is going to be enough, as we are going to head into Game 2 very soon. But before that, a break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
The soil and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes.
Cardi B dripping and Fendi. Pat on my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s, and 20s. Stay stack, lot of them. Racks, house by the lake, bought that. Ops to the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got me so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high, yeah. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
I've never seen you this gone. You're further than you've ever been, and you're fading out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading into game number 2 between Talon and, of course, Execration here in this best of 3 lower bracket semi-final. If you didn't tune in game number 1, Talon just completely wiping the floor with Execration. And how much time was it, John, that game 1?
That was a 25-minute... Let me see the exact timer here. 25 minutes, 33 seconds.
Okay.
And Geek Fam was around 23 minutes in the other series, so we're running fast for the last series here, at least in game 1. However, we've seen Execration again. We've seen Execration get stomped in game 1 like this before, and they usually rally by game 2. We'll see if they can pull that off against Talon. Talon's showing such a great understanding for their timings and their cohesive work as a unit, and the individual plays coming out here, particularly from Jokam. Certainly a highlight for Talon in that last game. Exa, they were getting some great stuff done in lane, especially like Bob's lane. Again, it's a DK, it's very static, but he was doing quite a lot of work to try to keep Chuen down. It's just not quite enough. In fact, the DK was so annoying, Exa just banned it out this time around.
10 seconds remaining.
That Chuen did put on a hell of a performance there on the Dragon Knight as well.
5 seconds remaining.
Just get rid of it. Do not allow them the chance to run that back. I mean, Bob, usually he's the kind of guy to just win out the mid lane quite single-handedly, but it did not feel that way against the DK, so I suppose maybe Bob just making the call that he does not want to have to play against that hero again. Is, well, Talon,
5 seconds
their fourth
remaining.
ban to come before we can see Execration make their final ban.
Team ban.
They'll get rid of the Timber Saw. Like, I do wonder what kind of strat Execration is going to try and go for, because they did go back to the Arc Warden off lane. Obviously, that fell very, very flat this game around, or at least for game 1.
5 seconds remaining.
I highly doubt we'll be seeing that again. I don't think that's what they want to run. I just wonder what kind of strategy they are intending on trying to get out.
I think they've got to look for stronger lanes. There was a real idea on the bot lane for Tino and Shanks, but the moment that Shanks was starting to die from Akashi like twice over, that's where it really went southbound. There was no recovery after that kind of start for that lane. Maybe something more stable into that matchup would be something to look out for. Something that can also relieve some of the pressure on Bob as the sole playmaker. Like, that is what he ended up being in the last game. Exa will go into the Batrider. I don't know how I feel about this, because every time we see Batrider, it's almost always a Bob hero. There is some flex. I think it's been put in support quite a fair bit, so you could run it on Shanks, but I can't help but think when Execration picks Batrider, it's almost always Bob in my mind.
That's what I remember too. I can't really remember anyone else playing it apart from Bob. The hero hasn't really felt that amazing, so I don't know if we'd actually see it in that core role for Bob, but it is comfort. He might make the call that it's just a very comfortable hero for him to jump back on. That might be more than enough for him to want to play it. A talent, they'll go right into the Mars, which has been proving to be quite popular as of late as well. So the Mars will be making its appearance. We'll go back into the ban phase, see what else we're getting rid of. But yeah, the question does stand. Like, where is this back going? What the hell is it doing? Only time's gonna tell. I'm very intrigued now.
5 seconds remain. Dire team ban.
I think we've seen Shanks play it a couple of times. So it can still be like a support Batrider, but I feel like that could be punished if its lane partner isn't that amazing. I guess there's room for something like a Centaur if it doesn't get banned out by Exe. So you could run the Centaur Bat again. We've seen that before. Flame Break into Hoof Stomp. Lots of damage to pump out. If Talon doesn't ban it, it seems like a pretty straightforward ban for Talon coming into this phase. For Talon's part, I mean, more respect, like all respect coming out from Execration outside of the techies, like taking care of the TA and the Lion. So Akashi and Jokam copying it there, but with a Mars, I don't think you're losing out on much lacking the Lion. In fact, I would say for Talon, something like the Shadow Demon could be really nice here. Some save against the Batrider, set up for the Mars. Gives you a lot of options in these team fights, a lot of stacking opportunities as well on the triangle. So I wouldn't mind Talon dipping into a different support altogether. We'll go to Hoodwink first, and we've seen Jokam do a lot of work on the Hoodwink as well. A Hoodwink Mars lane, equally strong, and it's just obnoxious to play against the Hoodwink. Acorn Shot with the Blightstone just feels so painful in the laning phase, so I do like seeing that. I think for Talon, I mean, the Mars should just straight up be WS's hero. I don't see you flexing this one. He is pretty much the Mars specialist. Like, again, all the way back to his time on, like, Team Atlantis. Like, this is something he's excelled at. We'll take the Ember Spirit, so looks like we might be getting that Shanks Batrider. Potentially Batrider, depending on the lane, I suppose, but Bob on the Ember early on, securing that mid matchup really early. Then again, Ember has always been banned out, and from every game we've seen of Ember, it has felt like the hero's back. Like, Mage Slayer as an item is just too good, right? We see a lot of heroes pick it up, but Ember's probably the one that really benefits off of that debuff that it does provide and the stats it does give.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The Ember Spirit making its appearance here for Execration should definitely be the Bob hero showing up in the mid lane. What else do you want to follow up with Execration? I mean, they seemingly have 2 calls already on their end of things. They'll go for a Wind Ranger pickup now as well, so that's something I wasn't quite expecting. And I can't say I really enjoy this hero very much at all. It just, I don't know if it's good right now, John. In my opinion, it hasn't felt good in quite a while.
No, it hasn't. And I kind of want to say, I feel like I've seen this on Krish out of all the players on their team. Like, Krish ran it safe lane. Last time. I believe that was in their match in upper bracket quarterfinals up against Bleed. I do believe Krish was playing that. Not the biggest fan of the Toss 1 Wind Ranger. I mean, when you and I watched the NADPC, it worked out really well there, but that was also like very different tiers of play. This pick from Talon into the Morphling, seeing the Wind Ranger. Now you have a Wind Ranger form to turn into Wind Run, then turn back. You're going to feel great here for Akashi. Again, this is his favorite hero overall when we had a conversation. So, it's a lovely hero. It does a lot right now. The Conda buildup is crazy and really durable as well. No no threats of like healing reduction from Exe, maybe a Spirit Vessel and Bat Rider, but Morphling's still not going to care too much. I don't know, like this Wind Ranger worries me from Exe. If it is a Krish hero, I'm not sold on it. Even as a support, I'm not sold on it too much either. It does do decently enough, but it does feel like there are so much better supports to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. It doesn't really... The Wind Ranger pick does not feel amazing, that's for sure. We'll see what Execration want to try and follow up with now, as we do go into that fourth pickup. They're going to go for the Troll Warlord. I mean, this draft is looking weirder and weirder as time goes on. It's a 4-core draft is what I'm seeing here, Jonathan. I'm not really sure what they're intending to do with this. But the Troll Warlord does make its appearance, and that's the first time we've had the pleasure of seeing the Troll
10 seconds
for the last 2 days. It has been banned out most of the time, but it does finally make its way in.
The Troll does feel alright into Morphling. It's also a really good way to set tempo. Sieging towers off the back for the Troll, it's going to be nice. Taking Roshan's going to feel good as well for Execration. That is something their lineup did lack with the Bat Rider and Wind Ranger, so this kind of ties it in. I don't know about the cohesiveness of the draft. It does lack a lot of team fight. It lacks defensive options. You have really good single target control with Lasso and to an extent Shackles, I suppose. But, I'm not entirely sold. Like, the Troll does make sense. Into Morphling, you have a really nice, Diffusal Disperser sort of build-up that can be good on the Troll Warlord. Melt through the Man of Morphling. Don't give him room to kind of shift around onto HP. Can make it awkward for Akashi. I'm wondering what they pick up. It looks like Talon are expecting perhaps something like the offlane Bat Rider or the offlane Wind Ranger here with their bands, taking care of the AA just to ensure Morphling is secure. And Exa taking care of those mids, as Chuen hasn't shown what he wants against the Ember Spirit. There's an option for Storm. You don't have the best lockdown on Exa for the Storm as well if they don't ban it out. And Chuen has performed on it. You've got some mana regen with the Arcane Aura as well. So, I wouldn't mind a Storm Spirit too much. I think it looks relatively alright unless you get an unlucky net from the Troll. But beyond that, he is very slippery.
I suppose so. We'll see if that's what they want to go for. We still have to wait out these final bans before we can see these picks continue. And Talon taking their sweet time with these support bans, and I think Talon are very confused as to what the hell Execration is doing right now with their draft. Just ban out supports is what seems like they do need on the side of Execration.
I don't know, it's weird, because I feel like you can kind of take care of the Centaur, but in lane it's going to be annoying. So you're like considering, they'll take care of the Enigma instead. So leave the Centaur Bat Rider combination still there for Exit to play with. I suppose. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I'm expecting Shanks to play the Bat Rider. So there is some threat, I suppose, onto the Morphling. Like, that can be a pretty good rundown lane. But the CM can kind of cut you off as well. Just the Nova is more than enough. Except if they don't ban the Storm, and Talon have a really nice Storm game lined up. They have last pick overall as well. I suppose there's some cheeky picks here for Talon. Like, OD is a very cheeky pick onto the Troll Warlord. Kind of just negate his ultimate. You have a save for the Bat Rider. You have a save somewhat if someone else is shackled up. So I wouldn't mind something like an Outworld Devourer if it's not banned. It's either the Storm or OD, I think.
Dire team pick.
They do ban out the Storm.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Arc Warden's going to come out again. Alright, so I mean, it truly does look like a 5-core lineup from Execration. I don't know what to think about this draft, and I'm not going to say a word. I don't know. I do not know. I'm not even going to try and pretend.
10 seconds remaining.
Tell us how you really feel, Michael Phoenix.
This looks like
it's a safe space, Mike.
It looks like the kind of draft I'd see in an SEA pub, is what I'm saying here, Jonathan. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, no. You're right in that.
I don't want to say it's bad, because Execration has surprised me before. But I sure as well will say it's bad if they lose.
Hedging your bets, I see. Very safe.
If they lose, Straight up, it's a bad draft if they lose. So there's
Yeah,
just
no,
no way.
no, I agree. I don't know what's. I mean, there's chase down synergy with Flux, I suppose, with Batrider and Arc Warden. You can flame break onto Wraiths, I guess. They actually go with a Kotl instead, which is a really good lane into the Ember Spirit. I like that pickup for Chu-Wen. Again, we've seen a little bit of a Kotl from, well, mainly Armel, and I believe Mikado did it in the open qualifiers as well. So it does work out. I like the matchup for Chu-Wen, giving mana onto, like, say, WS, or even Jokam on the Hoodwink would be pretty nice. Bushwhack spam, Acorn spam is really nice to get into. I just have a question mark as to what Execration want to do with the lineup they have. Okay, so last time around, right, they had the Magnus for teamfight backup, and they had the Spectre for scaling. You do not have that great teamfight coming out in X in terms of control unless you land these shackles and coordinate and get a lasso and someone separately at the same time to get chain control. It's not amazing. I'm not completely sold. Like, there's a lot of reliance on Shanks to maybe get a blink and Bob to be hyper aggressive this time around to catch the backline, but that puts Bob at risk. There's a good route to play with on Talon in the Crystal Maiden. There's a good way of just punishing when Bob does go into the trees with a Hoodwink as well. It's not the easiest lineup to jump into. Chu-Wen can also make this tough for Krish with the Blinding Light. As long as his ult is up, it's like you're not going to feel great on Krish, missing a lot of your hits. I know it's a little bit shaky. On the other hand, if Execration does get this ball rolling, they've got a decent amount of push coming in. And if they play through their single target strengths, if Tino gets active early on, gets that early Spirit Vessel timing, and actually gets stuff done with it, then there is a good timing here for Exe. I just think the Talon timing's even better. Like, Kotl's going to be constantly shoving in every wave. There's potential to just rotate very early on. Your supports are nice and active here as well, and much more reliable than the Execration supports. It's an interesting one to take Game 2 on an elimination series on, but you know, Execration, they're the kind of players, when they're pushed up against a wall, they just go with what they want to play, and that usually works out.
It's just, again, I have no comment, Jonathan. I just want to see how it goes. No comment at all about Execration's draft. I don't want to comment on any drafts, John, because apparently I can't get anything right these days. You know? Maybe I've been away from the region too long.
I don't think it's...
They've kept me away, Jonathan.
It's added.
They've kept me away. I would never leave.
Boiling rage.
Over lands? Oh, we saw some C teams. You see the group stages on like 2 teams get eliminated ASAP. You know, straight to airport.
Every LAN we've attended, the SEA teams just drop out before the main event starts. Every single time.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
One LAN they did manage to go. Well, no, didn't Fnatic make it pretty far?
Oh, don't bring up Fnatic.
Oh no! My memories are getting mixed up.
Yeah,
no.
it sure is, John.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Sorry, pal.
The battle begins.
WS, obviously not going to go for the bounty attempt, but it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway. Nice even start between these two teams. It does feel as though with this draft from Execration, like the one thing I think I can confidently say is they need to have some very good lanes. Right?
Yeah.
Like the lanes have to go very well for this style of draft.
That it does. Like, you have to put in a lot of works. I think it's mainly on the supports like Shanks and CML. Really have to make these quirkier support pickups work, as I don't know if their cores can really do anything by themselves in these side lanes. Maybe Tino can, and I think the one lane that does feel good is likely that bot lane. Akashi's fully agied up for whatever reason, cops a couple of hits from Tino. Shorter range on Akashi as well, so he's not going to be able to trade back. There is that flame break into spark rate that can happen, but it is a threat. I mean, Akashi is, again, a low HP hero, and he loves playing on edge on his Morphling, so we'll see if they manage to capitalize on that.
We shall. Akashi for now going to be just fine. But that top lane as well, like Krish and CML going at it with WS and Jokam. For now, it seems to be a pretty smooth time for WS. See, the Troll generally is one of the better heroes at harassing out these melee offlaners, but for now, WS is just not pressured whatsoever. Seems though CML can't do too much on the Wind Ranger either. This is kind of my thing, right? Like the Pos 5 Wind Ranger. What's the point? What is the point of this hero?
Yeah, it's rougher. You could snipe range creep with power shot. I guess that's one thing. But generally, I think we see, like, I don't know, if the lane's rough, I feel like Wind Run's the much better skill point for level 1 on the support. At least you could try to trade blows with Jokam. But, I don't know, like, I don't see the synergy here for Krish. I don't expect any power shot to lead to too much either. He's getting some good poke damage, but...
Gets caught out by a nice bushwhack and is down.
Yeah, alright.
WS. Picks up first blood. I don't mean to be, I don't mean to be critiquing them so much, Jonathan. It just feels like somebody asked CML what he wanted to play, and he said, "I'll play Wind Range." That's what it feels like.
Perhaps. I don't know if CML... No, CML doesn't play a lot of Wind Ranger, and at least in the games we used to watch in his older teams. I feel like this was a flex pick that went wrong. Honestly, I feel like the Batrider and Wind Ranger feel like flex picks that just forced into supports, which never is great. Mid lane, a little bit rougher for Chuen, but he does at least get a little bit of regen off. Bob is aggressive, like the aggressive build as well, with the chains and the sleight of fist over the Flame Guard, knowing that the Flame Guard would just melt. So he's managing to keep up, in fact, get even more denies off in comparison to Chuen. And that is keeping them in pace. Feels like out of all the heroes, the Ember is going to be the one that we can read clearly. And it does feel like this should be the launching point for Exit. Bob has to have a pretty fantastic time here. But even with all these micro plays, it's still a Kotl you're going up against. It's never comfy for the Ember.
Ooh, and he misses the chains too. That's a little bit unfortunate. Meanwhile, Akashi almost dropping down a bottom lane, but he's okay. And Chuen, obviously for Bob, like, you really want to slow down the Urn of Shadows timing. Chuen, like, it's just, once you get that Urn up, you always see the Kotl starting to rotate, trying to get those initial charges going. And if you can get the initial charges and you build into the Spirit Vessel and get a nice timing on that, it becomes extremely challenging to try and control the Keeper of the Light. So Bob doing his absolute best to just deny as many creeps as he humanly can. But eventually Chuen should have his way with the Urn. We shall see. Kashi again still playing on the edge down of this bot lane, but he just feels very confident. He doesn't seem concerned at all of dying here down at the morph. Jokam, mid lane. Looks like he's going to die. Bob eventually should have it. Sleight of Fist is back up in one. He'll use it to pick up the kill. His chains are also out onto Chuen. That seems like Execration going to be able to secure a nice easy kill onto the Hoodwink and just back their way out.
You should be careful about giving those openings over to Bob. He can catapult off of that really fast. And the Mage Slayer build up against this lineup is going to feel fantastic for Bob as well, especially up against Chuen. So I have to be a little bit cautious. Good forward wards being planted by Exe to spot out stacks. Instant D-ward out from Jokam though, because he was red with that movement onto mid. So we'll at least protect that area in the triangle a little bit longer. I think the one thing is that you are getting a much better lane for Krish in comparison to Akashi. That is where the pain will come in. This morphling for Akashi, it's not having the smoothest time. Sure, he's not dying, but Tino is applying so much pressure. Has the Urn, has a casual rate band up, and for the side of Talon, like, this is a very slow lane. Akashi's just going to have to sit back and farm for quite some time after the laning phase, just because of how much Tino has just been orb walking. It's all just been right clicks for the most part from this Arc Warden.
Absolutely. Not exactly the laning stage that Tino necessarily wanted, but still doing alright. 26 and 4 in terms of the CS of the Arc. Meanwhile, top lane, Krish is gone. Nice rotation out from Ponyo to help out, and CML again on the Wind Ranger can do nothing to help. Yeah, it's just one of those things. What are you meant to do if they just jump the troll?
And I'm a bit surprised with the skill build. Like, I get that you're probably not going to be able to do anything with Shackle Shot, but you could at least try to get some distance out for the troll. Focusing on the power shot instead, so just looking for chip damage onto WS.
Oh, I think
it is good damage.
I think he has to. That's the thing. Like, You must be right. I think it was a flex pick that went wrong. It must be. Anyway,
Yeah.
Shanks does go.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And a little bit of a deep dive. Nice little pickup for Chuen. But,
Bottom.
I don't know, like,
He's been jumped as well. Chuen doing fantastic work. And this is what I was just mentioning, right? Like, you get the Urna Shadows up, immediately just start roaming the map. It's standard Coddle gameplay.
yeah, it's a little bit frustrating for Tino. He has his own Urn up, but he still has to camp that lane. He doesn't have that mobility or that freedom to just leave his lane free for Akashi. And no one's coming in to support him. So they can't really play off the back of that coming in from the Arc Warden as well. Strong start for Talon once more, 4-1. Their stacks have built up to a massive degree as well. Some good flash farm for Chuen or WS to find down the line. It is free space for Bob on mid. But it's not like Bob can fully take the tower, although Ponyo.
Except the fact that he's just dead here on the CM. Will run right back into the Fire Remnant. The CML was trying to snipe him with the power shot, but did end up missing. Top lane WS actually chasing down Krish again. Arena is down. They've caught the troll another time, and this is prior to his level 6 mark. So he has no battle trance to play with, no help incoming either. WS seeing the opening, does take him down another time. And just no TPs incoming from Execration. They just let their troll die.
Yeah. So, in the end, what can he do with a Batrider and Wind Ranger support? I'm almost thinking it might have been better off for Execration to run the safe lane Wind Ranger in a different support, but last pick 5 is really awkward. Good dodge out from Bob, but you see the pressure escalating now from Talon.
The Shanks Batrider, they go. Chuen, he's just such a menace on this keeper. Annihilating one now. Bob getting caught. He's out of mana. Bob! Oh, he's going to try to get out, but he's got only a sleight of fist to play with, and he is down. Chuen even putting the hand up, waving him goodbye. 7-2. 2k advantage now the way of Talon. What is the saving grace here for Execration? I do not know. John, I'm looking for one.
Right now, there's nothing shining. There's an early timer for Bob when he gets a Mage Slayer, but that's still several steps away. You've got this timing for Tino into his own Spirit Vessel. I feel like they should just connect onto Tino's lane. Try to jump Akashi. It's probably the safest bet. Talon going for the smoke out. Spotted by the ward. So they should be able to get a good read. And they are already backing off onto the triangle here, Execration. I don't know if that hurts Talon at all.
They intervene before the stacks are taken. Like, Shanks is trying to take them away right now. They are grouped up down to that bottom lane, but they have no idea the stacks are being taken here by Execration, so... Well, actually, Tino, he gets caught anyway. I mean, your Batrider takes all these stacks, Tino just gets annihilated, gets a Tempest double out, but they might even feed that away. Shanks still desperately trying to take these stacks for himself and the Batrider. I mean, I don't know what to say here, John. You know, pos for Batrider trying to just take whatever he can for the team, as now Bob's going to show up, but Bob just needs to leave. He can't stick around with the Spirit Vessel Solar Bind. It's so much damage, and Chuen is just still chasing it.
Then it's cross-map pressure. No, WS just camping top, ensuring Krish can't walk into the lane. This is an oppressive amount of action coming in from Talon. 5k lead at 10 minutes in. The net worth graph is a nightmare for anyone on Execration's end. That is not a neat gap. It's not too much gold between Akashi and everyone else, but WS and Chuen, they're your big problems.
Not Krish again. WS. Getting him very low. Maybe trying to force a battle trance usage, but it never comes out. Close call.
It's still rough for Krish. They can't hog the lane. Isn't that safe in the jungle off the back of just one hero camping him. Meanwhile, Akashi, again, he had a rougher lane than Krish early on, outside of those kills, outside of those deaths, and he's fully recovered. Has the Vlads up so he can sustain in the jungle. Mana issues somewhat resolved as well when trying to waveform across. And Execration, they're doing nothing to stop the Morphling. They're just focused on trying to get these stacks for Shanks to farm. Which, I mean, it is a Batrider forward. This is what Batriders do on support, but yeah, I don't know. It's not the farm distribution you necessarily want here.
I mean, he needs his items up. I think
Dire's top tower is under
it's
attack.
all fair play for Shanks to take the farm, but I think it was much more about desperation last time. The CML, speaking of desperation, is going to die. WS to take another. I truly do believe it was more of a matter of they believe they're going to like infiltrate that die triangle if he didn't take the farm. At least that's what it feels like. Another smoke out from Talon.
The tide has turned.
So far, this game 2 has just not been a game for Execration. It is,
No.
I cannot pretend that this is a close game.
It
Here we go
looks
again.
like 5 Smurfs.
This is what I believe Shanks was worried about. This kind of jump here. It's still what Batrider does, don't get me wrong, John. But I'm just saying, Talon at any point could have just jumped there. He just stood at the firefly. Spear is out, TPs are incoming. Bob's in danger again. Bob's gonna try and juke around here. Chuen, Akashi looking to fight back, and Bob is melting, and now a 4-man arena. WS takes out Krish. Krish just getting destroyed. Akashi, though, does get caught by a rogue power shot. He will go down. Tino to go down to boot. This is actually not the worst team fight I've ever seen for Execration. They do find a couple kills, but Bob will go down. Chuen is not done. He wants more, and he might just find more as well. CML just slowly ticking away to the Spirit Vessel. Looks like he will survive. But that's probably the best case scenario Execration has had all game. And that was Talon just messing around as well. Talon was definitely messing about. Like, Ponyo literally stood in the Firefly and died.
He wanted the creeps, man. Alright? You see a CM dancing around that mini stacks, you know she wants that money. Shanks.
Okay, well that's a... Sharpshooter was way off the mark there from Jocam. I appreciate trying to predict the movement, but, you know, sometimes it's better to just directly go at him. Anyway.
Yeah.
13 and a half minutes in here, John. 6k advantage the way of Talon. If Talon finds a way to lose this game, or John, I'll be frank, I wouldn't believe it. It's looking like a pretty tough one to lose. WS, quick link away here from the side of Execration. Meanwhile, here comes the cavalry, all being caught out. Akashi onto CML. Look for the Wind Ranger, does have him. Towards the south, Shanks being chased here by WS, does also go down. Have they found another? Yes, they have. Tino's in trouble to boot. Sharpshooter going to land perfectly. Tino trying to snipe Chuen, but he's not going to get it. I mean, Bob wasn't even there. But Bob was just chilling by the mid lane. He didn't want a bar of that.
Yeah, one big benefit for Execration is some farm for Krish coming out here, but yeah, at least the Maelstrom's up so it can accelerate a little bit more. Talon are hitting big timings. Manta for Akashi to dodge out on all the debuffs, so he's not going to care for that Spirit Vessel once that's up and running. BKB for WS is lined up next. And Chuen going for the Stompy Coddle build into the Dagon, which I don't mind this game, as long as Talon can play to the tempo. If they do slow down at, say, 25 minutes, if they don't make progress on the map, that's a bit of a win for Exe. You know, if they hold on to tier 2s up until 25, I would say you're in a state where you can actually farm back. And Talon has kind of messed around a bit too much at that point. So there is pressure on Talon to keep up that pace. They are clearing out the stacks now. Ponyo helping Chuen quite nicely. And Chuen changes his mind. He is going for the BKB, which I appreciate. You don't quite need that much more damage here. You do just want to sustain through, not get bursted down, not feed a streak away that Chuen has. He has 7 kills on the board with no deaths. Exe, mid, but Akashi's not a target you can really feasibly jump unless you have Blink Lasso, which Shanks is still 1,000 gold away.
Dire are scanning.
That he is.
Radiant
Scan is
are
out from
scanning.
Execration. They are going to know exactly where Talon are hiding. When I say hiding, I don't think they're truly hiding, John. It seems as though they're just farming this area.
Dire's
Bob's
top
going to go for a
tower
chains
is
out
under
onto
attack.
WS. WS will be okay to back his way up. And with that, Execration fighting their time. Looks like that mid-tier 1 tower is probably going to be targeted here by Talon. I don't believe there's too much in the way of doing anything about it. They are going to show up.
Again, with this draft from Exa, I don't know where the team fight comes in. It's pickoffs. You try to go for a lasso, you try to be chaotic, you try to drag Tino in with that Spirit Vessel. And a tower defense is not a pickoff scenario unless, again, Batrider Blink, which Shanks is 800 gold away, so that's 200 more since last time, Mike.
Very good. Again, Execration. I mean, if they manage to pull off a series win here or a game win here, I would not believe it. I really wouldn't. So it would be extremely impressive on their part if that happened. It's possible. I'm saying it's impossible. They've still got a 10% chance according to Dota Plus.
Yeah.
It's just...
yeah, I mean, the circumstance for that is, again, Talon messing around until 25 minutes. Okay, maybe 25 to 30 minutes if they don't go for tier 2s. That's when you know you've maybe got an issue, but...
This is an issue. Mob gets called out. This is kind of what I'm saying here, John. I mean, WS is doing a fantastic job, but this game, like, my grandmother could step in here for Talon and still probably win the game. That's how much it feels like it's a one-sided game, John.
I'd love to see that. Can we have a show match for
She's 86
Mike's
years
grandma?
old, Jonathan. She's never touched a computer. I don't think she knows
She's
that
still got
they
it.
exist yet.
Yeah, what do you mean she's never touched? She has. She just doesn't know it. She's still got it, Mike. I believe in her.
Yeah. Talon's newest player. There you go. Roster reveal right here, ladies and gentlemen. My grandma.
That'd be next level. There goes the tier 2. So Talon's not messing around until 25 to start making shrinkages on the map. How much more Copian can we... Oh, wait a minute. Shanks has a blink.
Oh, look at that. Here we go, John. I mean, is this... We've got some fight, some team fight now. Apparently, we've got a disable on the side of Execration. This is good.
Onto 1, but yes,
yes,
there's something.
Well,
you just need to blow one person up.
1 is better than 0, John. I would argue it's a higher number.
This'll come in handy.
That is fair. They just need to find that opportunity for that 1 to come out. And Talon, they are playing cautiously. There's no forward vision for Exe. It's going to be hard to spot that target that they'd want to jump. Bob just playing tag a little bit here. They are getting some pressure down bot at 19 minutes in, so Tino is finally taking an objective, and he does have the Midas up on the Arc Warden, so he can try to prep for that longer game. But that is 1 less core that's going to have in fighting items, so you're just going to be hanging around waiting for the troll to be comfy and waiting for this Arc Warden to be ready with a Midas. Tell him. And they'll go for the smoke blade. They're done waiting.
Yeah, no need to wait. CML almost around the area to break the smoke, but does barely miss out. And well, that could mean the death of Tino if they're not too careful, because Tino is being run at right now. In fact, never mind. They have found Krish, an even better target. Krish will pop the battle trance immediately in preparation of the gank, and Krish is as good as dead. There is no surviving. They'll lose Shanks to boot. The Kashi will take him out. This is the part where you offer me some analysis, John. CML. I'm being sarcastic, John. There's no analysis to be had. This is a one-sided game, you know. Just wanted to make that very clear, John. I'm not actually expecting analysis, in case you were trying to find something to say.
Grab a tank of copium and huff away. I think that's maybe the game plan, or hope Talon somehow go autopilot for at least 10 minutes, but that's also not happening.
Wakanda's coming out soon as well for Akashi, so Wakanda Forever is about to happen here for Talon. Very good.
And the Dagon for Chuen. Gonna feel great. The burst damage is online. You know what, Chuen? Why don't you go for Wakanda with the Dagon?
Oh,
maybe a little bit too silly, but that's the fun stuff.
I do
maybe
like
too
that
fun.
Idea. I do like that idea. The old frog know about it.
It's another fun one. Phylactery Lich is legitimately one of the more fun builds in the game. It's just so annoying. Like, the cooldown of Phylactery and Frost Blast is almost 1-to-1.
Yeah.
So every time you blast...
Sounds infuriating. That sounds absolutely infuriating.
I can dream.
We can. 12k advantage is still standing strong for Talon. Roshan has begun, of course. Akashi looking for that Aegis for himself. I've already said this before, but I do give props to the person that came up with this roster for Talon. You know, I didn't have this. Who is it, John?
It's Brando.
Brando's doing a great job.
Brandugi. Accelerate. Yeah. He is a god king. I love Brando. He's a crazy guy.
Mid lane,
yes,
Shanks.
In terms of fun rosters.
Shanks is gone.
You should just, Mike.
Yeah.
I know you're looking for a hype moment. Just give us a Nat Geo documentary cast. Now, and here we see the Bat Rider getting caught out once more. Well, that's more of a golf cast, perhaps, but...
I'm afraid I don't have a British accent, Jonathan. I can't remember the last time I saw an Australian Nat Geo documentary. I'm going to say it hasn't happened.
Channel your inner Steve Irwin. Yes, maybe.
I was talking about Steve Irwin the other day, John. What an absolute legend that man was. Absolute legend he was. There's actually an argument recently about whether Steve Irwin should have been on the Australian currency instead of that, what's his name, the King now? Whoever it is.
I don't know.
It should have been Steve Irwin. I agree.
It should have been Stevie.
Of course it should have. Kane's out.
High ground.
Tackle is there. Lasso is out, but an immediate heals is going to cancel. WS is going to be okay. In fact, he heals up half HP. Krish is going to jump in with a battle trance, perhaps. Does eventually pop him, but he finally gets Ponyo. That's one. But he's dead. It's pretty sad how long it took for Ponyo to die with that battle trance, I might add, John. Now, on CML, is the win run will save him for now. Power shot through Akashi, he could not give less of a crap. No camp. They do get another one. They get a Hoodwink kill, they get a CM kill. They're going to force Talon back. They're happy days here for Execration.
That was a net gain of 1,000 gold for Execration despite losing their Troll Warlord. So that is a win in their books, at the very least. The reason why Krish is struggling is because of that blinding light. You know, in the draft again, like even jumping a CM. 4 seconds where you're just forced to stare at her while she's dancing away with no care in the world. It's kind of rough. I mean, the BKB fades and you're just a sitting duck to that mischance.
Just
the Yule's usage as well.
Yeah, Troll used to be so great in Dota All-Stars. You know, your classic double basher build or the double butterfly builds. You know, the stupid builds we used to go on Troll Warlord, and now we've resulted to this. You know, this battle trance ability that just doesn't even let you control your hero. It just doesn't make any sense to me, John. You know, just someone save this hero. Somebody, please.
Yeah, it's been rough. I feel like the Ags has made it kind of semi-viable, but
it's bad. It's bad.
The Axe has utility, at very least, but yeah, the kit itself, yeah, I do agree. Like, Battle Trance has always been its big hurting point. Talon looking to bring some hurt to Execration with a smoke out here, but they are trying to cut as best as they can on Exe. Dodge out. And Talon could just go for the high ground and...
WS? Oopsie daisies. Press the BKB, press the arena, clears out some trees. Shanks will happily just back his way out, and WS never gets a spear off for the TP cancel. A little bit unfortunate there. I'm not sure what the BKB was about.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe it stops Talon from pushing high ground now. Perhaps.
It could. You've got the nuisance of Tino now with the magnetic field and the evasion, so and just sieging onto that can be a little bit more annoying, but not annoying enough for Akashi. Age is still a minute in duration. Fortify instantly forced out. Creep wave is fairly far off, but they've got time here on Talon's end. We We need to see another lasso from Shanks.
Here we go. Midrax is gone.
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
I mean, this is the right play from Exa, even though it's a very boring play, but they're cutting and, oh, well, they find Shanks this time.
Yeah, they sure do. Chuan is just gonna give him another high five. Meanwhile, waveform forward. Tino's now being caught out by Akashi. He wants to just go for the kill by himself and almost has it, as Tino is just getting shred by the side of Talon. He's down as well. Talon. Looking a little bit too good here, and you know, Execration. They're still trying at least. They're not out of it yet.
That they are. Not quite. Aegis does expire as well, so we managed to stall out long enough to remove that on Akashi, but I don't even know if he needs the Aegis. The Manta feels like it's enough. Just dodging out all of these debuffs. Just gonna start on top. No creep wave, so a little bit futile. Gonna have to shove in mid just a little bit more. Chuan will set that up for them. Exa do have a shot at resetting, and they still have this lasso and Shanks.
Oh, yeah, well, they may have. No, they don't anymore, John. Shanks is caught out. Shanks is deleted. A kinda damage. It's pretty ridiculous. A nice shackles out while he's agimorphing. Akashi, though, going to be just fine to survive through it. Does waveform away. That was the best chance they had. Akashi was literally agimorphing mid-shackle. And you just still could not take him down.
Nah. Gets a disassembly already onto the Satanic, so manages to heal up quite nicely as well. Forced to buy back out on Shanks. He is the major threat here onto the side of Talon, but again, they've got so many Yules just to stop that. 2 Yules up, Jokam and WS, and even one more, I believe, on Ponyo flying out. So the Blink initiation just doesn't line up. And Talon, well, they're going to have a creep wave up again soon. Minute and a half until next Roshan. They've got the damage for the high ground. Although, they are playing it cautiously. I mean, the stall is there from Exa, but I don't know if this is enough space. Krish does have the defusal up, going for the full Mjolnir next. So he could be a nuisance very soon on this troll, with the minimal items he has.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We go again, top lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
She will get to work. Shackle is out from CML, does latch onto the Morphling, but really does nothing. US jumping in, looking for an arena. Lasso is going to grab him though on the Mars, but where's the follow-up damage? They're just locking him down for now, but they're not really doing too much about him. WS still perfectly fine, sitting at half HP. Still chipping away at the Mars, but WS is able to just casually walk out. In goes Bob, trying to maybe catch out the Mars. WS now with the BKB is going to be fine, as Bob is just getting annihilated by the damage of Akashi, forced to walk away. Krish in the meantime, he gets a battle trance off and fights Ponyo, but now he's below the base. He is just getting poured out and down. They'll get Jokam, but that's just 2 supports going down here for Talon. Can they actually find a core? I don't believe they can. CML needs to run. Shanks now caught out as well by the spear of WS. He is down. You do have an Ags build up on Tino now, so you've got that going for you. That is one way to delay this game out. Kashi. Tino still trying to get the damage out onto Akashi, but the turnaround is now upon us. Tino needs to be a little bit cautious. They're trying their best to get any form of damage on these cores of Talon, but it just feels like they've got so much sustain. They continue to heal up. Bob going in deep, but gets caught by a chain, and he is down. Bob takes the tip from Akashi. But at this stage, it feels like more than the tip. Chuan, Krish trying to move in. CML barely surviving. Akashi still happy, just juggle in front of them. Constant mana coming in from Chuan. They're going to back off. They've already got the racks. They'll come back for the last one through the bot lane. Or even a damage amp rune sitting there, or an amplified damage rune, as they call it.
Everything set up for the side of Talon. I will point out a couple of things. In the earlier fight, that was a really good. We saw a really cute play of the spear into the air queen shot tree from Jokam and WS. And then, a while ago, Akashi, in his morph Wind Ranger form, when he threw the shackle shot out, the Conda damage still melted like a quarter of CML's HP. from just the Conda, from shackle shot.
Yeah.
Radiant
Oh,
are
God.
scanning.
Hilarious.
Radiant are
An
scanning.
amazing item. Tino.
Oh my
Tino.
god. Alright.
Tino. CML rather goes down. Tino gets the shard, but CML gets a tip here from Bob.
I just keep thinking about that time we played board games. And I can imagine all of them just yelling.
You don't have to imagine, John. They'll be playing board games very soon. Dota 2 is not going to be in the category. So they'll be taking a bit of a break. Plenty of time for board games, Execration, don't you worry. Plenty of time.
Oh man.
Is
It's
there
gonna be a
a
rough time.
professional board games federation? Does that exist, John? We have an esports for board
I don't
games.
think so.
Okay.
An esport for board games.
That's unfortunate.
Would you call chess an esport board game? Would you even count it as an esport? That's the implication of what you just said. Esport board games.
I know
Mike.
what I said, Jonathan. I'm gonna stick to my guns. This is the hill I'm gonna die on, John. Here we go. Onto the high ground we go. Talon. CML constantly just throwing out shackles at Akashi. Akashi could literally care less. Moving in onto Tino. Would love himself an Arc Warden. There is a lasso out. It's onto the Keeper of the Light. Chuen dropping very low. He's gone. They have found the Keeper. That's a big target. They'll lose Shanks while all this is happening. Meanwhile, Bob trying to go after the CM. Tino in the meantime trying to run away from Akashi. Looks like he should melt on the Arc Warden, but it's 4 down for the side of Talon. Execration. They are fighting back. They are defending, John. 2 down for Exa. There's 3 against 1. It's Akashi versus the world. He almost takes down CML again. They'll drag him back with the Gale Force. Akashi going for the man fight. Will go after Krish, but he is now out of mana. Looking back towards CML. Perhaps Akashi just running towards the east or rather west of the map. But they've lost Akashi. That's a lot of gold. Going to
Okay.
Execration. That was over 5k worth of gold. Go to Execration.
That was a bit overzealous on the side of Talon.
What is happening?
Southeast Asian Dota. When you go high ground, you feel confident, you drop a fight. That's a full Mjolnir out for Krish. Really good angle to find for Shanks. Instantly picking off that Keeper of the Light. A big issue in the back line. That takes away a lot of the sustain that Talon's playing with up there. And Akashi was just so single-mindedly just trying to gun down Tino that he ignored that left flank, that left part of the fight. So Talon slip up. Execration stay in the game, keeping that last set of racks alive. And without the Aegis, honestly, Talon could still try again. But there are more tools coming in from Execration. Ags on Bob makes him harder to pin down. You've got the Lotus Orb on CML, so there's some protection now as well for the holds here. It's a little bit scary. The 11k lead is still substantial, but not as substantial as it once was. Still 95% chance to win here for Talon, but with tools to play with for Execration, you could start to find more. Good board spotting WS here.
You really just need 1 or 2 kills here on the side of Talon to go high ground. There's no buybacks apart from Tino. Tino's the only one that can buy back into the fight. So 1 or 2 kills and the game's basically just as good as done. Exa, they will move out with a 4-man smoke. Counter smoke now from Talon. Both in the dire triangle, ready to go whenever. Neither will see each other yet. Some nice wards being placed here by Execration as WS going to break the smoke. Does see a couple. They will try to move on to the Mars, though WS seems to be just fine. Meanwhile, Tino going to get hexed up. Oh, excuse me, that was Bob. They're getting hexed up, and Bob is gone. Holy, Bob is just down. Krish will move in onto WS with his BKB. He has not popped out of trance yet, and he's not going to have a chance. Call it, boys. It's done. It is all over. Tino's gonna buy back. They are still trying.
Yeah, they're gonna hang on, but options are very limited, even with these buybacks. Racks are set to fall. Tier 4s are gonna be under pressure. Without that lasso, I don't know what you do here.
Speed back. They're gonna find the Batrider. They go for more. A nice shackle from CML, but again, means absolutely nothing. They're not calling it yet, but Shanks is not buying back. The game is well and truly over. Talon to go into that lower bracket final. It's Tino gonna get caught out of here on the Arc Warden. He's gonna go down. That'll be a dieback for him. They fought back one more time on the Batrider, trying to drag them into the fountain, but now they're just fountain diving. Talon have had enough.
Oh, God.
Call the GG, boys. Throw the towel in. Let the torture end. What are they doing? Bob, gonna try again. We'll go on to the Hoodwink. Does find one, but the Ancient is completely exposed. Akashi will turn around and go after the Ember. Bob is still trying to defend the best he possibly can, but he is down. Krish is up as well. Krish, he'll rush into boot. BKB has been popped preemptively, does go into the battle trance, but there's just... Oh, Akashi! Alright, Akashi's down. The Mjolnir kills off Akashi, but it doesn't matter. GG is called. The Ancient is down. And Talon, they will be moving on to the lower bracket final of this qualifier for ESL 1 Birmingham. And what a way to do it, John. I mean, listen, I hate being that guy that says I was right. But what the hell was that draft from Execration? I mean, was I even right? I mean, I feel like anyone watching that just knew that was not going to work, right? Am I the only one?
Yeah. No, it was definitely a flex pick gone wrong there for Execration, because again, Krish has been playing a lot of that Wind Ranger. I think the last time they played it, they had like a Tino offlane Naga. I don't know what made him decide that Wind Ranger should be support. Maybe it just felt awkward to last pick a support for CML instead, but they had no play. The lanes had no play at all. There was no engagements for the early to mid game. Talon just basically ran them down. A really excellent draft and understanding from Talon. Unfortunately for Execration, it's as you said, they're going to have to stick to board games for a little while here, as that is the end of their journey in Birmingham. And Talon will get to move on to face off against Neon Esports. So our top three now being formed. Geek Fam, Neon, and Talon left in the running here for the road to Birmingham. Gonna be an interesting time. I think Neon is gonna be a really good test for Talon. Again, all of these teams left behind are on equal parity, equal strength. But that was a really fast night to close out here, Mike. Unbelievably. Very well played from Talon, and I'm excited to see how these close out.
Yeah, for the managers of Talon, of course, my grandmother is available to join the roster if necessary. So if you need to stand in, I'll let her know that she is needed and necessary, which is, I'm sure she'll appreciate that, John. Still, with that, that is the end of the day for SCA. Of course, we do have the finals on tomorrow. And I believe, I may as well say it, Neon Esports are up against Talon for the lower bracket finals to get things started tomorrow. So that's your big competitor here for Talon, is of course Neon Esports. And then winner of that does proceed through to the finals, the grand finals, of course, up against Geekfam. So there you go. Till then, though, it is MLP Dota, it is John X Fire. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you all again next time for some more great SEA action.
Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn, sie will, dass ich sing, doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Riegel hab, holen für den Body, anerkannte Saft. 808, ist so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristess. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwammig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass